time slows down when it can get no worse. I can feel it running out on me. I don't want these to be my last words. All forgotten, 'cause that's all they'll be. Now there's only one thing I can do, fighting till the end like I promised to. Wishing there was something left to lose. This could be the day I die for you. What do you see before it's over? Blinding flashes getting closer. Wish that I had something left to lose. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day. Everything I know, everything I hold tight. When to let it go, when to make them all fight. When I'm in control, when I'm out of my mind. When I gotta live, when I gotta die, gotta die. Everything I know, everything I hold tight. When to let it go, when to make them all fight. When I'm in control, when I'm out of my mind. When I gotta live, when I gotta die. This could be the day I die for you. Feeling like there's nothing I can do. This could be the end, it's mine to choose. It's taken me my lifetime just to prove. This could be the day I die for you. Don't let it be the day. What do you see before it's over? Blinding flashes getting closer. Sacrificing everything I knew. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day I die for you. Everything I know, everything I hold tight. When to let it go, when to make them all fight. When I'm in control, when I'm out of my mind. When I gotta live, when I gotta die.
I wanna be a hero 自分を信じろ誰かのために心をたぎらせろ You know 困難な道を行く俺はヒーローどんな奴が来ても Take over game over 終わることない戦いの旋律に身を任せ運命は絡み合う限界の向こう側へと終わることない戦いの旋律に身を任せ運命は絡み合う描き出すあなたのストーリー塗り替わる価値と正義感途切れることのない時間迫り来る危機をどうにか 시대의 그로워 수백된 지부 이 시대
나의 속도가 돈이라면 벤소미 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나를 rain on me 내가 쓰면 뱅뱅 전부 걸어 게임처럼 너의 고개를 떨굴 때는 댄서니 모두 몸에 걸어 눈이 빛나는 걸로 전부 걸치고 난이 노리는 것들일 거야 발밑에 쫓아와도 너는 절대 못 껴 넘어질 배포도 없는 애들은 no 따라오지 못하는 건 내 알바가 아니지 그래서 the boys not my type 아니 거리동이 틈에 판이 바뀌지 이기는 건 당연하니 cause my type 시시하게 겉으로만 판단하겠지 웃는 얼굴 어서줄게 잘 봐 날 멍청한 애들이 여기 차고 넘치니 바가게서 네 몫을 내 못해 짜증나면 질러 I don't like being cool At least night to night girl들만 불러 money on the fool I'm a boss be or shiro 뭐든지 다 내게 cruise 말했잖아 내가 뱉는 대로 내가 다시 look nice Told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself
told ya 느리게만 보여 눈이 핑 돌아가는 놈들은 한 곳으로 모여 Shall we drive 머리 위로 투 그래서 이건 누가 대신에 money dance on a private jet 여긴 닿을 수 없는 곳 올려놔 bus 하늘 위로 떨어지는 별을 looking like demons 자칭 날 구기는 것들은 전부 천했지 왜처럼 증오들은 나의 밑거름 꽤나 좁아져도 너의 시선은 어느새 풀려 숨죽여 Hey you better you turn when I pull up Can't slow me down 나 끝이 없는 ride 멈출 수가 없잖아 I'm that oh so hero 망설임 없이 주사 위로 여전히 예상 못한 곳으로 향하지 like 3, 2, go
Told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome today to the USC Games Expo, where we're going to be playing a suite of people of college teams today. We're really excited to get this going. I'm going to be your caster, Daniel, joined by my co-caster, Daniel here. We are going to start off by playing UCLA, and then we're going to watch LACC play Cal Poly. And then we are going to play Cal Poly. And then after that, I believe we're just going to keep going down the line until we kind of play everybody.
Yeah, round robin tournament here today. Best of one all around. USC versus UCLA will be first. The crosstown rivalry is a classic. Second match will be Cal Poly Pomona and LA's Community College. Some notable patch notes actually dropped this morning. Hey, wake up, babe. Teho nerfs just dropped. All right, so Teho has been nerfed a little bit, and so has Breach. According to CVAL rules, they have a 2-week ban unless the tournament organizers allow it. From our notes, from our producers, we have allowed Teho and Breach if they do want to play with the nerfed things. And then also for the map pool, I believe it's going to be staying the same as last week as well.
That's correct.
So yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting to see how those nerfs take into effect, and if no one really has had any kind of practice with it, I guess.
No, not at all. Yeah, just for those of you that are not aware, like I said, it was Teho and Breach. Breach's stun is going to activate a half second later, so it's going to give people a little bit longer of an opportunity to escape that range. And then Teho received pretty solid nerfs all the way around. His missiles are going to act kind of like Sky's Birds, where they're one apiece, and he can use them whenever he wants to, with the second one costing 150 credits. The Crab, the drone, has increased in cost from 300 credits to 400 credits. Armageddon, the ultimate, has increased from 8 ult points to 9 ult points. The one buff that he did receive, his special delivery, has decreased in cost 100 credits. So it's going to incentivize him to use it a little bit more.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Teho and Breach, classic pair and duo and stuff like that. That we've seen them kind of run rampages through all of collegiate Valorant here. Now with these nerfs, might give some way to other initiators. I'm curious to whether or not we see like a Sky or Sova as opposed to the double Teho Breach initiating. But yeah, it was just super strong. You hit him with the fault line, you hit him with the salvos, and then, free pick from complete safety. And you just punish people from like hanging by the wall. And it's we usually see that, which is the one on Split, I believe, right towards that A site. You just hit them with the fault line, hit them with the salvos, and then you rush them, and they die.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So now after those, definitely turn into his missiles will still make breakable doors, but of course, seeing these nerfs after his first round of nerfs a couple of patches ago, removing his ability for those missiles to wipe out util like KJ's ultimate, I think it's definitely gonna change up the meta a little bit.
Yeah. Now, let's talk about our players today. Notably, I have no idea whether or not UCLA is in full force, but USC is definitely pulling up the reserves here. I believe one of the players playing today is one of USC Cardinals' roommates. Another one is one of our social media helpers. Shout out to Ishnoa, I believe, Izoa. Ixioa. She told me how to pronounce her name, and I will mess it up every time, like Exo Crisis.
Yeah, like
But yeah, USC. But we have some experienced players. We have Yellow, right, coming back. We have Lycoris, and then we also have Will 27, and a bunch of more numbers after that. It's like a real area code. A real, yeah. But so that's going to be interesting to see how USC kind of adapts to different play styles. UCLA, I believe, is keeping in their full force, thankfully coming in from crosstown rivals. We have not got set up yet, but last time USC and UCLA played was Conquest Week all the way back in November, and that didn't go so well. Yeah. Were you there?
I was not.
Oh, okay. Let me fill you in. UCLA sweeped us on every single game that we hosted them in Conquest. It was pretty rough, but maybe today we get one back on them. Hopefully. Hopefully. Yeah, pulling in the reserves.
Yeah, it should be definitely an interesting game. We're gonna see a lot of different play style than we normally do because people are gonna just be doing kind of whatever they want to do.
I suggested what was it? We had Harbor, right?
Yeah.
We bring out the Harbor,
Yeah.
and then we bring out 4 duelists. and hey, if we just beat them on one individual duel, we just rush that area with the rest of the duelists, and that's all that matters.
Exactly. That's all that matters.
We just have space takers and then one person who just messes up everyone on the team.
Yep.
Friend and foe alike. It's
You'd
crazy.
be surprised how many times it does work.
Hey, if there's chaos on the floor, right? That's at least where I prefer to shine.
I think one of the most favorite quotes I think I have from Pro Play is when Tens was on Sentinels. One of the quotes that he said was "No brain, all aim," and you'd be surprised how often that works.
Hey man, when you have the skill to back it up,
Yep.
I mean, it shows. Tens is amazing player. Yeah, no, that's definitely not me. I'm a quick play warrior, a spike rush king, if you were.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. It's I don't think I can get like just like the mechanics of Valorant very well. Yeah.
They are unique. And speaking of, I think unlike most of these other tournaments that we have where there's a bit of a phase before we go live, I don't believe we are going to be informed of any map bans or picks. I think we're going to just go straight in the game when it comes on, which is going to be interesting since we won't be able to tell you guys what the players decided they didn't want to play, who they didn't want to play, that kind of deal. UCLA was just setting up, I think, when we went to go in here to get live, so there's probably all still getting ready. This is going to be I think the first time that they all play together in this room. Yeah, so this is the USC Games Arena, if that's what you want to call it.
The grand debut of
the grand debut
of the USC Levy Library basement.
Yes, that's right. And in some cases, it's they're running into issues here and there, not huge, but in cases where two teams, you want to keep it fair and square between the two, you got to make sure that they're all properly isolated and kind of still deal. Plus, a lot of players want to bring their own hardware to some extent.
It's okay. You can now, instead of smack talk over chat, smack talk across the table from you.
Yep, exactly.
Stare down your opponent, like through in between screens.
Exactly.
Just like you.
Yeah. I didn't even think about that. Yeah,
the gloriousness. I do believe we do have like a camera inside that room. Just
we
to
do.
show.
Yeah. I'm sure if any fights break out, we'll get some live feed.
If production would like to show kind of the setup that we have in there, that would be amazing.
Yeah, feel free to cut to the setup at any point.
But until then.
If production can even hear us right now.
We'll see whether or
well,
not
they can hear us, but are they listening is the question.
Oh, that is another question. They're probably figuring out wires.
Yeah.
Hey man, we've never had a production that has either started on time or had didn't have technical difficulties. And that's just the nature of show business. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, we'll see. I do have to leave a little bit early, around 5. But I will find replacement casters who will hopefully also be named Daniel. Yeah, just got to keep the name card correct.
Exactly.
But yeah, USC, the USC Games Expo is also hosting another stream for Marvel Rivals. Not to steal any of the viewers a little bit later, but that's where I'll be. I'll be casting that over there. It's going to be a lot of fun. Marvel Rivals, different game. Yep. Kind of lot. I can't tell whether or not it's more toxic or not. It's probably more toxic. just because like in Valorant when I receive toxicity, it's because I did make a bad play and I didn't know how to use my utility. In Marvel Rivals, I semi know how to use my utility and I know how to play and I still get flamed.
Yeah, oh, definitely.
Yeah.
And just for anybody that's already tuned in, Valorant is streaming on the channel that you guys are watching on, USC Esports. And Rivals will be streaming later on at 5 o'clock at USC Games, also on Twitch.
Yeah. Can you have 2 streams up at the same time? You need like 2 monitors and stuff
You
like
could
that.
split that down,
Yeah.
one on one half of the screen, one on the other. It's going to be small, but
Yeah. Hey man. You'll just be hearing two very different podcasts at the same
exactly.
time.
Both Daniels, though.
You gotta layer up. Yes, you will still get the Daniel casting duo. Look out for that. Yeah.
Just browsing through if there's any more interesting updates that came out in that last patch beside kind of what we already briefly covered.
Did you touch up on the ability/ultimate names of Valorant?
I did. Hopefully, I remember them all.
It's okay. I'll be renaming them colloquially.
Yes, of course, as we usually do.
You will hear the trademark Daniel Shintaku names of
Put them in quotes.
of all of the utility.
Production is, in fact, listening and hearing this.
There is the image of the USC players on the right and the UCLA players on the left right there, as well as some Cal Poly Pomona players behind them. But yeah, it looks like they're getting all set up, potentially discussing. We do have our wonderful team manager, Edward, there all the way in the back, explaining all the rules, probably to all the players. And yeah, round robin, best of 1. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, like Daniel mentioned here a little bit briefly earlier, we are trying to follow those collegiate Val rules. I believe it is required, or yeah. So we are following those, which includes the particular rules regarding what happens when maps are moved out of the map pool, and then of course when agents receive updates. There's a 2-week period where I suppose in the agent's case it comes down to the hosting arena that can decide the rules.
The host
But
we
we let the teams decide if they wanted to keep or ban, in this case, Tejo and Breach. And I believe, like I said, for the first game, potentially for all of them, they decided to leave them unbanned because Breach is still incredibly part of the meta and only did receive that small nerf to part of his kit.
Well, yeah. I think the argument is like if 2 characters receive nerfs and you want to ban the characters from who are potentially worse off than where they are, doesn't really make sense. Makes more sense if it's buffed or a new character, such as Waylay. We haven't seen much of Waylay at all.
We have not. I'm excited to see if we see her today.
I remember looking at the names of their abilities. I do not remember them now because they've never been relevant.
Yeah, to be fair, I don't know any of Waylay's abilities.
Okay, so we have the run it back on a cooldown.
Okay, yep.
We got the jet double dash.
Yep.
They have a concuss as well.
Yeah, the slow-mo bomb.
Slow-mo bomb. The trademark there.
Yeah.
And their ultimate is like a breach.
Yeah.
Like a breach, like rolling.
You know what it
thunder,
always
no?
reminds me of is it reminds me of Asgard with Heimdall opening up that rainbow bridge.
Yeah.
You know? Or the Netflix intro on the floor, whichever one you
Doo-doom,
rather. Yeah. Yep.
Good times.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Now we can screen peek and see all of the settings of UCLA. It looks like they do have a lobby up. That's good.
Yeah, that is good. Yeah, we can
That's
see them.
Strong start there. All right, now let's look at the USC screen peeking.
Yeah, swap us to the other side so that we can see both.
Yeah,
fairly.
no, it's only fair, right?
It is only
It
fair.
is only fair.
Only
If
fair.
you can screen peek for UCLA, you have to screen peek for USC. I think we should change the setup such that they're alternating next to each other. And so if you want to see what happens on the other team's screen, you just look over to the right and the left, just like you're cheating on a test. It is finals exam season for USC. USC Games Expo is the kind of final showcase for all of the USC Games seniors. So come out, show up, and see some cool games. I believe it ends pretty late into the night. But if you prefer to stay home, pull up the stream, stay chill, lurk, whatever. I will not be able to see chat. Unfortunately, I cannot respond to you guys, but
we're getting a little bit of update here from production. The delay in starting this game is one of the players is having microphone issues.
Unfortunate. All right, well, that makes sense. All right, well, looks like we have our map picks here, though. Haven at the start. Starting up in with the lineup. Actually, this is completely wrong. This I believe these names are wrong, but we're going to roll with it. Our Foamy is there, yes.
Yeah.
Yellow is there.
Yeah.
We're missing Licorice.
Licorice, yeah.
Exnoa.
Exozia.
Exoa. Okay, here we go. Here comes the picks. We have Sage, Breach, Reyna, Sova, and Clove on Haven. Interesting.
Yeah, very.
I mean, like Sage Wall, it's strong pistol round and like eco rounds against it, right? You're able to clog up chokes. You're able to kind of use it to access high ground on Haven. Not seeing too much kind of use of, I don't know. Every time we've seen the Sage pick, the utility just hasn't seemed to be there. Your thoughts?
Yeah, definitely. You don't really see a lot of that, but the ones that I find even more unusual right now, the players I don't believe have locked in yet, but the two picks that I find pretty unusual, the Reyna pick, first of all, you really don't see Reyna all that much in a lot of these games. In addition to, we've been swapping out the Sova hover jet for a second, and then the jet was not jet just a moment before. Double duelist is also not seen. In fact, the meta for USC's team has not even to run a duelist.
Yeah. Well, new players. We brought in the reserves, and I think these are all comfortable. I think these are comfortable picks, right?
And that is the other one that I was going to make a comment about too is Clove. Yeah. Clove was a huge pick. She was in every game at the start because she was incredibly powerful. She was able to be a controller and a duelist, but with some of her nerfs, especially reducing the time of the smoke and how long it takes for that smoke to recharge, we saw her fall off in favor of Omen again.
Yeah, definitely the length of the smoke does help. Being able to control sight lines for like up to 15 seconds can make or break a character, as seen here. All right, we do have the correct names here. Exoa is on the Sage, my absolute goat. All right, walls go down, pistol round starts. As we do see Licorice and a complete rush towards A. They're going to be flanked in on the side. If they're able to scope out that UCLA only has one defender in towards A, this may allow them to take sight faster. Duck hiding in on the background with support. Here comes the flank. Shahez finds Will. 27257. Gotta pronounce that all right. Duck finds the kill onto Yellow, undetected in there because of the Sage Wall. Licorice hiding in the corner, but it is not enough to take in the 1v5. UCLA handily wins the first round.
Wow, a flawless pistol round too for UCLA there. That was quite the lurk up through mid. Yoru playing a heavy punch on that pistol round.
Yeah, looking at USC's kind of composition, they don't really have any traditional lurkers here. Sage being the sentinel, but usually you want that wall towards sight in order to execute. Someone's gotta watch the flank, and it's probably not your Reyna. It's maybe Clove because of the post-mortem smokes, right? But outside of that, it doesn't look like they're going to do well. So they gotta hit hard. They gotta hit fast. Conk hiding it all the way backside of B. None of USC wants to kind of peek that. A little bit of a sticky key on the shift. Here we go. Psych Execute goes through. Conk finds a kill onto Yellow through the smoke. Will watching the back is bind. He knows someone is there. Chewy finds a kill as well. Sova meets each other and get traded out. Jeff taken out once again from the flank. Now it's just down to a 1v5 by Exoa. And yeah, it's just another clean sweep from UCLA.
Wow, yeah. With the soft buy, UCLA definitely had that upper hand there. And we saw they perfectly read USC's play here with them stacking B pretty heavy. Turns out that paid off because that was where USC was trying to attack.
Yeah, 2-0 here. Gonna try to win a third, and that's going to be the start of the snowball here. Now we see Kong kiting it onto the boxes of C. Going to get some high ground vision towards it, potentially scouting it out. USC in the first kind of full buy, but definitely not enough creds for full shields. Facing down, UCLA Shahas gets out alive with, and they're playing super defensive now, not really wanting to engage. I guess because they don't have that much information gainers other than the Sova. So wherever Sova uses his utility, UCLA definitely has the information to know that's where they're probably going. They're marking it up towards Garage, and Cypher got all the way in towards Spawn. So they know that they're going towards A. And now it's all about corralling USC into this kill zone. It's like Execute goes through, Jet dashes in, and the plant is going down. Smokes to cover in the entryway and block off Heaven, as well as the wall, but it's instantly shot. Rora in on the flank finds Will. They have to watch that. He finds another one onto Jeff as well, and he's going for a third, and he's going for a fourth, but it gets taken away by Chewy in with the aftershock there. UCLA takes up the lead 3-0.
Yeah, unfortunately there, USC had a bit of a mismanagement of finances on that round. Unfortunately, most of the players were only able to buy light shields with their full buy rifle round instead of being able to rifle and then full shield. So now they're going to have to push to a save. The one disadvantage that I see USC having here in a repeat kind of effort is the only Sentinel that they have on hand is Sage. And the only really true Sentinel ability she has for flank watch is just throwing that wall up, which isn't going to last the whole round, where in UCLA's case, they have got something like Cypher. He can just throw those trips down and defend that whole round. Yeah. They're going to have to keep their eye out for flanks.
Also, if you use the Sage Wall for kind of that blocking off area, you restrict yourself as well, depending on where you place it. You always want to maintain as much map space as you are allowed when attacking. So, for example, in towards C, if they're able to kind of scout it out and take up that space, that's where you kind of want to defend. Duck pushing in all the way through. Exoa gets a little bit of a tag on them, so they do know that they're all the way in spawn, but he's pushed all the way through. He finds the kill onto Jeff. Kong in on the reef, coming in, finds two in the swing, looking for a third, gets taken out by Licorice. USC got 2 kills on the board. Here we go. Licorice earns himself a rifle there. And it looks like it is a Seaside Execute. Yellow tagged in by the camera there, but not too bad. Plant is going down.
Last player standing.
Here we go. Aurora finds 2 all the way in from Heaven, earns themselves their ultimate from this defuse as well. UCLA takes it up 4-0.
Yeah, in this case, we see USC not really sticking to a default, but more trying to just take one site as a whole, and that's giving some of UCLA's agents here opportunities to kind of push up into the cracks. Sova taking a really, really aggressive angle in that garage just to get that owl drone out could easily be punished if someone was kind of watching some of those other entrances. But now, 4th round in, they have USCLA has gotten away with flanks every round without USC punishing them.
Yeah, that's just so much space given into the defenders, and they're playing so super aggressive. And the question is like, how do you counter this, right? Like, how do you play around it? I mean, I gotta say, it's potentially just like sit in a corner with a shotgun, right? Force them to, when they push up, you punish that. But it's difficult, especially when they're able to kind of out econ you, right? You're at disadvantage, and then you also playing defensively as an attacker. Jeff takes the duel against Rora, finds them inside garage. That is one down for UCLA. The rotations come in. Now they're all looking towards garage. Aldrone goes through. Scouts out a little bit. Shaz misses the misses the shot. TP's out. 46 HP for their life. Aljo goes through, does a little bit of scouting, finds no one. USC still hasn't made a move towards any of the sites. 36 seconds to go. Conk will be the first one to make contact. Gets taken out by Yellow. Refrag by Duck. Takes out 2 as well. Licorice is inside sight. There's going to be a ring around the Rosie. It's another one to fall to Duck. Duck is taking it down. Looking for Ace, gets taken out though. Shaz with the refrag. UCLA in a dicey site execute takes the round 5.
Wow. Grabbing that ace with the shorty. That's some dirty work there.
That wasn't an ace. Shaz got the kill. Duck.
Yeah, stealing it from
Yeah.
I'm surprised they didn't try to bait a little bit longer.
I do believe Duck died though. I think Duck finally got killed by Licorice towards that end of the play.
Yeah.
Oh, 2 ultimates online apiece for each team. Potential second life. Jeff with the Reyna ultimate. I don't even know its name. We haven't casted it. All I know is that she is a Winmore ultimate. Shut down by Rora though in garage, taking out a 3rd, taking it out a 4th. He's looking for another. Pulls out the sheriff. This is insulting. Look at that ace from Rora, pushing it in through garage.
Wow. I don't even know what to say about that one. That was.
It is a UCLA highlight clip reel here today.
It unfortunately is. USC does not seem to know quite how to take garage the way that it needs to be taken.
Yeah, I mean, without kind of the initiator, you're not playing Breach, you're not playing Tejo, right? You don't have that kind of threat in on that space. So step 1 is finding out where they are, right? You have the Sova. Step 2 is how do I threaten them such that they are forced to leave? And USC doesn't really have that other than potentially shock darts or gunplay. And when gunplay is not working out, they're still looking for answers. All right, here we go. USC always cautious here. Letting UCLA kind of dictate the tempo. Chewy gets a little bit of scouting in, a little bit of jiggle peeks to find out where everyone is. Will caught in on the fault line, and Jeff shot through the smoke as well, trying to pick up the rifle. Oh, USC is falling in on these B-site executes here. Notably, UCLA has stopped the flanking so far, just leaving USC to be paranoid about their backs. But, you know, being up the man advantage as well as being on defense means that you can just play time. Conk holding out the blind, getting ready to hit players. Here we go. Site execute goes down. The smokes are through. The res goes up, so USC has one more player. Swing onto Rora. Can he find the kill? Yes, he does. USC Yellow takes him out. Scan Darts finds more. It is the clone, but he's taken out from behind by Duck. Licorice finds the kill as well, but is taken but Yellow's taken out. Here we go. 3v1 as trades go among the way. USC falls. UCLA 7-0.
Wow, another unfortunately incredibly powerful flank there from the Sova. USA watched their teammates fall to that, but unfortunately wasn't fast enough to react to get that Sova sat down before he entered site and cleared them out.
Yeah, here we go.
It looks like USC is going to be on another bye for next round here.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that USC's economy still hasn't felt like a snowball. They're still able to like buy rifles, and it's I'm questioning the scaling of the economy here. But anyways, knives out for yellow here. Gonna save their money. See if they can make a play. Look at the threat of these knives. UCLA is respecting it though. They're not willing to push in through. We saw the Omen there sitting on top of the backside of B. Classic spot. Duck pushed all the way through though towards A. So you can see kind of how they want to play it. They're just gonna push because USC is not taking / holding space. They're just gonna push and hold as far forward as possible. Shaz misses the shot, throws in a decoy, and is able to TP out. Here we go. Ooh, Duck gets taken out with his utility. Jeff as well with the ultimate gets taken out by the shorty. Shaz gets out alive and is now hiding in this corner. Blind goes through, preventing yellow from peeking. Taken out by Chewy on site. Shaz with the operator finds Zoa back in the sewers, taking her out. Pops ultimate in for the information, but Rora in on the flank finds 2 and finds a 3rd to boot. USC down 8-0.
UCLA using that Yoru ult incredibly to their advantage to grab that intel on where the last 2 agents were. Was incredibly helpful for that. And then also holding that sewers angle so short with that op and still managing to find a pick is absolutely wild work. Thankfully, though, the USC is on a mixed buy here. We have some in a force, some in a full buy with a little bit of extra cash like yellow here. But mostly this is going to be the round where they have to win if they want to find
Hey man, we're here for hype moments in Aura, okay? Here we go. Hopefully we see at least one USC clip by the end of the day. That is the goal. Duck, though, is taking all the clips for himself. Takes out Licorice in on that A push there. He's just playing super aggressive. And USC just doesn't have the utility to, like, flush him out, right? No Breach, no Teho means that you can't aggressively take up space. You have potentially the shock darts, but those don't lend the same amount. Duck on the flank finds 2 more, earns themselves 3 kills there. Yellow finds another kill, takes out 2 for himself, but it is not enough in the 1v5. USC once again down another round. UCLA up 9-0.
Attack does not seem to be going that great, but there is still time to hit him with a 9-3 curse. And of course, we all know that Haven is very defender-sided. So moving over to that defense side might yield USC a little bit more.
Is it defender-sided enough to come down from a...
it is very possible.
All right, we're going to see the first reverse sweep of 12-0 here. From USC UCLA rival history. Duck tempering his aggression, going to be peeked out by yellow, taking him out as well. Jeff shooting in with the sheriff. Yeah, USC kind of playing super defensively here, all the way back in their spawn. Not wanting to push in through. All right, just wait. I think here's my prediction, right?
Okay, I'm ready.
Last round, it's going to be a knife fight.
Oh,
USC's going to win. And then after we win, we're just going to go defender side, and we're going to use the reverse sweep.
Yeah, I like it.
Chewy takes out Jeff in towards A side, I believe. Yeah, there we go. I mean, down 2 players here in the peak. Licorice finds a pick. Looking for more. Aurora's going to sweep out the outside of this. Got that angle on Will and a flick onto Zoa and all the way towards Sewers. Licorice to find the repeat frag. Flashes go across the board. Conk in on the flank gets the kill. UCLA earns themselves their 10th round.
again, being punished, I think, almost every one of these rounds by a rogue flanker. They just don't have the proper holds on the back side of them, letting those people sneak up and.
It's a round robin tournament. It's a marathon, not a sprint, you know. They still got 2 other games today. So, that's the hope. That we sandbag, right? We intentionally lower the seed.
Yeah, lure them into a false sense of security.
Exactly. That's the plan. Rolling Thunder coming in from Chewy is going to be absolutely devastating if he's able to scout out. Shazin finds a kill onto Yellow, but USC is pushing in pretty aggressively. Jeff finds a kill. It is chaos in on the dance floor here. Panic ensues. Duck, though, finds the triple kill, and Rora finishes it off. No more panic at the disco.
Last round in the
We're
half.
Fallout. We're in the
Nothing will be
Fallout
saved
void.
out of it. Use it.
The rush was tried. Unfortunately, it just didn't have the right momentum there to get it to them. One really powerful combo we're seeing from UCLA's kind of side of here is, like I said, those Omen
goes
smokes
here.
lasting so long, and a lot of UCLA favoring the Phantom lets them just silently spray through those smokes. Lower health of a lot of USC, even get a few picks. We've seen quite a few of those smoke spam kills with the Phantom from UCLA.
Hey, you only need to hit 3 bullets. It's the same amount as the Vandal, right?
Yep.
And especially if you're shooting in through these smokes, you don't really know where their head is, so you're just going to be aiming for those body shots there. All right, I think that's my goal today. I'm going to see how many bands I can fit into my commentary. All right. Jeff pushing in up onto this garage. On the angle, Peaks finds Rora. They know where he is, but can they take him out? Neural Theft doxes the rest of the players. He does see the feet. He does see the feet of Omen, but he does get taken out. Omen taken out by Exoa. That's pretty huge. Here, Duck on the flank, also taken by Exoa. Showing up, Sage player. Coming in, that's my main right there. Yellow, Yellow gets rezzed in. USC in with the man advantage, rotates all the way towards A to be met by UCLA. UCLA still has a lot of utility though. There's the Rolling Thunder to stop the plant. Oh my gosh, the decoy to hide in the flank. The Clove ultimate used. Will popping out. The Hunter's Fury takes out 2. USC. Let's go! Earns themselves around 11-1. Huge plays coming out.
Huge.
Take that, UCLA economy.
Quite an expensive round in terms of both util and ultimate, but I think the most important thing that UC is going to have to remember for this very last round of the half is that second to last round. Yeah, no, last round.
This is the second to last round.
Second to last round is that they kept watching their flank and attacked those flankers.
Yeah.
And what happened? They won.
Yeah, they won. That's something good about having a lurker. All right, well, let's. They are a relatively defensive heavy set, right? You don't have the initiators to attack and make space, but UCLA, they have the double initiator with the Yoru and Breach, right? You have the smokes coming in from Omen. They don't have an entry duelist, but that doesn't really matter too much. Rora finds a kill on the Exoa. The Sage is down, as well as Jeff. That is the site defenders. UCLA moving in sync, takes site, plants bomb. Will finds a kill onto Rora, though. It is not over yet. 2v4 here. We do have a low Omen. Kong's Yellow finds a kill onto Shaz all the way in towards spawn. Looking through the smoke, playing in an awkward angle when it goes out. That change that they did to smokes to allow him to move through. Oh, it's messy. Kong finds a double kill though. Finds Will pulling out his utility as well, and then
Match
he
point.
just couldn't hit the shots either. 12-1. Not looking too good.
But very winnable.
Winnable. Winnable. That's all that matters. The match is not over.
It's not.
USC can come back from this.
I think the
This
important
might be like huge bias from the casters.
The important thing that we see here, interestingly enough, it's very common that you, after winning the first round, you do a soft buy for the second round and then treat the third as your bonus. USC did not choose to buy that.
Oh, there we go. Yellow finds an opening pick, and so does Licorice as well. But the aggression coming in from Shaz as well as Conk is just too much. Having that rifle, the Bulldog, super strong, especially when you're facing against pistols. Yellow is the last man alive. 3v1. UCLA showing some fundamentals there, rotating all the way in
Spike
towards
planted.
A site. And Conk is there, left alone to hunt. Gets taken out, though, so they do know where he's coming in from, but that doesn't really matter too much. It is the 2v1 here to clutch up for the round. This is where we go from here, just hiding in on this. Here we go. The camera protects and the flash goes in through. They're looking for the knife kill. They do find it.
Attackers win.
UCLA takes in the first match against USC.
Wow.
Little quick shuffling as I was looking at the production camera. But yeah, Daniel, tell me what you saw in that match.
What a game.
What a game.
Not a clean sweep.
Not a clean sweep. That is our victory right there.
That is the victory. It
Not,
was not a
clean
clean
swept.
sweep. Yep.
You heard
wa-
it. That's right.
We heard it here first. All in all, I think both teams played great. UCLA obviously coming in the lead here with some massive momentum in all of these rounds. Once they got the economy rolling, it was kind of just over. And unfortunately, USC fall into some of the pitfalls of not really kind of adapting that gameplay to deal with the things that were hurting them. That really big garage control, those constant flanks, stuff like that. So I think all in all, it was a really great game. I'm looking forward to the next one.
Yeah. Next one will be Cal Poly Pomona versus LA Community College here. We haven't seen much of either team necessarily, so it'll be interesting to see how we go from there. USC, though, like the Trojans in the time of the story, did end up falling. Troy was sacked, unfortunately, but
Yes.
we fight on. We'll take care of it. They're standing on business, All right. As the next games comes and shows up, I have no idea whether or not we're going to intermission or not.
I will guess that there will probably be a small intermission.
Yeah.
And I'm going to guess that we can let them know to take us to it whenever we want to. You have any
Yeah.
other words?
No? All right. We'll see you after this brief intermission. Stay tuned.
나의 속도가 돈이라면 벤소미 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나를 rain on me 내 가슴은 뱅뱅 전부 걸어 게임처럼 너의 고개를 떨굴 때는 댄서니 모두 몸에 걸어 눈이 빛나는 걸로 전부 걸치고 난이 노리는 것들이 꼴 발밑에 쫓아와도 너는 절대 못껴 넘어질 배포도 없는 애들은 no 따라오지 못하는 건 내 알바가 아니지 그래서 the boys not my type 아니 거리동이 틈에 판이 바뀌지 이기는 건 당연하니 cause my type 시시하게 겉으로만 판단하겠지 웃는 얼굴 어서 좋게 잘 봐
봐 대신에 money dance on a private jet 여긴 닿을 수 없는 거 올려놔 bus 하늘 위로 떨어지는 나를 느끼 like demons 자식 날고 기는 것들은 전부 천했지 왜처럼 증오들은 나의 밑거름 꽤나 좁아져도 눈의 시선은 어느새 풀려 숨죽여 Hey you better you turn when I pull up Can't slow me down down 나 끝이 없는 ride 멈출 수가 없잖아 안돼 Oh so hero 망설임 없이 주사 위로 여전히 예상 못한 곳으로 향하지 like we to go
Told myself I'm so bossy, I'm so bad
All right, welcome back, everyone, to USC Esports. Apologies for the very large delay. There was a lot of technical issues, but I am Daniel, and I'm here with my fellow caster, Daniel, and one of us tells the truth, and the other always lies. You gotta find out. All right, Daniel, here we go. On map Lotus, we have LACC versus Cal Poly Pomona. How are you feeling about this match?
Wow, two brand new schools. Obviously, we have a little bit of a bias. We are from USC. We cast for USC. So neither of these schools being USC means we're not familiar with any of the players.
This is the least biased casting you'll ever hear us go.
Truly not biased here. I'm excited to see what goes on here. We've never seen either of these schools play, so it'll be interesting.
Yeah, let's look at the picks that we go in here. Breach Omen common duo coming in on Lotus. Breach still super strong, even though receiving just like a slight nerf. Omen definitely to hold into those sight lines. Ooh, we even potentially bringing in the Taeho. Breach Taeho coming back. Still super strong, still super powerful. Raise common duelist. You're able to get in onto those high grounds and stuff like that. Basically whenever there is some kind of ledge, you will see the Raise in the duelist category. And the Vice here definitely super strong. Definitely coming in as we do go into the match here. Yoru to pick for Cal Poly Pomona in terms of compositional differences there. It's the difference between the Taeho and the Yoru. The Yoru is able to do a little bit more of mind games and trickery with the teleportation, right? You're able to kind of scout out and use that to like reposition very well, cover a long distance in the map. Taeho, not as strong, but you still have such a large threat coming in from those salvo drones and coming in from the information gained from the crab. You're definitely going to prefer that a little bit more in terms of attacking. Here we go. Walls go down. Torchy gets the ultimate orb as Seaside Execute looks to be through. They're going to trigger in the wall. And we're going to see where they're going to rotate after that. No contact has been made from either team. The Omens do meet, though. Philippines gets the better of Shibi there. And gets out with their life before the door is rotated. Able to fall back towards B. Putting in that man advantage, though, gives LACC the ability to kind of just sit back and play their life. Play for trades. And we'll see what Cal Poly Pomona wants to do now. Here we go, Game Store, Classic in hand.
Right there.
It's going to help him site execute. Fault line goes through, so does a flash. J Stark in the back of site being forced all the way through. Avisan clearing out corners with those paint shells. They have secured site. Trades go across the board. LACC finds 3, 4, make that a 4th. Tortilla with the final kill onto Torchy. LACC wins the first round. I just realized we switched roles.
We did. I'm welcome to keep it the way it is if you want to do this one.
No, you go for a color commentary. I quite enjoy yours. Go for it.
Right.
Sorry, I'll go for color commentary, but you give this one for this round.
I'll give this one for this round.
Since I took
bleed right in. What a first round. It looks like LACC taking that one, and they're going into their second round with a light buy, hopefully playing off that for the third round full buy. We can see Cal Poly coming up, going for a B push here with their first kind of being a split. They're really focusing all of their energy on B. LACC trying to hold defense, pushing back because it looks like they know. Pretty fast coming in from LACC here for this attack, or from slow for this attack. Torchy grabbing Philippines, J-Star grabbing the trade back on Torchy here. Shibi pushing up into there, getting J-Star leaving it as a 3v3, deciding on to rotate over to C here. We're going to be planting in backside, not for mound, but looks like for a stairs and backside hold.
Gomency?
Wow, getting that on bogey
Last player
here.
standing.
Kai taking Chibi and Game Store, getting
Holy!
Kai and Komensi taking Tortilla, giving the Broncos a round win, taking this 1-1.
Dude, Gomen Asai in on that flank coming in towards B side. Such game awareness to allow the rotations coming in from LACC to go through. Gets in a quiet flank and finds out, pressures them through and does a pinch maneuver. And that is just beautiful site defense coming in from a lurker that wasn't really on site.
Yeah, definitely a really good play there. Didn't pay off for LACC the way they hoped. They're going to have to go for a save for this, which was supposed to be their bonus. Although they are stacked up. Cal Poly is stacked up here on A side, trying to make a quick push. It is a free site right now for them if they push and they don't know this, but it is a free site. They have Breakable open, LACC. Try to keep an eye on that, but unfortunately, still free. Looks like we have Yoru and Omen pushing into the top of heaven while they try to get the spike down. Omen dropping down, getting it off pretty fast there. Avision getting Kai. Again, this is going to keep that site relatively clear for Cal Poly to plant. Spike is down. We're waiting for the LACC to push up here, which they are really hesitant back. Cal Poly has the gun advantage here as they try to take some heaven control. Teho clearing out the drop. Shibby getting Tortilla, Evasion getting J-Stark, and then Bogey trading out for Evasion, but Gomency grabbing Bogey there at the end.
Yeah, some coordinated peaks coming in on that site on the site defense there in post plant situation. As you see Shibi kind of hanging out all the way towards the backside of towards attacking spawn to not only lurk and cover the flank, but also help swing in when the attackers try to retake in through that elbow hall just next to A side. We did see that he was able to catch out one and then help secure and assist for another, and the walls go down.
And the walls go down, and right off the bat, Cal Poly pushing up into C. They're going to try to take that hold off. They still have players watching B and A main, seeing if they can catch anybody trying to push out. LACC is really looking to try to gain some advantage here on A of having that raise kind of hug that corner there, see if anybody pushes out. But the Vice is holding that so that they can't really gain any distance. Now, they don't know that that raise is sitting in there, so if they decide to make this push, that might give them some trouble. Teo's going to go ahead and crab out. He is going to be able to clear this. He spots that raise, forcing her to make a move. See if she gets the pick. Smokes go out as they push into A here. Hiding inside that smoke there. It's going to be a lot of confusion, but Bogey does get Gomency. Torchy trades that out, though, grabbing Bogey, leaving this in a 4v4. They still don't really have a lot of room on A site. Yoru has control of Tree there, watching it. Cal Poly does look like they are trying to change up, pushing that raise up there now and seeing if they can get some C control. They are slowly gaining. Breakable, someone is watching that right on the inside. Breach v breach here. We're about to find out. Tortilla does get Game Store, which leads LACC at the advantage here with an additional man up as they try to take some C control. Plant's going to start going down as J-Stark from
10 seconds left.
Spawn is looking
Spike
here
planted.
at the back site. But they are able to get Spike down. Tortilla grabbing Torchy from off-site. That leads them in a 2v4 with no missiles for post-plant. Again, Shibi looking here, grabbing Tortilla. Philippines grabbing Shibi on the trade in a 2v1 situation. Philippines looking for a Vision. Kai grabbing. And that is another round for LACC, bringing this a match up to 2-2.
Yeah, that almond smoke is super strong. Just you're able to kind of hold that one way, if especially you know that the the attacker is right there. When you peek out on that box, your legs are super visible for anyone coming in towards that spawn area. Losing Gomenasai so early meant that you don't have that flank watch and that lurker, and after that, you're just able to kind of hold angles. Shibi kind of sitting in a corner though. Does cover the flank, fair, but he does get traded out pretty early. And when you lose more men in trades, it favors those with more players. Here we go on the defense believe that is a 4-stack in towards Seaside.
Gomenasai is going to be a problem for me here. That's that's USC's Endo Crisis. We'll see how many times I can mispronounce that one. But Cal Poly taking that 5-stack there on A really gives LACC the intel as they all push out. 3 push out on Mound, sees that it's clearly not C. Omen is going to continue with the flank as the other 2 push back to support the rest of their team on another site. They are going to take A again. It's free. That Crab's going to reveal that as Omen starts to smoke out Heaven and push into site. The entire LACC team here is on B, waiting to see, possibly waiting for a retake. They have to make sure that Cal Poly commits to that site before they all push there. Yoru
Spike
Clone going out to cover any flanks here. Shibi grabbing Philippines on the flank. A nice little pick there that's going to help them hold down that site as Shibi tries to grab another flash there, overrun by Gun. Kai grabbing them. Gomenacy grabbing Kai, Torchy grabbing Tortilla. There it goes again.
One
This is the
enemy
advantage
remaining.
here. Game Store getting Bogey and Jay Stark there yet again. A nice clean win there for Cal Poly.
All right. Let me tell you what happened on that flank there. All right, so we had I believe that's LACC. No, wait, who was on attack? We had
Cal Poly's on attack.
Cal Poly's on attack. All right, so we had LACC. Their Omen comes in on the flank. There's a vice wall in towards that A side to prevent anyone. And when you trigger that, it gives a sound cue for Shibi to be able to know, oh shoot, there's someone there. Philippines teleports over it, right? He still loses the gunfight, but that is just key utility to use and a little bit of a trick. But because he knows that the flank is now kind of clear, because he didn't hear the wall, he's able to cover in the rest of A site in when they go in through breakable.
Really powerful play there. Cal Poly again going for kind of an A storm here. They know that LACC really doesn't have any men on site. They just kind of try to hold it from breakable and replay here. So they are stacking up again, going to split over into tree, but we have 2 coming in. LACC breakable. Shibi grabbing Tortilla coming in on that breakable. They have complete site overrun Philippines again. Game Store grabbing Kai from the center here. Shibi and Gomensi just cleaning this up at the end here.
Yeah, I mean it's an eco round, right? You're down the gun advantage. You're just trying to get as much value out of the other team as possible. As we do look at the ultimates coming up online going to be online for LACC as well, for Cal Poly. I expect to see potentially the Tejo Armageddon and the Rolling Thunder coming in from Game Store going to be super causing a lot of problems for all of the players.
It looks like LACC is taking a different approach here, not leaving A completely free, but getting a little bit aggressive on that attack. Raze and Yora both stacked there, one behind half wall, and Raze pulling back. Torchy does grab Tortilla, though, off on B side, trying to push out for a flank. As he lurks, Kai grabbing another one of these players here as they try to decide in which way that they want to reorganize, because it looks like they are giving up on A side, going for a C plant instead. Omen is still holding it strong there next to rotational on B. Looks like we have Spike in on C, getting ready for the plant. Yoru is really close, holding that bottom of that wall there. Omen teleporting up, giving that height advantage. It pays off, grabbing Kai. J-Star grabbing Gomensi. Guns out, grabbing Torchy there, and then Evasion grabbing Philippines, leaving this in a 1v2 on the attacker side advantage. There, and Bogey taking down Spike, killing Torchy in the process, looking for that last player. Evasion finding Bogey, trying to find them though, giving this round to Cal Poly.
Yeah, not too much to say about that round. Cal Poly just kind of able to hold in their positions in for a retake, play their lives, because they know that even if they get the spike down, which they didn't because of a strong plays coming in from the on-site defenders, they have the utility, right? The breach Deho utility. Once they're taken off the board, they're no longer able to play post plant, not able to help their teammates kind of swing in as well. All right, here we go.
Nice little aerial view here. We're seeing Shibi kind of push up to see if we can take some B advantage. Completely just deserting A. It's a full B and C kind of half push. They're just making sure nobody's sneaking out on C towards Mound. Possibly going for this commit on B. Philippine is holding that shotgun close, but gets traded out. Bogey grabbing, though. Game Store getting Bogey and Torchy. Missiles on Tortilla.
enemy
Despite the nerf, Shibi getting Kai, leaving this in a 3v1 for LACC. J-Stark does find one pick on Game Store here, but it's looking rough. He's able to get a stinger. Hopefully give him a little advantage in this 1v2. Only dinked. Shields down. 14 health off the top. They have a nice cross holding that spike. Torchy's 12 health, and J-Stark finds him. Shibi does clean up, though, getting J-Stark, giving another round to Cal Poly. What an amazing round here. This is going to leave both teams here in quite a nice economic situation. Hi.
Hello.
I'm joined here by a new caster. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Maddie, the UCLA Valorant manager. For the main team.
Fantastic.
I'm sorry, I'm like kind of new to this.
Yeah? First time? You like doing the play-by-play or the stuff in between rounds? You just want to hang out for a little bit and then feel it out how you want to do it?
Rounds maybe for now.
All right, sounds good. All right, well, it looks like we have kind of got a split push here. LACC is doing a pretty good job about holding on all these sites, not really letting Cal Poly take any advantage here as they start to shift over back to their favorite A site. They do have that Raze sitting there in the back corner just to keep an eye out because if they've been giving it to Cal Poly pretty free. Evasion's going to toss a grenade into Breakable there to give them an advantage to push, and since they know that generally where they hold from. As two move up into heaven on LACC's side, Evasion is going to start pushing in pretty fast, clearing out drop as she can and going up into heaven to clear those lurks in the back there. She's able to not get Tortilla, though. Tortilla takes the trade on Evasion. She's going to give that duelist a down leg there. Game Store does find Bogey and J-Stark there. Kai trading out, though, on Game Store. This is going to be a 3v3 here as Plant's trying to go down. See a lot of breach util. Yours going to try to grab some intel. Kai giving that intel to the team to see if they can make any kind of moves. Popping out in drop here. Philippines grabbing Tortilla and Kai grabbing Shibi, leaving this in a 3v1. Tortilla cleaning up, getting Gomancy, though, and they are going to be able to defuse this spike, giving them another round, 3v6. That was the one thing we were talking about. Gomancy. Goman-a-zai. I'm always going to mispronounce that. It's just too many syllables to say really fast.
Everyone's got their own unique name. It's got their own personal touch to it. I feel like it's really interesting because, like, I mean, for UCLA, we all have like UCLA in front of it. It's
yeah,
like
it is. It is. Yeah, it really does depend on the players. See, a lot of players just, I mean, these are their accounts they play on, and you don't always want to go around repping your school, you know?
That is true.
Yeah. Which to some, fair, but others, they can. All right. Well, it looks like a pretty big C push here. Again, LACC is going to take this advantage here. J-Star grabbing Shibi, Kai getting Evasion, but traded out by Gomancy and Game Store, giving this a 3v3. The aggressive playoff push out of Mound here really pays off for LACC in one way or another. The other three are pushing up from Cal Poly, though, still trying to take Mound as Raze is trying to determine if they're going to have any lurkers up any other site. Game Store sitting at really low health is going to give LACC the slight advantage as they slowly push off. They know that A is a good pick for them in general because they can make that push up, but they are worried about anybody that has had time to gain some space while they haven't been watching it because they know that is a big thing that the Raze likes to do.
Looks like they faked A and they're heading towards C now.
They absolutely are. They are rotating back to C, which is great for them because LACC has abandoned C, expecting them to push into or commit B. As Omen pushes back, it's going to be a 1v3 if his team doesn't help. It looks like they know that the commit is about to happen. Omen calling the rest of his team as they rush to heaven. Plant is down, 40 seconds on the clock as they have complete control of site. They have been able to set up 2 going heaven and 1 going here onto waterfall, blinding in Philippines. Kai shooting in with an ult, grabbing Gomency. Game Store trading out Bogey. Philippines grabbing Torchy, leaving this in a 2v1 here, trying to tap Spike. Game Store killing Tortilla, tapping, leaving in a 1v1 here. Philippines has to defuse, but doesn't get to. Game Store grabbing the headshot on him for a 4-piece.
Ooh, 1 HP clutch right there.
3v7.
I'm great.
7.
You're welcome.
I've got it.
It is a much closer game and very interesting as both teams how they play this.
I think there's gonna be a bit of a saving round happening on which side? Which side is which?
LACC is the defender side, and then Cal Poly is attacker.
Oh, okay. So LACC is gonna be having a little bit of a save or like a half buy.
Yeah. Some maybe opting to try to... Yeah, they went for a nice save here. Stun right off the bat, really getting aggressive on that A side as they expect Cal Poly to push up, but to their avail, and nobody is there. Cal Poly has decided to do a 5-man push on the C just against that Vise. Breach kind of pushing into Waterfall here to gain some space. Omen's in sight as Evasion pushes up, getting that aggressive hold here on the backside of C. That's going to push Vise out. They're going to engage here. Evasion does grab J Stark, though, leaving this in a 5v4. A lot of players pushing all. It looks like all going spawn side, nobody going waterfall, which could overrun Evasion here if they're not careful. Shibi gets Tortilla, Game Store gets Philippines, though. Shibi does get Bogey, and Evasion comes in with the ult, grabbing Kai, leaving this in a easy, flawless win of that round, 3-8. What a play.
A little curious on why they didn't have anyone going waterfall though.
That is an interesting choice.
Especially with the Raze ult.
Yeah, it paid out though on Cal Poly's side. They were able to read that, and you know, if anybody had gone waterfall, that could have gone a lot differently.
Yeah, I think Vision likes really playing aggro, so
Yeah.
it really helped out. Hey, almost everyone seems to have a full buy now.
Yeah. Yeah, it just looks like about it. One with a regen shield, but everybody relatively full buy. Again, now Cal Poly is choosing to split off and try to do more of a default push here, but LACC, again, getting a little bit more aggressive on the A side. It might pay out for them if they get that Vise down. She threw Spike down so that they don't know where that is if she manages to get picked off, because it is a 2v1 over there. It looks like they are really trying to gain C control or feel out on A and then end up rotating as we start to see some of Cal Poly push off that site as the majority of LACC sits B side and C. We see this small rotate here. Spike is still down. They haven't picked it up. They don't want to commit. We have 2 holding B, not pushing out, just watching to see if they try to push in and commit to something here. Ray is still holding that little half wall there in the back of A main. Again, that crab that Tejo has might clear that out if they decide to commit to A. We see a lot. Oh, Gomency is grabs Bogey, though, which leaves A site free for Cal Poly if they want to push up. They know that that Raze is really the only one there. They don't decide to do that, though, as Omen ults on to C, gives LACC a bit of intel, thinking that they might try to stick C.
Off your feet!
Still pretty scattered. Heavy B. Raze is blast packing in, rushing them. Evasion does grab Tortilla, but is traded out by Philippines, who also gets Torchy, leaving this in a 3v3 as Plant goes down. Seaside Omen crossing over to avoid that breach util. Gomency watching that flank there as all these players rushing from waterfall instead of backside this time. Philippines grabbing Shibi. Trying to not decide if they want to shoot that clone. Good headshot there on J Stark. 2v2. Spike still planted. Gomenasi does kill Philippines, leaving this in a 1v1. Yoru versus the Worlds, getting spammed by both members. Shorty kill, grabbing Kai there at the end, giving the attackers another round win.
All right, 3-9 curse, you know?
3-9 curse.
We'll see how it plays out when they switch.
Oh man, Gomenazai. Gomenazai. Gomenazai.
Okay, one of our players, like, we can't even tell. There's too many pronunciation. It's like 4 letters, and we're like, is it duck or duck you?
Oh, yeah,
or
duck you. Yeah.
I think I've heard ducky once on accident. I was like, no one can figure out names here.
Yeah, for those that aren't aware on the stream watching, we went ahead before the game and tried to ask all the players with complicated names. They give us a pronunciation guide, and some of them who have a little bit more confusing names to pronounce did, but even still with that, I'm tripping up on my words. Particularly that one person. I might just start calling him Gomi.
Go me.
All right, a pretty default push here. Again, we see Cal Poly now on defense, kind of adopting some of that LACC aggression, pushing out, trying to gain some space, really pushing out of A, grabbing that space. Omen throwing smokes down on C to prevent them from pushing in. Philippines grabbing a cross-map headshot on a Vision, which is going to really work in their favor. They know that those flanks are aggressive. Kai getting Gomi here, and Torchy, which is going to leave LACC in the advantage, 5v2. Although two of their players are pretty low on health. Shibi again going for that plate, getting swung by Philippines. Shibi manages to grab that kill with that ghost on the
One
already
enemy
low
remaining.
Omen. Bogey does get Game Store with the classic, and Shibi gets J Stark and Kai
Last player standing.
and Tortilla.
Oh,
This is Shibi's ace right here. Both incredibly low health, blinded swap guns. Rotating, going to smoke off Spike here to potentially give it a tap. See where they're pushing from. Doesn't know it's going to come from behind. Will Shibi turn in time, or is this going to be Bogey's? It's Bogey's win. Attacker's first round win. LACC first round pistols going to second round.
it's a nice play from a Bogey,
Yeah.
cutting noise. I guess Shibi was expecting him to come out from the other.
I think they absolutely were, which is unfortunate for their ace, but
There's more rounds.
yeah, there's plenty more rounds for
Plenty more
anybody here to get
rounds.
another ace. We have not seen an ace. Have we seen an ace today during today's games?
I'm not sure about this one, but we did get one from UCLA Aurora.
Yes,
Yes.
that's what it was. I knew there was one ace.
And a stolen one. right
Yes, and a
before
stolen
that.
one with the shorty. Yes.
Yes. Oh,
All right, nice little action here. We still have the scoreboard up on the screen. Hopefully, Prado will get that perfect. Yeah, a lot of aggression off the bat. Philippines managed to headshot a Vision. Breach gets a kill too on Omen there. As LACC gets a little bit aggressive here, pushing into A. Breakable is open. They have all eyes on it, but Cal Poly does have men on site on A, unlike LACC's hold on the exact same site. Kai looks like he might want to try to take Breakable here, see if he can grab anybody that's lurking by. Nobody is. Tries to blast pack out of the raid that Raze does as they quickly take B side. Philippines gets Game Store there, holding on to A side by himself. Bogey trying to clear out Heaven there. Thought about using
One
the grenade,
enemy
but didn't.
remaining.
Kai does get that Torchy, though, that's lurking, almost getting a kill on Bogey. As this leaves the Vise Gomi just to push up here on C side of B. Only a classic in their hands against the gun advantage here, as Spike is down 1v5 situation. No really point in saving without a gun. It's probably better to try to rush in and grab something or get a pick at all, but the hopes are dim. They're just waiting to see if anybody tries to aggressively push them. Most of the players look like they are trying to hunt this Vise down, waiting for a flake. Gomi is going to get hit with that grenade, forced to push, trying to get this Raze off guard, but nails one classic headshot, but Tortilla is there in the back to clean it up.
Trust me, they'll know what hit them.
A little bit rough, unfortunately. LACC was a flawless game there, except for those that died to the Spike. Just going to knock out some guns out of LACC's hands.
score is now 5-9. Seems to be that they're making a comeback, which is really nice.
Yeah.
Quite unfortunate though. But for and Philippines has traded out for Shibi.
Yeah, it looks like LACC is going for a default, just trying to find those early picks. And they did on A site here, grabbing that Omen, which is going to take smokes out of the hand as they force rush a C. No smokes, they can just shoot across. Gomi grabs Kai, Torchy grabs Bogey. Tortilla trades out though Gomi, leaving this in a 3v2. J-Stark gets Torchy with a headshot with a long range kill there. J-Stark starts to plant here. Once plant goes down, that's 40 seconds on the clock. The other two are going to have to start pushing up. One comes from B side through rotate, and the other starts flank. They both came through, I believe, rotate. Both holding mound. They still have a Vision getting a boombot kill on Philippines, who's already low. Leaves no smokes on LACC's side. Game Store, J-Stark and Tortilla grabbing Game Store with a headshot. Attackers winning that round. Nice plant down. Only one Vandal coming out of that. Gonna leave the economy in a little bit of a downward state, but with plenty of room to recover.
Seems like they might be going for an A push this time.
It does look like that, especially Breach Tortilla lining up that utility there at the very start. It might be relatively fast. Vi is the only one holding A site. Looks like Alpali's taking a gamble on C, probably going to get aggressive out. You might get Yoru in this process, though. A 1v3. We'll see if anybody gets a trade over there. Omen's already pushed up to the garden here. Kai does get that pick on C side against Game Store, but Torchy trades him out with a Sheriff. Getting a gun in Torchy's hands there. Shibi choosing to take that instead of Torchy. Gomancy fully blinded, killed by Philippines with a headshot. Rotated to take stairs here as they push into both drop and start to plant.
Planted.
As Cal Poly moves to retake A site, deciding if they want to go full heaven or one stairs. They do decide to go full heaven with what util they do have. Smoke still on hand. They're able to kill some sight lines here as they start to push in. Ray's already in sight, trying to get a little bit of aggressive. Shibi waiting for those Razor Vines to move. A lot of util here. J-Star killing Evasion. Torchy getting bogey.
Last
2v3.
player standing.
Philippines headshotting Shibi from mid and wall-banging Torchy there, giving this round again to the attackers.
Seems that everyone is now have enough money for even playing field.
Yeah. LACC's economy is quite a bit more bolstered than Cal Poly's, but everybody does have a full buy.
Yeah. It is, I guess, up to Cal Poly how they want to continue playing the rest.
Yeah, very much so.
They gambled last round, gambled a little wrong. They were a little off, but we'll see how it goes this round. Seems that LACC is going more towards A again.
Yeah. Full push here on A. Again, Cal Poly taking that aggressive push out of C, getting intel to see where that team is at, also providing some flank. LACC just taking wildly fast onto A. Yoru has spotted that Vise, so they know that that site is relatively clear, but doesn't matter. Gomi grabs Skies. He comes out of his ult. Tortilla does trade out Gomi, though, which leaves this in a 4v4. Shibi does headshot Tortilla, but gets traded out by Philippines. Game Store getting bogey, and then Philippines getting a vision, leaving this in a 2v2 really balanced. Plant is about to go down. 40 seconds on the clock for the defenders. Torchy getting J-Stark, though, in the back site. As Breach util comes through, doesn't matter. Torchy headshots Philippines, who's able to defuse alongside his Breach. Gives Breach that ult orb since Torchy is already at his ultimate limit.
One round for LACC this half,
Yeah.
and I think they played that really well. I think they picked up on the fact that they had to rotate faster over to A, and
Yeah.
they kind of predicted that they might have just full rushed A again since it worked out
Yeah.
for them.
Yeah, they were able to react to that, knowing that just leaving their Vise on A side alone is probably not going to win them that round.
Yeah, now Cal Poly is still has enough money. I think definitely some of them are probably worried about next round now.
Yeah, Cal Poly winning that, but only getting 2 guns out, losing 3 in the process. Not great for Econ.
It is not.
Again, a very familiar push here from LACC, kind of watching any push out of C or B. Philippines getting Shibi over there on B, getting a little bit too greedy, as LACC does take A relatively quickly. You're trying to fake out that Torchy in Breakable, and does get it as they instead rotate to B side instead. Game Store grabbing a swing on Kai as Breach util comes out. Game Store also getting Tortilla and Gomi getting J-Stark, leaving this in a Cal Poly heavy set 3v2. LACC trying to decide if they want to rotate back to B or go to A. They have to get that spike back. It's kind of in a rough spot for them as Cal Poly starts to crowd the spike. Gomi does get bogey, though, trying to get any intel he can, leaving Omen alone here in B Link, surrounded by Cal Poly. Gomi and Game Store not really sure where he is. I don't think they do know that he is slowly lurking onto B site, holding these angles a little bit odd, spamming that spike. Smoke's out. Evasion's gonna get a little bit more aggressive with the smoke here. They both have to reload. Two of them are really low. Philippines gets the kill on Evasion, but Game Store trades out Philippines, giving Cal Poly another win. Cal Poly has definitely adapted a bit here to how they're playing,
Yeah.
which I think is working in their favor.
I think overall they're playing a little more careful now. I think they're like a lot of more communication.
Yeah, I definitely think so.
Yeah. Oh.
And our first time out of the Expo starting. This is going to be brought on by the attackers, down 4 rounds with only potentially 2 more to go. Gives them a minute to talk about strategy. What do you think the attackers are talking about right now, trying to shake up?
I think probably maybe a new tactic to bring out. I think overall they mostly going.
Yeah.
And they did try adjusting. I think they had Omen and their Yoru definitely staying back and watching flank, because I think they know that they really like going flank. So maybe default, maybe split, maybe a split push.
Yeah.
So I think for sure, definitely interested on what they decide to cook up in the middle of the timeout.
Yeah.
And let's hope that it works out for them. Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see what they got. Yeah, 5 seconds on the game clock and 10 seconds on the timeout. Both teams are centered here with a pretty relatively full buy, although given Cal Poly's change of momentum here, this is going to be LACC's last buy if they lose this. And with that, they look like they are stacking complete C. Interesting change of strategy from Cal Poly, swapping the Vise to solo hold C. Might not work out in their favor as LACC has stacked that site. Omen solo holding A over here against 3 players who have stacked A instead, completely reversing the roles here. Gomi holding this all by himself. The shear is triggered, but by a jump peak. I'm going to go ahead and throw those Razor Vines out just in case they try to make a quick hold. As Cal Poly looks like they are kind of aiming to see if they can start flanking potentially. They're waiting for a call to see if Gomi is calling that it's going to be a commit on C. But LACC is playing relatively quiet, but it looks like they're going to about to explode onto site. Ray's blast packing in, throwing a grenade in the backside to clear that out. Gomi peeking, grabbing Tortilla, but getting traded by Bogies. Ray's ult here. As they start to plant, the Cal Poly is rushing to go for that retake there. Omen teleports across into the backside to get across with his teammates as they start to push in. Tortilla holding that. Kai on top of the boxes here with a nice little jump spot. They have planted it for Mount. You see that Armageddon rolling out on the site. Philippines is able to smoke out from back here, though. Kai grabs Evasion, and Shibi trades out for Kai with a nice headshot. No util left for Vias here. Philippines gets a greedy game store as they push out, and Torchy, and a triple against Shibi. That is an attacker's round win for LACC. Well, whatever they discussed in that timeout seemed to have worked out for them.
Turns out it did. I think it really coincidentally worked in their favor, because I feel like they really also, like, defending side also really switched up. Because usually there's 3 on C, but they happened to switch it, so Vice was just by themselves.
Yep.
I think definitely they'll have to save now.
Yes, for sure they'll have to save. If LACC is learning anything here in this game, it's that Vise is the solo hold. So, and it looks like Gomi is already getting a little aggressive here on the C side. Philippines getting an early pick on Evasion without Vandal. Vise blinding out, trying to see if she can get a cheeky kill on the push here. Getting a little bit aggressive with the util, clearing out that corner B site. Gomi does get Tortilla with that Sheriff, which is going to give them a gun down if they're able to grab it. Game store solo holding on B site here. It looks like LACC is still gearing for that C commit. They know that Vise solo holds this, so if they're able to get multiple men over that barrier there, they are able to take the site before Cal Poly has the chance to rotate. Ray's shooting in sight, already up. Gomi only 30 health, though, so it's going to be a pretty rough gunfight, especially if they still only have that Sheriff. They start getting the plant down, hiding in this corner smoke. Shibi and the rest of the team rotate over to C site. LACC completely has control here, and a lot of Their players are less than full health. Vise, Teho, and Breach. Util going out to just keep them a little bit off spike. Their Boombot's not affected by the Razor Store's Game Store getting a penetration kill against Bogey, who is already relatively low. Philippines even lower, though, 18 health. Gets Torchy before he gets got by Game Store. J-Star getting Game Store in a trade, though, still keeping this even at a 2v2. Kai grabbing Shivi and Gomi grabbing Kai, and then J-Star coming in with a clutch, grabbing Gomi there at the end. Another round win for LECC, picking up momentum and trying to tie this game up.
Yeah. It seems pretty almost even now. They got two more, just win 2 more, and it's pretty even. And see where it goes from there. I do have to say though, I feel like Gomanazi really played it differently this round. Usually, I feel like they'll play for sight, or try to fight the push, but really stepped back this round, and it was a pretty close round.
Yeah, it was very close. They kept it neck and neck the entire time, trade for trade.
Yeah. Again,
following a similar strategy here, trying to go for that C push. Yoru clone not tricking that Raze, who is now lurking in that corner. We'll see if they're going to get a cheeky pick here off the center. Omen Smokes missed a little bit of that main. Looks like it might still give Tortilla. Evasion getting a double. Kai and J-Star. Tortilla getting that lurking Evasion, though, in that corner. As they now have the advantage for C, they might try to pull a rotate. Omen ulted into the backside, though. Gets picked off from the rear by Shibi, though. As they start to decide if they want to rotate sites 2v4. It's not looking great for LECC, but they are choosing to rotate to A. Again, that Vi's solo holding A, so if they're able to overwhelm her, they have a good chance of getting this plant down. Although it doesn't trick the Omen, he's throwing those smokes out and guarding a little bit too late. They already have some site control. Throwing another smoke out to try to give a little bit more cover as Omen starts to flank. Gomi grabbing Bogey and doesn't even care, gets Tortilla, bringing a round in here for Cal Poly. That takes us to match point.
It does. I think they really played that really well. They really stopped the momentum that is that LACC?
Yeah.
LACC was getting.
Yeah.
I think that breach stun and that Raze ult really took down their numbers, getting 2 of them. So that was a really good play, and I feel like LACC definitely has to play a bit smarter on how they want to manage their money this round.
Yeah. It is. It's looking really rough. It's a very forced buy for LACC.
Yeah. Only 3 Vandals or 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 rifles.
3 rifles and
a Bucky.
And a Bucky. One of those Vandals has regen shields. The other has light shields. As LACC preps for split push between A and B. It's something they haven't done in a little while. Kai overwhelmed by that. Kill on Shibi, getting traded out by Evasion, who has that Vandal. Not really much of a comparison against that Stinger unless you're very close range. LACC starts to gear towards B site, though. Cal Poly does have a very aggressive hold on here, watching to see if anybody immediately pushes in. Vise has abandoned C, has her util up, though, just in case they decide to push it, leaving Teho alone. Looks like she is deciding to rotate back to C here, though. Bogey does get a pick on Torchy, which leads the team to realize that it's probably going to be a B hit as Plant goes down. J-Star. Gomi's going to hit them with the Steel Garden, taking away their guns, getting a headshot on Bogey through that smoke evasion, getting a headshot on Philippines, and Gomi getting another kill on J-Star, clearing out any corners a little bit aggressively. GameStar trying to get that last kill here. Tortilla alone by himself, gets a pick on evasion, but GameStar grabs a headshot on Tortilla. And that leaves this as Cal Poly, the winner of the game against LACC.
I think LACC really put up a pretty good fight, especially considering that 3-9 score in the beginning, and that second half. I feel like they really, I guess, got in a couple of rounds, almost evened it out.
Yeah.
But I think the util by Cal Poly they really knew how to play their util,
They
and
did.
it just affected.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, if you want to be on camera, you can scoot back over here to this side of the
dear.
room. Yeah, it's a little easier just to watch that that screen from this side, but this is where the camera's pointed at. Again,
everybody.
a grand play.
Yeah.
Up next, we have, I believe it's USC versus, I think it is LACC.
I can double check that, but I'm pretty sure it's LACC.
I believe you're right. I can check. I didn't mark down the notes here, but And then I believe after that, it's UCLA again against LACC.
It might be. It just might be.
We have the infographic here when we do cut to break, which shows the order, but it only shows the next three. And of course, we have 4 schools here playing round robin style, which means each school is going to play each school at least once and only once. So this is game number, I believe, number 3.
We're on game number 3. It's actually USC versus Cal Poly.
USC versus Cal Poly.
Yeah.
All right, that'll be an exciting game. But otherwise, I think there was you have any comments to add about this game here?
I'm really impressed by how they were able to turn it around.
Yeah, I definitely think so, especially since they had the disadvantage there for quite a while.
Yeah.
And then they did end up bringing it back, which is really nice.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think if that's everything we have right now, we'll go ahead and send us back to intermission until the next game. See you guys soon. Oh boy.
Oh,
All
we're
right.
already on.
We are back after a long anticipated break there.
Yep.
I am Darnell, joined by my co-host here, Matcha,
Yep.
the UCLA manager. Yeah. Very cool guest co-host here. We are going to be watching pretty shortly here.
UCLA versus
LACC.
LACC. Yeah.
LACC. It's going to be a really good game, I think. And of course, Matcha's going to be able to provide some insight as it is her team playing against LACC.
If you guys hear mild yelling, pretend you didn't hear it. Okay.
All right, and again, I believe the map pick is accurate. It is going to be Lotus here. So
Ooh,
we just
another
gotta-
Lotus game.
another Lotus game. I wonder if we're going to see a Breach Tejo combo again. Map, the agent selection still going to be coming here in a second.
Oh, there's a breach. One right there.
Yeah, one. Yeah, these agent selections are being brought into per team, so they gotta lock in, and then we get the info here.
Oh.
Again, yeah, looks like both teams opting for the Omen Smoke.
And the Rays and the Vice.
Yeah, the
and
Rays and the
Breach.
Vise, and Breach. The only change here, it looks like instead of a second initiator, LACC has chosen to take a second duelist, picking Yoru, where UCLA took Gecko instead.
Yep.
Is that a pretty common pick there for UCLA to choose that second initiator over second duelist?
I feel like that for me. I think that one's kind of new.
Okay.
I feel like I don't see two initiates, or if it's an initiate, I don't think it's usually Gecko.
Yeah, we don't see geckos a lot, especially in the games that USC plays against. But we do see a lot of times a second initiator, and oftentimes USC's been picking a second controller and a second initiator, not picking a duelist at all. So something definitely not out of the unordinary here.
Yeah.
Non-ordinary.
Looks like it's gonna be a pretty hard A hit so far.
Yeah, LACC stacking up against that A site hit. Walls drop here, and we're going to see some util right off the bat. Omen teleporting across. Tortilla getting a little bit fast. Thinking about clearing out Cubby, but didn't go for it. Good for him. Lucky nobody is in there. He's going to be able to take it as UCLA trying to hold down that A site. Laura getting a pick on Tortilla. Shahzad getting a pick on Kai here. Really giving UCLA the advantage. Bogey getting Chewy, Philippines getting Rora, and Duck getting Philippines.
Left in a bit of a 3v2 situation. Let's see how they, I guess, fight for site. I feel like, honestly, they haven't really pushed out yet. They could fast rotate if they really wanted to.
Shahzad holding the smoke here very closely with a ghost creeping ever closer as he's worried when it disappears and he's going to take the game. Pulls off. Bogey getting a little bit aggressive here in the back, but it's found
Last
out
player
getting
standing.
2v1. Shahzad does get
Spike
Vise
down A.
waiting there, and Duck gets Bogey. That's the first round for UCLA.
Wow. Okay. Very good job. Yeah. I think they played that pretty well. Yeah, I think just getting all angles, especially, so they have no way to escape, especially they didn't really give any openings for LACC to rotate at all.
Speaking of rotate.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Our screen here in the caster booth is a little bit more situated for us to be out of frame of camera when we cast, so we want to scoot over here to get a nice view. Again, LACC choosing to take a little bit A-side, B-side. UCLA getting a little bit aggressive on that C-side push-out, trying to get some intel. Vi's going to get an early pick here if she rotates fast enough. Grabbing Spike down from B, which is going to put LACC in a bind. Ducky does get Stark, which is, again, Spike down. Really bad news for LACC. Immediately picked off by the
Enemy
entire
remaining.
team. Khan getting Tortilla, leaving us in a 5v1. It's about to be a clean clutch up. They have complete control of the Spike. Omen's ratted up through their mid. Holding Heaven on B, just waiting to see if he can probably get a pick here. Philippines all alone, just sitting there with a classic as he is overmanned and undergunned here, trying to find anything he can. Matcha, I'm going to defer to you for some name corrections.
Yeah.
Is it Chewy and Duck or Ducky?
I think it's Duck or
Duck?
Duck Q. One of
Duck
those
Q.
two.
And then is it Chewy?
Yeah,
Or
we
Chewy?
D Chewy.
D Chewy?
Can honestly just call him Chewy for short.
Yeah. Yeah, another nice round for UCLA. That second round bye pays off for them, and they are going to go into this third round bonus here. Full shields, 1 light shields. Nobody chose to take that regen. If they did, they went ahead and bought new shields over it. LACC does, of course, round 3 get to go with that full buy. As they stack A site with 3 men, taking 2 on C, leaving Vise to play a lone mound. They are going to get aggressive. Yoro might get this pick on Vise. Duck does find the kill on Kai, which is going to be an immediate disadvantage for LACC. LACC is choosing to go ahead and stick with that C push, even though they lost a man to it. I think it's because they realized too many of UCLA was sitting on A side. They're trying to decide which
Right there.
direction they end up wanting to go. Omen looks like Philippines is going to wrap around back of A side here as Chewy is jiggling that, waiting to see if anybody tries to take advantage because LACC hasn't commit to a site. UCLA is not quite sure where they're going to stick. Smokes out on Waterfall, whether it's distraction or design. LACC is slowly pushing over to A site. Philippines taking that gunfight with Chewy as he's going to go smoke out. Chewy does retreat into Breakable here as his team starts to rotate because it looks like it's going to be a commit from LACC. Smokes out on
30
drop
seconds
there.
left.
Chewy gets ready to hit him with some util from inside Breakable. Shahzad using some util out there to try to blind
Spike
Roaring
planted.
Flies Tortilla
One
and
enemy
Bogey
remaining.
and J-Star. Nice little triple as Philippines finally trades out Aurora, but Conks gets Philippines despite only getting 1 of the UCLA team members. Another great round for UCLA. Great bonus going into the 4th round here.
Yeah, I think they play that really well.
This
Now
isn't
they
a fight.
do
it's
have
stealing
guns,
lunch
and
money.
I guess overall their eco's really good, so works out for them. I think that LACC seems to be heading towards B side for this round. Not sure, I can't really tell how LA is splitting up right now, but it seems to me that Vice might be alone on C, which could be a bit of a problem.
Yeah, we do see that pretty consistent hold. Vias holding C, but they've been getting a good pick there off the start. Although it looks like LACC is going for a rush approach instead, but it doesn't really quite matter. Omen is there immediately to assist as Gecko falls in here. Tortilla is going to try to breach you till Duck getting a good double. Kai and banging through Kai, getting bogey. As Roa takes some space up on here on A, trying to catch any late rotates off, which might work in Rora's favor here. Unknown sitting behind that half wall. If they do choose to go A, they might not hit them. LACC is pushing into B a little bit more as UCLA pushes out of C. They are going to push past rotate here and start going complete flank. They're getting the call that LACC is trying to take B as
One
Conk gets
enemy
J-Star the initiator and Chewy gets Philippines. This leads into 5v1. Duck cleaning up, grabbing Tortilla. 4th round in a row for UCLA. Going into 5th round, Econ's looking strong.
What does that say about me?
Don't answer. It was rhetorical.
Wow, they do have a lot of money.
Yeah.
Their eco's so good right now.
Their eco is very good right now.
Yeah. Well, seems like they're doing another seat push again.
Yeah, LACC looks like they are trying to go for that full C push. UCLA kind of reading this behavior already, pretty stacked up on C-side. Vibes decided to take solo A. Omen's blinding from B as they rush out. Shahzad gets the J-Star. Conk gets both Kai and Tortilla and Bogey. Philippines finally trading out for Conk. Already a 4v1 as Philippines retreats back. Doesn't matter though. Duck is there on the flank to headshot Philippines as he tries to run away. 5th round in for UCLA.
That was a very quick round. I feel like, yeah, I think LACC might need to switch up a little bit. They're
UCLA completely read them on there. Had Omen ready from B side for that blind.
and that Vice finish up,
Yeah.
especially on the flank. Oh, are they going towards C again?
It looks like they are going towards C again. UCLA looks like they are leaving B unattended as they hold a triple on A, but that Vice hold on C is going to be so strong. Omen packing the op. Is he going to be able to get a pick off the bat? Jumps away from that breach util. It is a fast C, and it looks like UCLA is going to take advantage of that, pushing really close, taking space on A main, pushing into defender side, attacker side spawn. Conk does get the kill on Kai, but it's traded out by Bogey. J-Stark gets Duck with the stinger. Really interesting plays so far. J-Stark is going to get that plant down on C side, leaving UCLA to get in their retake site, clear them out, and defuse in 40 seconds. Bogey picks up that op and gets Rora trying to take site back with some util here. They have most every color, every angle covered. Chewy trying to push into the smoke. Doesn't know that Omen is there. If he's going to get it, doesn't. Shahzad does get Stark a tortilla, though, leaving us in a 1v2. Shahzad grabs Philippine knees. 1v1. And Shahzad is able to clean up with a quad, grabbing Bogey off that, giving round 6 to UCLA.
I think that was a really good round from both sides. I feel like LACC really was able to take out 2 from their stingers and were able to get proper guns and almost won.
And yeah, as we kind of expect here, Kai calling a timeout for LACC halfway into the first half. They are going to go ahead and use one of their 2 timeouts. Try to discuss what they need to change up. What do you think that it's going to be for them?
I think definitely switching up the site they go to and definitely the way that they go to the site. I see a lot of C stacking and there's no like other angle they come out of. So everyone's just kind of stuck in the same spot, which doesn't really work out for them.
A lot of times a good strat to for these attacks here is to just try to isolate picks if you can. But another thing that we're often seeing here, which it looks like UCLA is swapping up, they're having that Vice hold site solo. So
is this what it looks like to be Omen?
This is what it looks like to be Omen. Honestly, I'm surprised one of our observers that provides these angles pretty regularly is not observing right now. So they might be back because these are some signature angles from them.
These are very new angles. I don't think I've ever seen anything like this before.
We'll have to see if Cat God is observing back in there. They had to step away, but they might be back.
Seems overall they've switched up a little bit. Definitely not full stacking C and a bit of a split towards A and B, which might or might not work out. Omen's definitely in a 1v3 situation. He's getting, oh, there you go.
There he goes.
Yura just got Philippines like that.
Again, Chewy's going to grab that orb, which a defender side is going to be super helpful. UCLA is really straying off of B. Does let Bogey get a little bit of space there, but the advantage is having some more stack on A and C since that's where LACC tends to be holding. Gecko lurking here. Bogey finding Shahzad lurking up there at the back. But there is another lurk. Are they able to get? Doesn't look like it quite yet. Duck does get one. Bogey's pinched. Aurora finds the kill on Bogey. Duck getting Kai and Jay Stark there, leaving UCLA to win yet another round. Well, whatever LACC changed up, it didn't quite work that round.
Yeah, I think maybe changing up the site they hit. I think they did split up, but it's just that 3v1 on A really didn't help.
Yeah.
And they just lost their smokes right there, which I feel like is really crucial to locking down a site.
I think kind of the only chance that the LACC has is isolate and overwhelm potentially that Vise, who's sitting on site usually alone. Although this strategy, if they decide to go with it, overwhelming the Omen sitting on A side alone, although they are splitting off from a full push, they are going kind of split, sending the Yoro clone up to potentially trip that wall, but the Vise might destroy it. Bogey getting an early pick on Conk here with a nice headshot over Stump as they end up playing off that pick. Bogey shooting him to sight, trying to find any players, rocketing past there into spawn, not killing anybody or even doing so much as damaging anyone. Plant is going down. Kai is going to hold breakable here where he knows that Raze is kind of sitting. Decides to go up into the heaven towards staircase instead as UCLA pushes out of staircase, leaving one in heaven because that Raze is still lurking there. Bogey's still sitting in sight there. Kai gets the pick on Duck with that op. as this was brought into a 4v3. I'm sorry, 4v2 now. Rora grabs Philippines, but Bogey does trade on Rora. Shahzad gets Bogey, and Chewy gets Kai. Tortilla claims the trade on Chewy, and Shahzad does get Tortilla in that reverse trade, leaving this in a 1v1 again. Is this going to be a Shahzad clutch up? He has wings for the defuse. Stark's going to have to peek this delayed with that, but doesn't matter. Headshot with the Sheriff. That is an 8th round in a row for UCLA.
I think UCLA played that really well. I think even though it was a 2v4 situation, I think the fact that they were able to trade each other and peak together really overwhelmed them, because I feel like LACC did give a few 1v1s, which really chipped their numbers down.
Definitely. And I think an interesting thing to see too is there's Shahzad already had a clutch up 2 rounds ago with that Raze, but had the gun advantage against Raze's Stinger. In this case, Shahzad had the gun disadvantage, a Sheriff versus a Vandal, but still managed to get that headshot while Wings diffused.
Yeah, it seems like it's going to be a bit of an interesting round. I feel like LACC is definitely forcing this round. As you can see, Omen doesn't really have any shields at all. It's just a Vandal. So we'll see how this plays out. Duck already has a kill on the race.
With that nice operator. It looks like Shahzad did an early Dizzy out of A to grab that orb, which is going to get him closer to that ultimate there. As LACC starts to stack on Seaside Mound, they're going to rush through. Yoru's going to start grabbing some intel with his ultimate here. Sees that Vise is the only one on side. They're going to have to coordinate this rush through the wall here. Philippines goes ahead and triggers it by themselves. Kai grabs Duck, though, in the back, pulling out of his ult. Conk gets Kai, and Aurora gets Tortilla, leaving this in a 4v2. Philippines hit by that Wings. Finished off by Aurora with the Phantom through that smoke there. J-Star's trying to do his best spamming. Gets a double on Chewy and Shahzad. Has to whip the classic. How manages to get Aurora with a headshot.
Both players really low, but it's going to be dangerous for Conk right now because he's probably 1 tap, but J-Stark 2 tap, so.
J-Stark does know that Conk is going to be flanking. That's why they don't plant for Mound, throwing those Razor Vines out. J-Stark has the 50 health, and Conk is 1 shot with only 10, has the op, and is going to have to play this. J-Stark might know that they have the op and are playing those closer angles as he clears out. A lot of util that he has available to help him. Looks like he's trying to sneak up. Here comes the shot. Who's going to be? And J-Stark finds the headshot on UCLA, giving LACC the first round in this half.
I think that was really well played. I think J-Stark really pulled up this round, getting, I think, about 4 of them, which was really good. That classic kill was actually pretty insane, too.
That was pretty nuts. That one. The right click of destiny to the head for the win.
All of them headshots, too, actually, which was, like, really nice aiming. I think it was not in Conk's advantage, because with that off, you really can't play really good angles.
It's hard. Especially not knowing exactly where that where J-Stark was.
Seems to be another C hit, but I think both teams are just contesting each other right now. Now it's a 3v3.
Wow. And both teams just popping off here.
Enemy remaining.
Nothing.
Leaving this in a 2v1 for LACC. Chewy's trying to grab the last kill. 1v1. Bogey against Conk, and Conk cleans up there at the end, bringing this quick round in for UCLA. And LACC does not want to take A. They really like that C stack, despite it really not working for them.
Yeah, I feel like that's the most interesting one for me. I think I don't know if it's the mentality. It's like, oh, if we keep on going C, they won't think that we're going C. So I think that doesn't really. Oh, it might work out in there. I don't know. I'm looking at this mini map right now. It seems to be that they're going C again, but definitely it's going to be much different this round because 4 of them are 4-stacked A.
Yeah, and are getting pretty aggressive. They might even start pushing out to breaking off to go through breakable to B control, potentially pushing into waterfall here as they try to take C. The trick with this Vise here, solo holding C, if they overwhelm her, it doesn't even matter because Duck still manages to get these trades off, getting pick after pick, even though it's multiple people. Got the 1 pick there on site, lowering Bogey almost to 0 health. Rora finishing off with the cluster grenade there into the back of sight. Breach looking really low. Kai trying to kind of watch some flank as they use util and waterfall to get the plant down. plant was stopped. They weren't able to commit to it. Shazad gets Tortilla and Kai trades Aurora, who was already low health in the earlier fight. Duck pushing out, getting wild with Kai, and then Chewy finishing up J-Star. Another round win for UCLA, bringing this to 10-1.
Last round in the half.
That was a really nice retake. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
But I think, yeah, Duck being able to get that Omen really helped, I think. And it was kind of, I feel like they could have pushed out with their Omen. I think that the fact that it was just Omen there, they couldn't really get Duck. So it really made pushing onto site harder for them.
It seems like LACC kind of knows that it's only the Vise by themselves, and that's why they're choosing to push that solo site, but they just don't have the momentum to get in there before Vise picks them all off. Conk teleporting out, getting a little bit aggressive here, but Kai gets in with the stinger.
Seems like they're doing an A push this time, though. So we'll see how this one goes.
Roar trades out Kai with the Phantom, leaving this in a 4v4. Not damaged at all. LACC has taken some hits. Duck is watching that B here. Might end up pulling back to see if their other sites need a little bit of supporting. They do have that wall up there, that sheer, watching B. The entire UCLA team is slowly transitioning to another site as they believe LACC is falling off, which they are, gravitating towards C and B. Philippines might push up B here to take up some space while the rest of his team goes towards Mound C. Again, their favorite site C, while where Vise, Duck is already waiting for them as they slowly try to gain some space here. Omen getting a little bit more space on B, smoking out top. Vise holding them off with those razor vines. And getting a little bit of an advantage with peek here. Oh, C start there. Manages to dink him quite a bit. Ray's pushing in with the ult. It's going to grab Duck. Philippines grabs Shahzad with that flank and Chewy on the flank as well. Nice little surprise there. Leaving this in a 4v1. Aurora doesn't know that Omen is watching in that corner. See if we check it out or not. Is he going to get Philippines? He does with that Phantom already dinked. Rotating through here. Door. The main blast pack in. Try to get some hits. One, the Vise is heavily damaged. Throwing the nade in the backside, gonna get hit with some breach util while they pull the boombot out. Gets a kill with a grenade in the back, leaving this in a very winnable 1v2. Both players hit. Headshot on. Vise is damaged already. Aurora has an idea where they might be. Fortunately, Spike is down. They are gonna have to start it. Is Aurora gonna jump onto the side here or start to... Gets it to half. Is committing. Stops. Aurora manages to wallbang Jay Stark. That is Aurora's ace and another round win for UCLA.
Second ace of the day.
Second ace of the day. Aurora is on fire today.
We were joking earlier. We're like, why can't you play like this during practice? Very impressive, I have to say. Getting that. Oh, there. Oh, it's round switch. Never mind. I was like, pistols.
Yeah, swapping now end of the half into the second half here. 11-1 lead for UCLA. It's looking very promising on their side, although things can change up. They're going to be on the attack now.
Seems to me like they are 4 stacking A on defense and kind of split on attacking side. Mostly catered towards A, though.
Yeah, again, a very similar build to what UCLA was running, that Vise from LACC solo side on C as they start to kind of go heavy side on A. LACC really aggressive on that A side. Lots of util trying to hold them back. Doesn't really matter, though, because UCLA decided not to push out, and it looks like they're going to wait that smoke out. See if they can get any impatient or aggressive flankers, as it looks like Breach is slowly trying to gain some distance, but doesn't get past Duck as he gets the headshot with the Ghost. That is one gun out of their hand. Duck getting another on Philippines, trying to cover the hole that was fallen from Breach. J-Stark gets Duck with a little surprise classic as Raze takes some space here in the B cubby towards Breakable. Aurora pushing deep into their spawn as they take Seaside, leaves all the players to come from Waterfall in one flank, which might cause trouble. Bogey does get Chewy from Waterfall here.
Racers have to be careful on LACC.
Shashad's managed to get Kai here. Wings is stopped, though. Tries to get another, but Bogey has the Sheriff on the upper hand on Shahzad's already low health. Aurora able to get one close and one far with the damage on that. Again, wall shot almost. Winning UCLA another round. Shahzad and Aurora really leading the clutches today for UCLA.
I think definitely for sure. And now we've reached match point.
Now we have reached match point 12v1.
I think both sides definitely need a full buy, especially.
Very reminiscent of UCLA versus USC earlier today. Today, a 13-1 win for UCLA might end up the same way for LACC going into the second round. UCLA choosing to do a nice buy here as they would, and LACC forcing what they can.
Definitely looking like a C push here. Vice is by themselves. So really, oh,
Wow, a very daring wall trip from Conk here. Duck does grab a nice kill on Omen there, which is going to leave LACC without any additional smokes. Getting aggressive here on a B push. Duck blinding Ray's already in. Conk getting a double. Duck cleaning up on Tortilla, leaving this in a 5v1. J-Stark about to get overrun, and Chewy ends it all with a headshot with a Spectre. That is 13-1 game win for UCLA.
yeah. I think a really good match play by both teams. I think
Oh, definitely.
things could have been adjusted a little bit faster, I think.
I think so. Yeah, unfortunately, LACC really just wasn't quite able to kind of counter UCLA. But then again, it seems like history says that UCLA can't really be countered. They've just been steamrolling the opponents that they play today. So,
We practice hard.
you got anything to say about that game, especially since it's your team?
Oh, I'm very proud of them. Also pretty proud that Evan got a second ace.
That is incredibly amazing.
Yeah,
Yeah, second ace of the day, and they both belong to him.
Yeah. I hear them during practice a lot, and I think I'm pretty happy.
Yeah, as you should be.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, again, that was our third game of the day,
Third game of the day.
And our fourth game is
I don't know how they changed the schedule.
yeah, because originally UCLA wasn't supposed to play this. They did swap the order around a little bit.
We would be playing now.
Yeah,
Yeah, so maybe they switched the 2 matches around.
they might have swapped the 2 matches around, but either case, the players are going to be swapping out, getting set up. So nothing else to say?
Not really.
Fantastic. Well, we'll see you guys after the break, hopefully pretty soon.
Bye-bye.
Welcome back, everybody. I am Darnell, joined again by the UCLA manager here, Matcha.
Yep.
And we are going to watch now UCLA play against Cal Poly Pomona. Just coming off a nice UCLA win against LACC, a nice 13-1. Again, on trend with what they've been performing so far today. 13-1 against USC, and then again 13-1 against LACC. Obviously, I'm sure, Matcha, you're hoping for a 13-1 against CPP here.
I hope it's consistent, but I will take a 13-0 too.
Yeah. Yeah, and I believe the pick was Haven, and Cal Poly, I think, was attacking first, so that's going to put UCLA on the defense. So what are you predicting for this game? What are you hoping? How's Haven for UCLA?
I feel like their Havens. They've been working on it for sure. Whenever I find them practice, it's like, all right, Haven. So hopefully that comes out today, whatever they've been practicing, see what kind of results they give. And if it doesn't turn out well, that's the coach's problem, not mine.
Yeah,
So.
not yours. As you guys can now see on the graphic here, we're in the pre-lobby. Haven was obviously selected during the band pick phase. And again, not playing with any agent restrictions. Los Angeles, UCLA coming in with pretty standard comp. Yoru, Cypher, Omen, and Sova. Again, Sova we see a lot on Haven. And LACC, again, almost identical construction here. Swapping out that Yoru for a Jet. Second Initiator picking Breach. And then Avision still doesn't have a character, an agent card up yet.
Those are not our players' names. I don't even know who's who.
Oh yeah, whoops! I should have not said words off the start.
It's all
The
good.
LACC people are correct. The UCLA. This was supposed to be USC's game, and of course we swapped. So those names underneath, I believe, are USC's. Prod has cleared the names from underneath since they are not correct. But
Thank you.
Again, almost identical compositions here for those agents, with the exception of
The duelist.
the duelist swapping out Yoru for a Jet and vice versa. Pretty standard composition, you'd say.
I would say so. Yeah.
Yeah, obviously, when USC plays, I watch them all the time, so I can kind of speak to what they kind of go with and don't go with. So having you here is a nice insight on kind of how you see UCLA is approaching this game, which seems pretty standard. Again, nothing really out of the ordinary here. Nice to see a proper flank watch for Haven.
Yes.
Unlike in USC's first game, we only had the Sage as a sentinel, so the Cypher is probably going to provide some really nice intel.
Yeah. Those trips are definitely going to be coming in handy.
Yeah, in the past we've had the game monitor up on this wall.
Oh.
Kind of lets us not have to move, but in this case, it's on this one, so.
Seems to be going to be a split C push so far. Gonna be a little difficult for Rora as he's by himself. No one really watching Garage either, so.
Yeah, that is always critical that we find out on Haven, is that garage hold is so important. Shahzad getting an early pick on a Vision right out of the gate. Free Cam sitting here on A side as UCLA kind of gets a little bit aggressive on the A side as they start to rotate over. Cypher solo holding C. We've got some really nice standard trips. He's got set up one off trip in the backside, and then of course that unbreakable there at the start. LACC forming not a rush towards one site, but just trying to go somewhere. I think that early pick of their duelist kind of dissuaded them from continuing that momentum forward. Omen smoking out that garage with the attacker sided smoke. It looks like they're prepping for a B push, as Game Score is going to be pushing out with some util holding off the A side, potentially damaging that breach on the UCLA side. 20 health for Chewy as he just gets pushed back. Shibi running in here, clearing out again A, holding it as they start to look like they might end up committing to A. which is going to make UCLA run a little bit
30
farther
seconds
from where
left.
they were holding out, taking spawn. Double on the flank. I'm not certain if LACC is ready for it. Spike down, 40 seconds on the clock as we start to get into fights here. We have temporarily lost the video.
Oh, and there's a 4K from Conk already.
4K from Conk already. Right as our screen blacked out here in the caster booth, we missed that unfortunately, but you viewers at home got to see it. And I hope it's amazing as it probably looked at the very last second here.
I have a quick question. I thought we were playing Cal Poly.
We are playing Cal Poly, aren't we? Or you're playing Cal Poly?
No, because on the top, the is that the different
yes.
logo?
Oh, yes. I keep saying LACC because I'm looking at the top branch here because the graphic is incorrect. But we are, in fact, playing Cal Poly. Hopefully, production can hear us say this. Correct that LACC to the Cal Poly icon. This is Cal Poly. Thank you, Matcha, for correcting me there. I was reading the names off, and I'm like, wow, we just played LACC.
I was like, yeah, I think
Something's
I was like,
amiss
again.
here. Shahzad getting another early pick here off right at the beginning of the round with that outlaw against Shibi.
Smokes are definitely gone.
Smokes are gone for this, which is going to be rough for Cal Poly. Evasion trying to get a pick here on B side to see if they can get any momentum to any site as defender side of UCLA Sova sits on A. I hear some footsteps backing up so he doesn't get overrun as Game Store pushes in. Gets a nice little cheeky pick there on Game Store in the boathouse. That shock dart is going to just narrowly miss more people. Does get jet danked for a little bit. Duck shifts over to watch sewers here. Smokes from his team coming in to try to prevent them from pushing, which does work as Cal Poly pushes back out of A-Long towards C here. Again, that garage hold from Cypher is so strong it's going to prevent them from just taking that for free. Evasion shooting off in the distance, hoping to get a offhanded pick somewhere.
30
As
seconds
they
left.
do try to take garage, as soon as they hit that trip, it is going to be jigs up for them. They're going to have to move fast. Triggered on purpose there before the deletion as they rush into sight.
One
Conk
enemy
alone.
remaining.
Roar getting a double against Evasion. And Gomi at triple, cleaning up Torchy in the end there. Nice 2-0 on the soft buy, leading into a bonus. UCLA in the lead by 2.
Definitely interesting how this is going to play out. I think everyone, well, Cal Poly now has proper guns. Very interested in this judge play that I'm going to be seeing next round, depending on how well that works for him. A lot of half shields too.
Yeah, a
So
lot of half shields.
definitely being careful about their money next round and how they're going to play this round.
Yeah. It is stacked up here on UCLA's side. A nice healthy bonus round for them. If they can get it out there, econ is going to be great. Cal Poly is sitting seaside, looking like they are going to lean towards that way. Shahzad's pushing out of garage here to try to get one of those early game picks again. Looks like he's going to start pushing up, and he might catch them off guard. I don't know if he's going to push up all the way, but if they start to rotate off, he is going to get one. It looks like he's about to get some action here. Throws his telly out to get out of the tough spot, grabs Shibi from the spawn there. Bullets start flying. Duck gets Torchy. Gomi does get Shahzad before he can teleport out of safety, but still, that's 2 men down for 1 from UCLA as they push off. UCLA does start taking ground on C, knows they're not committing there. The rest of the team is starting to move towards A as they keep pushing out of C towards a flank and gets them off guard if they're not aware. Conk does get Game Store, tries to trade out, gets Gomi. Evasion does avenge Gomi and gets Conk and Rora, leaving this in a 2v1 with Evasion sitting alone in Boathouse. Sewers is going to start to come up. Bullets fight. They start trading, but Duck has the advantage. A nice penetration headshot towards Evasion. That is 3rd round win and a good bonus for UCLA.
I think that they played that really well. Their money is also definitely a lot. Definitely have a lot right now.
Yeah.
Feel like for sure Cal Poly is going to have to be careful on how they want to play this. I think, yeah, those fast flanks on Cal Poly are definitely chipping them down. And I guess not really having people watch flank too much is also impacting them. Because whenever they turn around, I feel like they're getting hit by someone else.
Yep. They have a Cypher, but aren't watching those flanks well enough. Chewy taking the Spectre from the bonus and moving it forward, keeping some stacks in his bank account for the next rounds, possibly to give his team some better weapons if they happen to lose them. Shahzad classic Outlaw, his third round in a row where he gets Shibi off the bat here, taking smokes out for Pomona again. They are just playing without a smokes player. Game Store does get conked, though, as he gets a little bit greedy on those kills. As Pomona starts to push in, they have garage control, which is a little bit unusual for them to get such early control pushing in there without dying. But all angles are currently covered. Game Store gets Rora, which means C-Site is going to be free for them to explode onto. Pomona does have C-Site. Gomi is starting to get that plant off as UCLA falls in to try to reclaim this. Spike is down. 40 seconds on the clock for UCLA to get that defused. Shahzad's trying to make a clone play to see if he can gain some intel. Nobody's behind box, which means that he can teleport in there if he chooses. He's going to need to get that. Misses the shots, but Chewy gets Gomi, and Duck gets a double on Torchy and Evasion, leaving this in a 3v1 against the last. Shahzad doesn't make the shorty kill, but Chewy avenges him, getting Game Store with that Spectre. And getting Chewy the ult point. Good idea keeping that Spectre. He got a free Vandal out of that situation. Has 6k from that round to the bank, moving forward with even more.
I'm not gonna lie, I was a little worried with those guns. But I think that, yeah, they really retook site very well and traded off each other.
Yeah.
Which is really good. I think, I'm not gonna lie, I think they saved up money. They're probably gonna buy an op. There you go. There it is.
There's the op.
There's the op.
Which instead of that outlaw kill on Shibi, Shahzad's probably going to get that op kill on Shibi. At least that is the current projection. Pomona, it looks like they're going for a default. Hopefully, Shibi's trying to maybe lurk back a little bit to see if he can catch Shahzad off the guard. If he pushes out and peeks that long, he's probably going to be dead to that op. UCLA leaving C-Site clear, just the trip to watch it as Jet kind of pushes up. Conk holding garage from the box here.
Yeah, that is a heavy garage watch. Got a high-low angle going on. There's 3 watching garage.
There are 3 watching garage. Nobody wants to push garage. Nobody wants to push C-Site. Pomona has regrouped kind of to maybe go for a mid-push. If they go into garage, they're going to walk right into UCLA's trap here. Otherwise, if they try to take B, it's going to be easy for them to fall in. Shahzad's still holding that angle just in case. He knows he's been lucky with those outlaw kills, doesn't want to greed it and push out, especially because Shibi is watching that very closely. He's going to get stunned, which might give them the opportunity to push in. He's going to back up to A side a little bit, let his team know that they might need to push over as Sova goes to take Heaven. They start to rotate. Jet's going to take advantage of this and push on the C side. Conk gets Gomi and Torchy gets Conk. Leaving this in a 4v4, but they know that it's probably going to commit. Shibi grabs Rora from inside garage, leaving no trips as Shahzad gets some intel with his ult, pushing in the site. Evasion holding his angle, pulls out just without missing. Chewy there. Manages to get the kill. Shaw on Game Store with the shotgun. Evasion grabbing Chewy, Duck grabbing an Evasion, and Shibi trading out Shahzad in the 1v1. Spike is down. Shibi's got the advantage here. Grabs Duck. First round for the attackers.
I think that was a really good play from Cal Poly. I think being able to breach, stun, and give them a bit of false info, having everyone rotate towards A and completely leaving open C really played in their favor. They were able to get the plant down, also avoid util really well.
It did. It definitely did.
Money is a little tight.
Yeah, money is a little tight. It looks like the Broncos... Pomona did not pick up that op, whether or not they had time to, or Shahzad was able to dispose of it. They did not pick it up. Shahzad still opting to just buy another one. But then again, this will be their last full buy round if they lose this. Looks like Pomona is trying to retake garage. That worked in their favor for this time, except they're taking it right off the bat. Evasion is inside. Shibi waiting for that Shahzad push-up. Duck hiding in this corner. I don't know if they're aware of this, but it is going to play in their favor if they can catch him off surprise. They are just not killing it. Gomi gets him, but Duck gets Gomi. Shibi trades out for Duck. 3v4 against Pomona. They have pretty good A-site cleared. They're going to be able to take it without much resistance, holding off everybody from coming in through CT with some of that util. Doesn't matter. Konk's going to try to take heaven and spray
planted.
where the bomb would be. Shibi returns fire with that Phantom into the smoke, killing Konk.
Right there.
Plant is down.
One enemy
Timer
remaining.
is running. A Vision gets a double on Chewy and Aurora. And we've lost
Oh, there we're back.
Vision, and we're back.
I think that was a really nice.
Yeah.
That was a really nice play. I think being able to flank them both sides or get them surrounded
That
on
was.
both sides.
Yeah. Unfortunately, with that round, I believe UCLA is going to have to be on a slight save here.
Yeah. I think they also have to figure out how to play more carefully as their enemies do mostly have their ults. So it's going to be a bit of a dangerous situation for all of them.
Tremor! Flash out!
Game Store right out of here, dumping some util in the garage, allowing Vision to get that early pick on Aurora, which is going to leave Seaside unguarded as Cypher's the only one here. UCLA, fat stacked on A originally, all
Spike
pushing out of A. It is going to be a 4-person flank coming up here as they try to clean up. Duck splitting off to go garage while the rest go B, while the other 3 go flank and garage. Picks right here. Gomi does get Konk. Doesn't know that there's another one. He's about to get a little bit of util from his teammate. Holding against Shahzad. He's going to be blinded. Chewy gets Torchy and Gomi gets Shahzad. Vision gets the surprise kill on Duck there, leaving this in a 4v1 UCLA. They have complete control of sight, but they're not quite sure. They think he's garage. He is wrapping around a connector here as they start to pull off sight, thinking maybe he's flanked. He's going to get some surprise shots on him, but doesn't matter. Gomi sprays from all the way down long, grabbing Chewy, getting another round in for the Broncos.
I think UCLA is going to have to step it up, guys.
They are. They're
What's
gonna
going on?
They didn't even take a timeout. They just swapped it up, and now and here we are.
Yeah. Money is definitely back, though, so we'll see how if they decide to change their plays.
Yeah, to be fair, that was a save round there for UCLA, so now they're going to be able to full buy again.
Yeah. Money is looking really good, though, for Shibi. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, just about to be at cap here.
Ults were also saved. They didn't use a single one.
Yeah, that is very true. It's going to be big for Pomona, which is looks like they're taking a C long approach. Nobody is really going garage at all as they start to push up, and they have sight. A little bit of util with Cypher gets a pick though before he's traded out. It looks like Shibi getting a double, leaving us in a 3v3. Our poor little cable that runs from casting to production is failing, and the monitor keeps cutting in and out. Perhaps
Should
people
we
are.
open the door a little bit? It's kind of squishing it, maybe.
Oh no, that should be fine. It
Oh.
can go on a runner. If people are probably stepping on and around
Yeah.
it.
It's a 3v3 situation. Two UCLA players are definitely low. One UCLA player is definitely low.
One enemy
Yeah,
remaining.
very much. Game Store grabs Shahzad. The last is already low. Shibi quad kill on Duck, who was unfortunately just outgunned and outmanned there.
Yeah.
There's another round, bringing this to a tie game, 4v4.
Yep. And LA is definitely going to have to save now.
Yeah, it is going to be a save round here for sure.
Oh, now Jet has an op now, so we'll see how that one goes.
We will see.
Feel like they've switched a little bit.
Yeah, definitely a little bit here. We're going for a classic tactic, some sheriffs. Chewy taking a classic, and then, of course, some stingers on the board. Stingers always a good eco round pick. If you're buying for next and you have a little bit of spare credits to take.
Yeah.
Pomona taking a different approach, a slightly different approach. They're playing this one a little bit more slowly, and they're a little bit more dispersed, watching for any push out of any of the angles, since they know that UCLA is probably going to be playing close and potentially fast with their half buys, because that's where the stinger really shines, is when you're close and fast. Game Store is going to use some util to try to get him some long, forcing Sova back to watch sewers. Sova is sitting on site, but calls for his team to start to rotate in as they get close to CT. Yoru is doubling back to hold B as they believe they aren't committing to A, which they in fact aren't, as Pomona moves towards C. Cypher solo holding C as he does. So he's going to try to get a little bit of intel here with this owl drone. Game Store grabbing a free orb, flashing him into sight. Backside, Jet's already in the Vision. Gets a pick on Aurora. Drop that off at the Cypher's hand, who's just shooting some shots there in the garage trying to get a free pick. Even though nobody is there, they're all CT. Sova shooting that his ult back into, didn't tag anybody yet. Plant is down, 40 seconds on the clock. UCLA is down 2 players in a 3v5 situation. Conk holding garage by himself while the other 2 are looking towards CT to try to take something. Conk's going to see Game Store, but loses the fight against the Vandal with a shot to the head. Duck takes his spot with the Stinger to see if he can get Game Store, but again, loses that to the Vandal. Chewy, last man alive again with a Stinger. As soon as he rounds his corner, he's going to be in the sight of the Vision. But here comes Game Store again. 3rd kill with that Vandal in garage. That is another round for Pomona.
I think definitely Cal Poly has gotten the rhythm things, definitely gotten used to how LA plays, I think, which is working in their favor. I think they might need to switch up their tactics on defense a bit. I'm seeing a lot of rotating fast, I feel like, or Aurora's by himself on C, and they just full on push him.
Yeah.
So definitely working around that would help, I think. They do have guns though, so let's see if they can play this one better.
Yeah, last round was an eco buy for UCLA, but this round we are going to have full rifles, full shields, and full util. Again, a pretty slow start for Pomona. Very distributed. Aldrone right down C to clear out Cypher. Not to be seen. Going to take a little bit more of an aggressive stance as they just wait for anybody to push out. But UCLA is not giving it to them. They are going to have to work for it. Here comes Shahzad all the way pushed up into A. Cubby. No teleport to get him out if things get a little bit hairy. And it looks like they might as Pomona starts to push towards A. They are getting really close to colliding. Game Store gets Shahzad with a little bit of that breach util as Omen teleports in to clear any more corners. UCLA is prepping for the A push with a loss of Shahzad there on A, but Pomona doesn't look like they want to commit to that. We're about to find out. Gomi just used his ultimate to see where UCLA is at and to make play where they are going to rotate to. UCLA starts to spread out to cover these options so that Pomona doesn't really necessarily want to push any one site in particular. It looks like they are going for that C. Garage is free for them to take, but UCLA is fast to the C stack. They are on it, ready for that attack. Breach util is going to hit Gomi and Torchy. Ultimate Rolling Thunder down the way. Conk gets Game Store while he's getting thundered.
14 seconds left on the clock. They're going to have to put that point down fast.
Yeah.
Or get everybody.
Torchy finds Chewy and Conk trades out Shuby. Torchy gets Aurora, and Duck gets a double on Torchy and Gomi, which is going to be really good for UCLA as that brings them another round win. Good for their eco.
And they managed to get the op 2.
Yes.
Back in Azad's hand. I think they definitely picked up on the fact that they like going C. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
Rotated a lot faster, which definitely worked in their favor, that they were all able to get there before they even managed to get on site. So made it a lot easier for them to grab hold of site.
Vision opting to not op sells the op and picks up a Phantom instead, leaving only the one op in Shahzad's hands there. Pomona not taking the default approach as they start to all head towards A. What they don't know is that Cypher has swapped sites and is A site now. So those unexpected trips might trip them up a little bit. Start to take over A site. They realize that they can push in relatively for free. Jets in. Duck grabs a Vision right off the bat, which gives UCLA the advantage here. Again, Duck grabs Torchy, which means no duelist, no intel anymore. Omen's going to blind them, push them off site.
You're ulting in for info, giving them every locations.
That's right. They have a
One
good
enemy
idea where
remaining.
everybody is. Shahzad grabs
Spike
Shibi and
down
Aurora.
A.
Gomi. Game Store does get a double, but doesn't matter as UCLA
No one.
takes that round.
I have a few words for that round.
Last
Did I
round
almost see an
before the
attempted knife
switch.
kill again, guys? Come on. What are you guys doing? What are you guys doing?
Need a drop.
I don't know. I talked with them. They have like this weird obsession with trying
With
to
getting a knife kill.
I know. Last
We-
time, that
we
1v4, the
yeah.
round that they won,
We
that was
saw
an
one
attempted
knife
knife kill.
All right. Currently, we just got video back.
Oh.
And we lost it again.
I think they're stacked towards C, though.
There's
Yes.
production.
Oh.
Is someone?
Scanning ahead.
There's some mice chewing on the cables over here.
Apparently. The cables must be very chewy here.
Yes. Yeah, UCLA, again, that kind of a dispersed hold with Silva holding out here on long. Doesn't see anybody. They know that it's probably going to be a C push, which is. They use some util in here through garage, try to take some of that. Evasion getting a double, which is going to give them the advantage.
Spike
Game
planted.
Store grabbing Chewy, and then, of course,
Last
the trade
player
back and forth there. 1v4. Ult v ult on the Sova here. Grabs a shot on Game Store, but Torchy cleans up. Killing Duck with that util, with that ultimate, Sova ultimate.
Yeah, I think this was like a both sides really good game where it's very evenly matched, I would say. Pretty even on both sides. It's a little glitchy. Definitely curious to see how they'll play now that they've reversed positions. Seems to me that they're heading a little bit more towards A for UCLA. Cypher trips on A too, so curious on how that's gonna work out. Oh, they seem to be mid garage. Never mind. Towards garage. Half garage, half A.
Yeah, pretty non-standard approach for Pomona right now.
Definitely playing a bit aggro, trying to. Oh my gosh, this looks like a circle. Definitely pushing out. Cal Poly pushing out towards B, but that leaves A open besides their trips. But LA basically has free sight if they can clear out all those trips.
Yep.
Spike planted.
Sova droning in for info
Tripwire
does
destroyed.
not reach Gomenzi. Gomenazi.
Jet was sitting in spawn for the longest time to wait to see if they rotate, but UCLA just commit to the A site, which means Jet's gonna have to push all the way back up, narrowly missing Sova, who is sitting in sewers.
Seems to me that they're waiting for everybody before they full retake.
Yep. Breach util is gonna get us in here, but again, it's reverse breach. Gomi grabs beat Chewy on the entrance. Shahzad gets Gomi and Duck gets Evasion. Game Store grabs Duck and Shahzad gets another kill on Torchy. Aurora cleaning up the end there. Game Store and Shibi giving UCLA the first round on the pistol side.
Wow. Oh, that's a Vandal. Okay.
Wow.
Definitely buying, full buying for their next round. And Game Store and Gomenazai definitely buying Deagles and Avisan. Evasion. Yeah.
Yeah.
Evasion. Yeah, there you go. Definitely. Oh, yeah, buying.
I do wonder if it is Avisan.
I don't know.
And I've just been saying Evasion. Well, I'm sorry. Evasion, you got a double kill, so. Grand job. Yeah, UCLA,
Definitely more careful. Leaving
Lost.
C, heading towards A.
2 picks right out of the bat there. Roar throwing up those trips on the flank just in case Jet tries to push back again. They're gonna catch her off guard. Gomi solo holding sight here.
Definitely knows that there's at least 2 of them.
But
Spike
loses the
planted.
fight to the Bulldog. Conk grabbing that Sheriff out of Gomi's hands there. As the rest of Pomona has to retake sight here. Nobody is in control at all. GameStream's going to try to use that util to get him back on site, but we're going to see that return. Util Conk grabbing Shibi in the mess. GameStore having to push out of that dry. Conk grabs him. Evasion does get Conk, but Rora and Chewy get the last 2 kills on Torchy and Evasion, giving UCLA the second round, leaving them with 2 guns to go to their bonus and 3 have to buy again.
Definitely going to see how they decide to spend their money, whether they'll actually fully buy rifles or they'll save, like Rora. Rora's gotten Deagle. And I have to say, I'm just calling him a Vision at this point.
Yeah.
A Vision did get those nice 2 deagle shots in, so pretty
Yeah,
nice.
right out the bat.
Yeah,
Evasion, if you watch the VOD and it is Avi-san,
we apologize.
apologize.
Flash out!
All right, a pretty stacked B slash mid push from UCLA here.
I feel like Call Poly also changed up the way that they set up.
They
Sova is
definitely
now
did.
on A with Cypher, and they don't seem to be leaving
Yeah.
anytime soon.
Yep. Yeah, basically holding that until full commit.
Duck.
Spike down.
Duck, I think that's Duck. Duck coming through garage. Will he get Omen? Oh, and
Oh.
Shibi does get him.
Hiding that smoke there. Almost makes you wonder, was he trying to go for a knife kill and missed it? Aurora does get Gomi though, which leads them to have some nice momentum here on A side. If they take it again completely, Pomona is going to have to play for retake. We are most definitely going to see that breach utility
One
back and
enemy
forth as
remaining.
Conk and Aurora get initial kills. Chibi trades out. Aurora and Conk again though. Anchors on site, cleaning it up in the end. Another round for UCLA.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie though, I feel like the only person that I have to worry about going for knife kills is Aurora. So I think both instances were him trying to knife, only one succeeded. But definitely I feel like that Omen, hiding in the Omen smoke was what got him.
Yeah. They did a perfect dance around each other. It was hard to tell who was going to get who.
Yeah, Cal Poly now in a save round. So definitely will probably be playing pretty close with those stingers.
Oh, and they are, in fact, an immediate push out of B. Evasion getting an early kill, and Conk and Duck getting torching Evasion. Only Shibi trading out Shahzad with that stinger, and then Aurora catching Shibi off guard
Last
with that
player
Vandal.
standing.
Aurora getting another headshot on Game Store there, leaving a very quick 3v1 with a minute and 20 on the clock.
Cypher heading towards A, but seems like they're going B instead.
Yep.
So.
Spike is going down here on B as Cypher starts to approach from A side. Runs off maybe sound cue to try to think he's rapping, but ends up going for the commit on A side of B. UCLA dispersing out, watching Garage, watching for main. It's going to be hard for this Cypher to get into sight, and even harder for him to get any semblance of plant down. Considering that I believe he only has a Sheriff. Cage down.
On Spike, will he
Scanning
hold
ahead. There they are.
halves it, and Yoro goes in for the kill.
Very nice. Nice little recon dart intel there. I think his only chance there would have been to just stick that, but with Duck hitting him with that recon dart, it was a lost cause.
It was. And we see a Vision going in for the op with no shields, actually. So very interesting play.
I mean, if anybody was going to do it, it would be a Jet.
It
so
would be.
We will see if that pays off or permanently bankrupts Pomona,
Yeah.
which is going to be rough considering if they lose, it's only 2 rounds until match point. Shahzad deleting the Vision right out the bat, getting the op out of her hand.
Seems to be a garage push. Split C.
Pomona.
Cypher. Oh, sorry.
Oh no, you're fine. Pomona might be trying to grab that op again. She does get
Spike
Chewy
down,
and
C.
Aurora inside garage there, but Duck and Conk
player
grab
standing.
Shibi and Gomi. Shahzad cleaning up for that Torchy there headshot.
Leaving Game Square
Spike
behind.
planted.
That's right. Solo 1v3. Only a regen shield and no intel. He sneaks around sight. Doesn't know that Yoru might be trailing behind. They're all C main. He's going to tap. Try to see what he can do with what he's working with. He's going to be able to hold him off with a little bit of a flash. Recon dart again from Duck. Unfortunately, only one more flash present for him. He's going to use it. Try to tap again, but it doesn't matter. Conk swings out and hits him in the head, giving UCLA another round win.
I think that up buy was a little.
That was unfortunate.
Oh, there's the timeout. Gomenazi has a Gomenazi. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Gomenazi has put out a timeout. So kind of interested in hearing or seeing more like what they're gonna put out now. They're definitely a little tight. It will be an eco round for them, so just kind of I think focusing on whether they can chip down those numbers, ruin LA's eco a bit.
Yeah, LA chose not to take that op into this round, leaving it behind instead, which for the most part seems pretty standard. I don't see anybody really using that. So instead of risking it, taking it, and then losing it, just leaving it behind is going to make sure that there's no way Pomona gets it back.
I think they kind of figured it wasn't really working out for them, so they just switched back.
Let's see. Pomona, after spending a minute here in the timeout, plus they're going to have 20 seconds still of prep phase if they have cooked something else up.
Also curious to see if LA has decided to change anything too as well, or if they're going to stick to the same plans. And it seems to be a force buy from Omen. Oh, never mind.
Pretty solid all-around buy for LA. Their econ is good. They can afford to lose a couple of more rounds, not that they want to. Pomona is on a save with some forcing. Pomona does look like they are changing it up, getting a little bit aggressive as LA is taking C up just main. Aurora sitting here not aware that that jet is so incredibly close with those knives out. If she peeks out of that smoke, it might not be enough time.
Trying to jump those trips. And Shibi does get Rora.
Shibi does get Rora with that bulldog, leaving this in a 4v5. Shahzad trading some bullets, grabbing Torchy, but still one more critically hurt now at this point. Half health, no shields. GameScore's going to flash and try to get something with his sheriff there. Evasion does get knife kill off on Shahzad as Omen teleports in. Evasion taking close fights, getting Conk in the smoke with his knives as they run down really aggressive down long. Chewy grabs GameScore, but Gomi trades out for Chewy with that sheriff. Gomi gets another kill on Duck, and this is a thrifty round.
That was a really good eco round. I feel like I've kind of seen Cal Poly being a little pretty aggro actually during their eco rounds, trying to get close proximity and getting those shots in, which is really working out for them. Seeing that, and the jet ult I feel like helped a lot too.
Yeah, especially when you're using that stinger at only $1,100, and the fire rate on that. If you're close, you're a goner.
And Evasion pulling out the op, so we'll see how that works out.
We'll see how that goes. Evasion, taking C long here with that op. Duck at the end of that might get hit.
Oh,
Owl
so
throwing out. They know she's sitting in that corner, so she's going to have to either relocate or fake it. As they forcibly take Garage here relatively quickly. Jet's going to focus her attention on Garage. Dart coming in to refill. Game Store's going to flash out in the process, probably get some of his teammates. Shahzad plans to make a nice blind entrance, doesn't end up doing it. Shock Dart down, Duck grabs Game Store, giving them an advantage on site. Conk grabs Gomi, and Shahzad deleting Evasion again, op in hand. This is going to let UCLA plant on Seaside. Last two remaining members both blinded and forced out of that corner by some breach util here.
I think it's going to be important for Torchy to get a lot of info on where everyone is, and also being careful that LA is not, and LA needs to be careful that they're not giving them 1v1s. I feel like that is the most dangerous thing.
Torchy loses, Shibi loses the fight there. Torchy cleans it up though, and Shahzad grabs Torchy at the end, giving that round to UCLA.
Score is now 12-7. It's match point now. So feel like definitely Cal Poly does have to force this round in order to gain ground again.
Absolutely. We are definitely seeing that. UCLA flush with cash.
Yeah. Oh, and another timeout from Evasion. I think Evasion's buys are working out against him. I'm not going to lie. His eco is his money.
Yeah. That is unfortunately $9,500 that Evasion has just tossed down the drain, losing to Shahzad.
Yes. I think probably him being more careful, and if he bought a rifle, I think it could have worked out a little bit better. Have more money for a better gun, I think, but it seems to me it might be a bit of a full shield or half regen shield with a deagle buy for him.
Yeah. This is definitely a trend that we have seen today playing as well. Pomona is the first to use both of their timeouts, but currently today, all timeouts called by teams have been against UCLA. So definitely a trend seeing UCLA cooking up some mean game and the other teams having to call these timeouts. Pomona having to use both in this case, and they have to indeed having to win the next 5 rounds in a row if they want to stand a chance.
Yeah.
And
Round
whatever it
starting
looks like
soon.
they're cooking up, they are looking like they're probably going to try to get really aggressive here.
Yeah, Vision with the judge and no shield definitely needs to
Yeah,
be up and close.
And up and close, indeed, they are already inside C Cubby, but it doesn't matter. UCLA is stacked on A side. Sova slowly retreating back to connector towards B side, giving them the opportunity to take A, which the retake might not work in their favor, but again, it's the only play that they have. Looks like the call's just been made that it's probably going to be an A commit as the entire team starts to shift to retake site. UCLA has complete control right now, not a single soul in sight near connector or heaven. Omen has teleported into hell, not taking heaven. Torchy trying to just clear anything out that he can with his ultimate last round to do so.
Jet trying to flank, wondering how that's going to go.
Yeah, flank with the judge might not work out for them. Util coming in, Gomi grabbing a double off long there. Chaos ensues. Torchy grabbing Conk, Rora grabbing Torchy, Gomi getting Rora, Duck getting Game Store, Vision grabbing Duck. And this gives the round to the defenders. Pomona barely escaping a loss there, bringing this again to match point 12-8.
That was a really good play.
Yeah.
Watching it.
There was they definitely had to use it. Interestingly enough, that they still had 2 more util if they needed. They had Cypher's ult and Omen's ult. Not that it could have helped very much, but they got out and still have them in their back pocket if they need to use them.
Yeah, now definitely it's going to be more of an even playing field now. Everyone basically has full loadouts, so we'll see how that works for either team this round. Seems to be that they're heading towards garage.
We see a Vision taking a very similar process as she has before, really pushing out C. We have the trip from Cypher holding that. She can choose to updraft over it if she really wants to skirt around. She's waiting to see if there's Shibi getting shot on the site. Chewy trading out and getting Shibi with that headshot, which means that B is probably going to be the prime target. Jet does start pushing in. Chewy is planting down B-side hold the main window.
Rora with the flank.
Rora with the flank. Vision is there, though, and is going to be taking Garage, which might not work out in UCLA's favor. As Cypher tries to push in, Conk grabs Torchy, letting Cypher in, goes for the blind.
One enemy remaining.
Gets a Vision, gets Rora, gets Gomi. 4v1, Rora cleaning up Game Store. 13-8, UCLA, 3rd win of the day.
Yeah.
Those that don't know, like we said, 4 schools are playing today in Games Expo, and it is a round robin, so each school will play 3 times against the other schools. And UCLA getting away today's games with a perfect 3-0, beating every team that they played.
Yeah.
That must make you incredibly proud of your players.
I am.
Yeah.
I think Cal Poly really put up a good fight, though, I have to say.
Yeah.
That 6-6 in the beginning was very...
Definitely the closest game that we've seen against UCLA. The first 2 were both 13-1s, and then this one was the closest that they got with a 13-8.
Yeah, I think they really played that really well. I think UCLA wasn't expecting it in the beginning,
Yeah.
and I feel like they had to really put in that
that extra gumption. Yeah, UCLA also holding the title for not only the most timeouts called against them, they hold the title today for the most aces of a single player.
That is true.
The ace of any team, as they've been the only team that has gotten one, and they are currently also the only team today that has gotten a knife kill.
Oh, yeah. I almost forgot about that one. Yeah.
So it was a good day for UCLA at Games Expo today. And with that, that's the end for UCLA playing today. Next game, I believe, is going to be USC versus LACC, but I'm not entirely certain.
Yeah.
We're gonna find out when they queue up, when all the players queue up. So once we do, anything else you want to say, Matcha?
Everyone played really well. I think we might still stick around for a little bit. I don't know, not 100% sure, but like, everyone played really well. Stay tuned for the rest of the games, guys.
All right. Well, we will see you guys after the break. Welcome back, everybody, to the Games Expo stream here at USC. We are going to get to see now USC back. Most of the varsity players in the Cardinal team, with the exception of I think one or two, play the next game here in our round robin roster, going up against not USC Los Angeles, UC Los Angeles, but they are going up against Bronco Cal Poly Pomona in this best of one game. The map, however, is correct. It is Haven. They will be playing Haven with Cal Poly Pomona starting attack, I believe. So it's going to be interesting to see USC, all the more regular players today playing up against this. Again, I'm Darnell here before, joined by Matcha, the UCLA team manager here. Yeah, are you looking forward to the game?
I'm looking forward to the game.
Yeah, definitely fun coaching, or not coaching, definitely fun casting the team that you're the manager of.
Yeah.
So now you get to be biased without worry. Again, two teams that you're not involved in. So
I mean, I could be biased a little bit again. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, as it stands right now, UCLA, I believe, has been declared today's Game Expo's champion, winning 3-0. There's not room for any other team to catch up. So give a hand for all those watching to UCLA. The next games, of course, are just so that the teams can play. Again, it's more Val content for us to watch, which is exciting. But here we go in. Now, of course, we say every time that USC plays, this is the team that I normally cast for, so we know a little bit more. Again, somewhat familiar here. Licorice, Yellow, Tsubasa, Endo, Crisis, and Joshizzle should all be relatively familiar names. And as we joke, of course, Haven is USC's bread and butter. The one thing we're not seeing here is an Andre Viper play. While he is here on the premises, he is not playing. I think it's in lieu of both Licorice and Yellow playing. So right off the bat, CPP taking a very aggressive stance up. C Long here, Evasion getting Yellow, Joe Shizzle grabbing Evasion, Licorice getting Torchy, and Shiba getting a double against Joe Shizzle and Licorice. This is going to leave us in a 2v3 with USC down a man as game score plants on Seaside. Endo Crisis sending out a shock dart here from Garage to see if he can hit anybody. Doesn't have any util to bring him onto site as both he and ISO are sitting in Garage deciding to take that CT route. Endo Crisis doing a little bit of fake audio here, not deciding if he wants to go in through the Garage or through CT. They are both taking this CT push here, popping out of the smoke. Shibi denying both of them any entrance with a headshot cleanly to both Tsubasa and Endo Crisis.
Oh, did Tsubasa disconnect?
It does look like Tsubasa might have. Oh. It
seems a bit of a ping issue.
It is a possible ping issue. Interesting. It doesn't look like they did get disconnect. We were having a little bit of some technical difficulty setting up earlier, in addition to what we were experiencing here with our TV here in the studio. But one of the computers has been acting up on one of the sides.
Seems to me that a bit of USC players are choosing to buy this round.
Yeah, definitely. Despite losing that first, they are still taking. Doesn't pay off though. Torchy grabs Licorice right off the bat. Plant already going down on Seaside again. They went for that fast C. She'd be getting a shot on Joe Shizzle through the smoke here as Gomi wraps around. Yellow holding that Garage. Going to be facing Gomi here in a second. That trip might grab him. Vision holding the back sight here. Game Store flashing out, restricting anybody coming in CT. Yellow gets bettered by Gomi, even though he had that Spectre Evasion grabbing Endo and also Tsubasa with the Spectres. The light buy from USC did not pay off with Pomona's stronger buy to win that round for them. 0-2.
I think those buys really did mess up the week a little bit now that they're on light shields now when they could have been on full shields. So they definitely have to be more careful, I think, with their money.
Yeah.
Tsubasa has no shields at all, which works out a little bit because he's ISO. But in general, I feel like having that extra shield would be more reassuring.
Again, an odd choice. We're seeing a lot of common stuff here. Having Joe Shizzle and Tsubasa as both duelists is a little bit unusual. Lycaris getting a headshot on Evasion right out of the bat here as Joe Shizzle pushes out of B. Really aggressive, getting somebody off. Game store down. Spike down, teleported out of there, leaving the others to wonder where he went. They do know that the spike is down, and it looks like even with that, Pomona is committing to the A push here. We're going to start seeing some util here. Smoke and Heaven, Joe Shizzle getting Shibi off guard. Also losing the battle to Gomi, though. Endocriosis headshotting Torchy. Tsubasa spraying and getting Gomi there. As Sova got that nice little spray kill from Heaven, giving USC their first round, and what a round it was needed in order to not go completely broke. Yeah, an unusual pick, like I was saying. 2 duelists. USC usually only runs 1, potentially even none. And ISO is definitely not a normal pick for them.
Yeah.
We have seen Yoru before, but both picks are very unique for this map.
It's a bit of a split this time, I think, on the attacking side. Usually I feel like they band together and
Deploying drone.
But it seems to me that kind of like a little bit of playing for default
Yeah.
or trying to get picks.
Yeah, definitely. And it worked out. Shibi getting an early pick on Joe Shizzle down there on it looked like A pushing out a little bit aggressive. They are going to have that advantage as they slowly push into Boathouse there. Endo Crisis trying to see if he can catch anybody. Jump spotted and taking a lot of damage. No shield, 17 health. He's going to have to pull off sight. Getting hit with some breach util there. Looks like it's going to be a pretty explosive entrance onto site. Evasion headshotting Lycaris on C-side. USC not entirely certain what site they need to hold right now in this moment. Omen teleporting in, making sure that back site is clear. Endo Crisis again rotating off, thinking it might be C, which it is. Late though to the party. Shibi getting Tsubasa, leaving nobody on C site, and the last remaining 2 back here in CT. Endo Crisis still at that 17 health. They obviously have no healers, so he's not gaining any additional health. They all pull back to C long. No utility to hold him, but also no smokes besides Cypher's cages. He even has any remaining. There is one flank. Breach slowly pushing in. Dart's going to reveal him. Endo Crisis does get a headshot on Gomi, which is going to give him a little bit of an advantage. But they still are much under the gun here. Game Store flanking. Endo Crisis trading out, though, but Evasion cleaning up in the end there, getting Endo Crisis, giving another round win to Pomona here.
I think this puts USC in a save round or half buy, depending on how they would like to play the next round. Seems like also, though, that Cal Poly is a little short on money. They're kind of cutting it close. I feel like they have to win the next round for sure to be able to have the reassurance for buying next round.
Yeah, they definitely did lose some guns there in that fight, so it's going to come down to this round. That flank from Game Store was relatively long flank and not seen by USC. Early round aggression here on C long, pushing in. Jet's already in sight, leaving Lycaris in the corner there. Only a classic holding out of that. Evasion easily picks off Lycaris with that Phantom that they have equipped, giving C site to Pomona. Plant is down, 40 seconds on the clock. USC is retaking through Garage. Endo Crisis using some of that soda detail. Evasion picks off Tsubasa, and Yellow grabs Torchy. Game Store and Gomi both take down Yellow, Joe Shizzle, and Endo Crisis, leading to a very fast round for Pomona there. It is what Pomona needed, though. If they lost that, it was going to be a little bit rough for their econ.
It was. Oh, a key play from the Cypher. I think right now what they're doing is like, I guess like buy enough to buy for next. So
yeah, it does look like that. It's going to be definitely an advantage round for Pomona.
they 4-stacked C. So
They are taking a gamble that it is going to be C, and
it seems a little off. They seem mostly towards B. they could go through garage and
Endo
catch them off guard a little bit.
Endo Crisis did push out A long there to get a little bit of intel. Knew that they probably weren't heading A. Unknowingly, though, Pomona is rotating to C site. Funny enough, as USC rotates off C site, that stack even, they start to push back as Util falls out. Jet Evasion holding that mid, though, just for any lurkers. Endo Crisis still sitting in the back of A, waiting to see if anybody decides to change it up. We've got a lot of lurkers. Tsubasa pushing out of C long to clear anybody lurking behind that trip there. He's either going to have to break it or push through it, as Pomona looks like they are going to end up committing to A. USC has read this, and they are pushed on to A, stacking as they explode on the site. Here comes Jet on site.
30
Both
seconds left.
smokes out of the way as she spams through that, getting hit by Licorice with some Sheriff gunfire. Endocrisis is taking heaven only with that Sheriff, waiting for those smokes to clear out. Blinded on sight, Torchy gets yellow, leaving us on a 4v4. Tsubasa swinging
One
out,
enemy
getting
remaining.
that stinger kill. Joe Shizzle heads up in game store. Gomi trading out Endocrisis. Joe Shizzle getting Gomi on that trade. Licorice, Sheriff on the Torchy, which means that USC is going to take this round, potentially getting them a thrifty.
If you're gonna buy a gun, then shoot me.
Huge round for USC, especially with that thrifty. Going to get them some momentum in these next rounds here.
Yeah. I think Cal Poly is going to have to play a little more carefully. I think, especially since 3 of their teammates' money for next round seem to be a little bit dangerous if they lose. So they're going to have to play that a little more calmly, I think.
Definitely agree with that. Yeah, their cash is going to be a little bit strapped if they lose this. Both teams do have relatively low. Joe Shizzle getting an early pick on Gomi here. Licorice trading out of Vision down long. It's going to give an early game advantage to this C push.
ISO also ulting is chipping down their numbers.
Yeah, Tsubasa winning that battle against Game Store. They haven't even made it on the site. Re-smoking that long.
Yoru seems to be catching them from the flank.
We're going to see if they collide here. It's going to be 2 ships passing in the night if they decide to go for A or if they
Time
push
to
up
jump.
the B window. Joe Shizzle sitting here, waiting for those players. If they choose to go garage, they're going to get caught off guard, which it looks like they are. Second they round this corner.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, almost misses the spray. Causes him to get killed off by Torchy. But this is still a 4v1 situation against Torchy, who is wrapping back to C as USC starts leaving it
30 seconds left.
towards garage and B. Omen still holding that garage angle here. Licorice. Soon as Torchy pushes in here. Oh, finds the headshot though on Licorice. Starts planting, just barely there, but can wall bang by Endocrisis from garage. Another round for USC.
I think USC has picked up their momentum, I think, which is working out in their favor. Yeah, Cal Poly might have to be like really lock in this round. Their money is a little off, so
Yeah.
just playing for picks and seeing who they can knock off.
Yeah, they absolutely are going to have to play for picks here for sure. Got a little bit of long range from Shibi here. Going to try to maybe get an early headshot with that Marshall. As Pomona stacks up for a B and a C push. Joe Shizzle is pushing out a window here. Finds Game Store right off the bat. Teleports out of there as he has been, getting that pick and then leaving. Leaves Pomona to wonder where he is at. He is holding B. They are stacked C side, leaving Cypher alone on A. And it looks like Pomona is going to try to go for a garage play here. Licorice smoking out B so that they are afraid to push in as Evasion really just holds those knives out against that garage. Endocrisis is going to have first contact here. Aldrone coming out of the smoke, manages to get a ping off, sprays through, gets Shibi. Bullets fly, shock dart damaging a little bit there. Jet half health from some of that spray as they run towards A. Little do they know the Cypher util is set up on site. It's going to let them get plant down, but as soon as they get plant off and try to continue to take site, Evasion dodging over those. Shock dart coming in, hitting default spot, getting a knife kill on yellow. Endocrisis trading out though, getting an Evasion. Torchy gets the plant off. 40 seconds on the clock as Yoru takes Heaven. Aldrone's going to spot him there. Endocrisis getting that dart out for some intel. Both players spotted. They know where they are. He might try to spam through the box here. He's going to spam through smoke after he sees that dart. Grabs Gomi in the corner, sprays smoke. Can barely see his outline, and he finds a flick headshot on him. That's another round for USC right there.
Not this time.
Tying this up 4v4. Econ's going to be looking a little bit better for USC. Endocrisis is almost at cash cap. If they win this next round, he'll be just bordering that 9,000 credits. While on the contrary, Pomona, if they lose this, they'll have to spend the next round in a save.
Seems to me that this time that Pomona will be running towards A. We're also still playing default, I think. Playing for picks. Spike has been dropped and is towards C.
Yeah, something Pomona hasn't done yet is keeping that spike down. It's always a good idea to do that in case you're going to try to get an early round pick. You don't want that spike in somebody's hands and then let the enemy team know that it is down. Joe Shizzle finding an early kill here on Game Store with a nice headshot down in sewers. But little do they know, it looks like Pomona is going to commit to C here, blasting on the site. Tsubasa and Lycaris are both on site. Each getting a kill. Shibi getting Lycaris, but Tsubasa trading him out with a headshot, leaving this in a very rough 4v1 for Sova, who has been discovered, and Tsubasa kills coming out of garage. Another round win for USC.
I think this puts Pomona back on a save.
I believe it does. Some, yes. Looks like they're going for a force. They could have saved. I think the idea being here is they can force this, save the next round, and then obviously have full buys for last.
Yeah.
But USC still very bolstered for cash here. Buys coming out. Endocrisis going to hit cap next round if they win. No ops on the table yet. Evasion right after the round starts. A headshot on Endocrisis, which is going to give them the advantage. Gomi getting Joe Shizzle trying to flank, and Evasion killing Lycaris. Smokes down for USC. Seaside is completely there. Spike is down, and the timer has started. Tsubasa in garage looking to retake that site. Torchy is watching it. They both spot each other. They're trying to go for the swing. Shibi backs him up. Tsubasa does get torched. He doesn't have any util on hand.
Making cover.
Uses that wall to try to get them to focus there while his team
Over there.
has time to back him up. They are going to pop out of this smoke, but it doesn't matter. They don't have time to get hit with that util. Shibi gets Tsubasa. Yellow just peeking raw 1v4, losing in the game store with a headshot. That is an attacker's round win for the Pomona.
I think picking up on that flank on Josh Shizzle really worked out for Pomona.
Yeah, he has gotten away with that several times now, and they picked that up indeed.
I think it was also interesting earlier. USC Yellow almost made contact with Gomanazai.
Yeah.
So just barely missing each other was kind of crazy. We do see an op buy though from Endocrisis this round. So.
There it is. Yeah, second to last round, plenty of money to buy. Next round, even if they lose, op in hand doesn't really matter that much. Taking the long angle, Shibi does get Joe Shizzle flanking. Endo finds Evasion though, and immediately ISO popping out that ult, grabbing one of those players in that 1v1. Tsubasa wins it against Shibi, which means it's now down to a 4v3. They're still stacked A side. Endocrisis has given up that long angle and started to pull back. Believe they see the read on the rotate here as they start to fold in and take garage. We still have one just holding sewers just in case anyone pops out. They sometimes do. Yellow is solo holding C site here as Omen, and Cypher is garage. First contact. Gomi finds
I know
Tsubasa pushing out of
exactly
B,
where you
trying to find a flank kill. Yellow's tagged. Gomi is ratting right up against here, waiting for any more additional rotates as they push back to A to take that. Endo Crisis is going to beat them there. Sitting in heaven, potentially getting a kill off on plant. He spams default. Doesn't look like he does. Still sitting there in heaven. Yellow has that Odin spamming through that smoke, just waiting for an opportunity to get a kill. Cleared box, nobody there. They are both on site. Gomi filled back in from where he was sitting on B to help his team out. Yellow finds the kill on Game Store with the Odin spam as Gomi pushes out,
Last player
catching him
standing.
off guard Licorice, but still finds the kill on him. Yellow's going for the defuse as Sova just spams that Hunter's Fury towards Spike. Endo Crisis able to get this to a second half. Even if his teammate dies here in a second, it doesn't matter. He gets greedy. He's going to go for the op kill, and he finds the kill against Torchy,
Last
leaving this
round.
a round win for USC. Last round and a half.
Oh, Tsubasa disconnected.
Ah, yes, Tsubasa did disconnect for real this time, which means that we are probably going to see a pause on the game timer here shortly. There it is, 17-second mark. As Tech figures out what has gone on with Tsubasa. Matcha, you got any comments on the game so far?
I think both teams have been like picking up on each other's habits. I think USC really adjusted really well to the way that Pomona was playing. And yeah, I think just a few rounds were kind of lost due to like eco versus full buys. So yeah.
Yeah, well, that is definitely one thing that we are seeing a lot of in this game is that adaptation, where especially in USC's first game, they were getting hit with the same tactics and they were not adapting, and vice versa in Pomona some of their games. But in this one, I think that's why the score is so even.
Yeah. I think catching up on each other's flanks and also like double checking to make sure that no one is actually flanking or flanking the flank even more. So
yeah, here we just have to wait, and like we said, each team does have timeouts, but of course disconnects, any kind of technical issue does not fall under any time penalty for either team. So
now we get this really nice shot of a bear.
the teddy bear and these hidden bears.
Yeah.
Yeah, these were what I was talking about. One of the other observers that was filling in for our legendary Cat God was copying his techniques, but these are those iconic free cam Cat God views where we get to kind of explore the map, see some of those hidden items, and of course get incredibly flattering POVs of some of the players.
Especially from their point of view.
Exactly.
Oh, and Tsubasa seems to have returned, sort of. Oh.
They indeed seem to have returned. Yeah, the buys have gone through. Reconnection is made, which means we should be seeing that timer start up now, and there it is. Just in 10 seconds, we're going to roll into the last round of the half. Op still in hands for Endo Crisis.
And the Odin buy.
That is definitely something that is pretty common for USC to play on Haven. We will see that Odin buy. Not necessarily this player, but it is very common. As Pomona takes a full A-side push here. One straggler kind of watching any of those greedy push-outs. Occasion revealed for Ephesian, still getting aggressive, already in sight. Still tagged, doesn't matter, trying to take the fight. Tsubasa gets her, though. Bullets flying, Game Store getting a double against Yellow and Joshizzle. Tsubasa trading out those kills against Game Store, but Gomi coming in and getting Tsubasa, leaving this in a 2v3 for USC.
Spike
They're going to have to
planted.
retake. The spike is down, which means 40 seconds on the clock. Endo, Crisis, and Yellow, both in CT, both taking fire, both blinded. swings, doesn't get the kill, is going to have to take out that Cypher cam unless he wants to get tagged. Gonna go for this,
Player
gets
standing.
tagged by that Cypher util, and Gomi finds the heads on both Lycris and Endo Crisis, tying this up
Switching
for the
sides.
first half.
Yeah. Think definitely we'll see how they play differently from each other in the second half and what tactics they might bring.
USC definitely does kind of have some strategies that they like to play on Haven attack, but with some of the non-standard players in this roster, we'll see if they do come out.
Seems that Pomona will be pushing out fairly quickly, I think, on B with Jet just chilling right there by the entrance and with the double people in garage.
I think you were right about that. Very heavy. And look, there it is, just like you said, immediately out of B in garage, taking space as USC runs the opposite way towards A. They are going to want to make sure that they have something on that rear, and they do, in fact. That Cypher util, the tripwire, holding that flank. Cypher keeping an eye on it too, but if he's not careful, he's going to get hit, even though that util is up. And there it is. Torchy finding the head on yellow, just in range. Cypher util's down into the flank. Commence Gomi finding Endo, and Game Store grabbing Joe Shizzle. And that's not even on the full flank as they push into sight, pinching the last two players on A. Fully blinded, fully util, bullets fly. Lycris and Tsubasa finding Gomi and Torchy in the chaos, but Evasion cleaning up and getting both of them, giving the first pistol round to the Pomona.
I feel like Pomona plays in a very unpredictable way where they like pushing out fairly quickly. And I feel like most teams don't expect that, which does cause them to be obliterated like this.
Definitely not, yeah. I mean, it's those strats that, you know, if you catch him, you can punish him for it. But a lot of times, like you said, they don't, and they becomes a deadly play for the opposing team.
I think it's really funny because this is why we joke about hard stuck silvers. Like, you never know what they're
Yeah,
thinking.
you never know what they're thinking. Silvers are an enigma, and it seems that Pomona is embracing the enigma here. Looks like they already have USC is fully on C site. They have complete control. It's a 5v5, which means they're going to have to fight to hold it. This Game Store flashes out, hits them with the blast there, grabs Tsubasa with the Spectre, even though offhand, Shibi gets Endo. Joe Shizzle grabs Shibi, and Game Store trades out Joe Shizzle. Torchy getting Lycris from a long angle with the Ares. USC 1v3 grabs yellow, but again, sticks that diffuse. Torchy ends up grabbing Cypher there in the end with the Ares, leaving Pomona with a second round win, diffusing through the chaos.
Yeah, I think in that situation, it's really hard for a Cypher to face that 1v3, especially with the sheer amount of people and the Cypher util blocking their view.
He was able to get a pick, but not on the person diffusing, and they just stuck it.
Yeah.
USC misspending on that second round a little bit. They're not able to full buy on the third round for rifles, while Pomona is riding off their bonus. USC going for a split mid push. Evasion finding Lycris really early on with that outlaw, the only person that was trying to head A. The other four players are heading towards B and C, leaning towards garage. Now, Omen has just smoked out garage, so that it's going to be a little complicated for them to push in. They're rerouting here. Outlaw still in sewers, waiting for anyone to try to push that and punish them for doing so. Tsubasa finds his way inside. Endo finishing off the kill on Shibi. They start rushing towards C-Site, which is now slightly undefended. Endo finding Torchy. Gomi's solo on C-Side here, getting overrun by USC players. Game Store getting a kill with that Ares. Joe Shizzle, Tsubasa, and Yellow cleaning up that C-Side push and getting the plant off for USC. This game is incredibly neck and neck so far. Both teams playing very well against each other.
Yeah, I think they're adjusting really fast, which is helping them win rounds. But it goes back and forth. So
Yeah. Interestingly enough, that was a pretty soft buy for both teams.
Yeah.
USC on a misspent second round, and then, of course, Pomona on a bonus. So this round is going to be a full buy for both of them. Joe Shizzle found off pretty early here, is able to teleport out into safety, while the majority of USC still sits there on A side. Now,
B is also left completely undefended too.
it is, as Pomona gets a little bit aggressive, pushing out of sewers. They're going to be facing a flank here, and is Endo Crisis going to see this from behind? Because it doesn't look like it. They're both, three of the players kind of out in the open here, heading towards C. The location has been reeled for Joe Shizzle as he teleports back. Again, sitting right there. Evasion's going to be able to find that kill on Joe Shizzle. Tsubasa trading out, though. Evasion getting them person for person, leaving us in a 4v4. Game Store hiding in this corner, ready to use util on this B push. It looks like it's going to come in handy. Hits them with that and starts for the flank. Tsubasa getting Shibi and Torchy, trading out to Yellow. The head. Endocrisis is going to tap plant, but doesn't stop. Licorice getting Torchy. Endocrisis is planting. The plant is down. Game Store is still flanking steadily as USC has complete control of sight here. Going to blind and swing. Both of them are going to be fully blinded, but doesn't manage to get the kill. Oh, the Phantom Spray from Endo, getting both Game Store and Gomi. And that's going to even the score up to 8v8.
Yeah. Seems like there's a bit of a, like, can't tell if it's a force or a save from Pomona, but seems like most of them will be saving their money.
That blind from Game Store as he pushed in, I am surprised that he did not at least get a pick, but he lost that handedly.
I think he was like aiming in between the two of them, trying to figure out which one to shoot first, but that moment of panic really worked against him.
Both of them just sprayed towards the smoke, presumably blinded.
Scanning ahead.
Dart from Torchy here on A site to see if USC is taking an aggressive hold. Again, Torchy and Evasion pushing up that long angle towards USC, who has decided to go the other way towards C site, where Cypher was alone but is now joined by Sova and Omen. Joe Shizzle's clone is in sight. Gomi keeping an eye on it to make sure that it's not pushing in. Unsure if that was a person or a clone. Might end up trying to spam that box. They are on a somewhat save round here. Sheriff's in hand, so they got to play together if they're going to try to retake this. Yell holding a close angle with the Phantom, grabbing one, getting traded out by Gomi, though. Game Store using some util to get him on site. Shibi getting Endo headshot. Joe Shizzle grabbing two of them. Gomi and Shibi. Game Store trading out Lycoris. Evasion getting a knives kill, and Tsubasa spraying with that Phantom. Going to ult the last person just to stall for time, giving them health back and a shield back. Spraying Game Store, getting a clutch up here, and that is another round for USC. 9-8.
I think that was a really smart play from the ISO, just ulting to get out of the stun because I could have really worked against him.
Yeah. Not only was he already damaged, but yeah, like you said, the stun. ISO's ult clearing all of that, giving him every bit of health and shield back.
Yeah. Reach might have been one tap, but that could have been a really dangerous play.
Yep.
Evasion with the op, though, so.
Evasion with the op. I'm going to see if it
works for him or works against him. I think we saw a lot. Sometimes it just didn't work out quite right.
Yeah.
Get killed.
Yep. But in this case, it might just... They've been getting good kills with the Outlaws so far. They chose to take C instead of A. I think if they were sewers, they might have found an early pick on there. Sitting Evasion lonely on C. Nobody chose to push it. Spike is sitting down right outside of B. Joe Shizzle got Shibi and Torchy traded out, though, getting Joe Shizzle, which means this is going to be a 4v4. No smokes on the Pomona side, and one less duelist on the USC side. They still have ISO to rely on for that duelist action. As they rotate over to C, Liker is going to take first contact against this op. Is it a kill? Misses the shot from Evasion. Going to give an opportunity for Lycoris to smoke out C site, giving them an ability to push in. Evasion retaking that angle there, starting to get a little bit more aggressive. Here comes Hunter's Fury, just beating Lycoris in the corner from his own teammate as he moves out of the way.
Shadows traveling.
Re-smoking sight there. Evasion holding that close angle, looking like they want to push out of that smoke to try to get a pick as USC pushes off. ISO is
30
watching for
seconds
any
left.
B people that may unknowingly cross B in a dangerous path here. As USC starts to rotate over, Lycris looking like it might want to ult somewhere. Finding A site, even though it's clear. Tsubasa does get that lurk on Gomi
I
as
know
Endo
exactly
Crisis plants down. Pomona, Hunter's Fury getting Endo Crisis the planter off, but not before that plant went down.
Cover going out.
Lycris choosing to smoke off Heaven here with his one remaining smoke instead of connector.
Charges.
Pomona going for a full connector push. Swinging Lycris, loses the game store.
Foolish.
Yellow getting game store in
Player
return.
standing.
Evasion managing to get Yellow with the Vandal spray. A headshot and a body shot from
I had a
Tsubasa,
job
winning
to
the
do.
round for USC.
So I didn't.
That puts Pomona back into a save round.
That indeed does. Which, if they're not careful, if they lose the save round, they'll have a bye, but it's going to be the round before match point, leading to match point being a save for them.
Yeah. So they definitely have to think about how they want to play the next few rounds and how they want to save their money and see if they can manage to win before they put their save on a match point.
Evasion opting for that stinger. They're going to rush out of garage here, but it doesn't pay off. Tsubasa gets the kill on Torchy. Blinded, trying to block it, but Evasion gets that stinger payoff. Ansu and already just damaged Tsubasa. Joe Shizzle does get that really aggressive Evasion, though. Game Store 5 health, having to hide back in as that barrier on the garage door is broken. Chaos ensues. Game Store pushing out with just the 5 health. Nothing to shoot at as Yoru grabs some intel for USC. Game Store running for his life with just those 5 health as USC takes A site by storm.
Spike planted.
Plant is now down on A site. Joe Shizzle finding Shibi, leaving the last 2 alive. A 5 health Game Store and Cypher both pushing together.
At this point, it's really just can they chip down their numbers and ruin their eco for the next round.
Exactly. If it's possible for them at all, it'd be worth getting just one stray bullet of that spray right there, and it is over for Breach. Doesn't know the 2 across. Licorice misses the spray on Breach as he retreats. No.
Cypher seems to be going for a flank.
Cypher's going for a flank, finds a headshot on Endo.
Last player standing.
Runs into bullets, another kill on Joe Shizzle, but Yellow ends that nonsense, getting Game Store, leaving Cypher alive. A 1 gun out. I believe Cypher was able to get a gun there, bring it back. So not total loss. He will have a little bit of extra cash going into this round here. It is going to be their last time that they can full buy, unless they win this, of course.
Yeah, I think Game Store did really good. 5 health and managed to chip down their numbers.
Just dry swinging into a group of people and managing to find heads and all that chaos is wild.
He died with honor.
He died with complete honor. Early pick from Joe Shizzle against Evasion. We've seen it and we've seen it again. That's going to leave them in the 5v4 right off the bat. Tsubasa staring at a wall. Endo watching for those flanks out. Looks like they are going to be thinking about a seaside committal. Smokes up on long. Should be holding it. Could be just a ploy as USC starts to pull back towards garage and B. Game Store holding A site by himself. Location revealed for Joe Shizzle. Clone hit the trip and he hit the cam. We're getting an owl drone out and it's not going to have enough time to spot anybody with maybe the exception of the Sova in the very far back. This is going to give USC some additional intel that they might need. There's the camera on the wall from their side for checking some information. As Joe Shizzle pushes up, Torchy backs up into B side. He's going to get the kill on Torchy. Doesn't look like that's going to happen. Cypher's backing out of B side. This is a free kill. 2 ships passing in the night. Torchy moves into B side without Joe Shizzle seeing it and manages to get the headshot on him. Tsubasa pulls in Game Store for a 1v1. Early shield shot manages to get the kill on Tsubasa with Yellow getting a double on Gomi and Torchy. Shibi gets Yellow and Endo takes out Game Store, leaving us in a 2v1 against Omen. Teleported into the smoke, spamming. Gets one, gets the other. That is a clutch up for Shibi. That's exactly what Pomona needed right at this moment. Round win for them.
The spike is diffused.
I think this is a little dangerous still though for Pomona. I feel like definitely USC can or almost full buy, but the money that Pomona has is a little less because most of them died, only leaving one alive.
Yeah, they're still going to need to win this to have any sort of cash going into match point.
Cover going out.
At least they do have somewhat of a relatively stable buy. Not rifles, but stable enough buy, not a full save. USC opting to go for a little bit of a delayed push just to kind of see where some people are at. Pushing up C. Going to go take the garage, seeing if they can overpower that Cypher. Clone in to clear any util. Joe Chisel making use of that ISO. Flashing out, spraying. Shibi getting Tsubasa with that Phantom Spray. Icarus doing a little bit of damage there with some Phantom Spray of his own through that. Gomi finding Joe Shizzle lurking around here. They do have Garage. As soon as they push out, Endo does find the Game Store head there. Gomi getting Endo from inside Garage, though, in a 2v4. Icarus getting evasion, which is going to help them push up to B side, giving Cypher a body to ult off of. Overpowering Torchy in a 2v1. Icarus getting the head. Plants going down.
Leaving the situation 2v2. Both Omens and Cyphers.
Yeah, both Omens and Cyphers.
Shadows traveling.
I think USC is going about this in a really good way where they're
Last player standing.
Exactly, and they find the kill on Gomi there. Now it's a 2v1. Darted, though. They both know where Shibi is, and they just have to play that connector. Even if he goes for that tap, they can just spray it. And they find the spray on him. In that 2v1 situation, a triple for Icarus. A USC match point, 12v9. And Pomona on a save, I believe.
I think so too. I think for sure they will be on a tight budget. So, yeah. Only one full buy, I think.
Oof. Yeah, and half shields, regen shields. Immediate aggression seen from the Pomona side as they rush out C long towards USC, who has chosen to go A. Game Store checking corners, nothing found. Jet's got her darts out because she only has that stinger in hand. Joe Shizzle's already getting plant down on A as everybody else sits on the wayside here. Evasion finds the head of Joe Shizzle using those knives. If Evasion hits that trip, it could have been game over, but doesn't. Hits it with the Sheriff and pulls back out. Endocrisis swings Shibi and finds the head. Gets traded out by Gomi, but Tsubasa's there to cover his back, getting the headshot on Gomi.
Left in a 3v3 situation, I feel like Pomona really needs to put in their util, especially if they want to be able to... Oh, there's the breach ult.
Evasion dropped the gun that she had. Tsubasa gets Torchy, but Evasion redeems that, getting Tsubasa. Yellow grabs Game Store, and Evasion again knifes against Yellow. 1v1, knifes out, trying to find the Omen, and he finds him.
But there's not enough time.
But not enough time to defuse.
Yeah.
And that is a game win for USC.
13-9.
A very good game win for USC.
Yeah.
That is going to bring them a one win and a one loss going into the third game here against LACC. LACC. The very last game in this round robin they'll play. But what did you think about that game?
I think they really adapted really well. I think that was like the most important thing that I saw. I think, and the thing that like showed through this game, because I feel like, yeah, we said it earlier. A lot of the first few games there wasn't much adapting. It was like sticking to the same pattern, and I feel like they learned from that and they're adjusting now.
Definitely. Yeah, it was really good to see them play off each other like that, especially in those clutch up moments where we saw USC sticking to each other, sticking to those guns, especially in that one of those very last rounds, both in that smoke, getting them that win there, which is incredibly important. But adaption is the thing here. We weren't seeing repeating plays and punishments over and over again. So with that being said, we're going to head to break here, and we will see you guys for USC versus LACC. See you after the break. Wow, and welcome back, viewers at home. We are starting our last and most interesting game for USC. It is going to be USC versus LACC. Again, I am Darnell. I've been with you guys the whole time here. This is my co-host, Superb.
Hello, everyone. A very tired Superb coming in. It has been a very long day here at the Levy basement, and we are now ready to wrap it up with the final game.
Yeah, for everyone that doesn't know at home, Superb is the Val manager and has been busy managing Val the entire day.
And what an experience it is. We've seen a lot of gameplay, a very interesting gameplay coming out across all of the 4 schools here today. And we are ready to see all of that finally wrap up with LA Community College versus USC for just the final show about. Champ picks looking a bit interesting. I've never ever seen 2 cloves before. I wonder if it's some sort of new strategy, but I don't know. Maybe they could get creative with it. Oh, 2 Vipers to respond on the USC side. We really are going creative with the controller metas, huh?
Yeah, definitely so. And again, don't mind the names underneath this graphic. They are unfortunately incorrect at this time. However, I do believe Icebox is the map pick.
That is correct. It is going to be Icebox with LA Community College starting out on attacker side. Looks like the double agent discrepancies are slowly getting resolved here. But while we do note, Cypher is in fact a pretty popular pick on Icebox, as is Viper. It is interesting to see LACC bring out a pretty there we go. Okay, a pretty defender-heavy comp with the KJ for anchor, but it looks like they've swapped off the Cypher onto Jet instead, and opted to go for Viper just as USC here. What do you make of this?
I think it's been interesting to see KJ back in the meta. We didn't see her for a long time, and now we're seeing a lot more picks, especially now that Icebox is back in rotation. But yeah, Viper pick for USC is very standard. We almost see that every time. It's one of Andre's favorite players to pick. I don't know if he is still not playing in this game, correct?
I do believe he is on coaching position this time. This man's got better things to do than jump into the fray, I guess. But don't worry, the world can wait until the return of the Andre. But yeah, looking at the comps here, it is curious to see LACC not. Oh, never mind. They did end up opting for an initiator. Looks like it's going to be a fairly mirror matchup across both sides. We've got the Reyna coming out. We've got the Sova. We've got the KJ. Though there will, and of course the Viper. But the only difference here is going to be Jet for Clove. Clove, of course, very aggressive controller with the not dead yet option, the free revive, of course, and also the ability to continue supporting her team with after death, and of course the fairly aggressive tools in her utility, giving her access to the decay, but also the pick-me-up, which allows her to be almost like a pseudo-duelist. Looks like we're going right into the map here. Yeah, but I'm curious what you think about these team lineups.
Definitely nothing too far out of the average. We have seen Clove fall out a little bit out of the meta with her recent nerfs, where they've reduced the smoke time and increased the refresh time for that smoke. Seen Clove fall out for picks like Omen again, but otherwise relatively fairly straightforward for every agent that's been selected.
Yeah, definitely. Very classic team comp here. Looks like we're getting right into the fray here. Philippines immediately gets the tap onto Endo Crisis, who just takes a bit too hard of a peek. That gives LACC the signal to immediately start rushing B. Viper wall is down. That is going active. USC immediately on the response here. That wall obscuring a lot of vision. It's a pretty classic Viper wall. You've seen Andre do it multiple times on stream, but looks like it's going to help out here as J Star gets off a successful plant with the help of the Clove Smokes. Spike here goes planted. 40 seconds remaining, and and Philippines picks up a second. Yeah. All right, looks like there's going to be a bit more action here coming in. Josh Shizzle and Tsubasa was able to trade back, finally shutting down Philippines on his streak as Tsubasa starts going on his own here. He picks up a second here onto Xavier Fine. as Yellow starts to fuse. Kai and Bogey immediately deny that. Goes in for the knife, not quite, but Kai, there's one more person, so Kai's able to get the pick on Tsubasa. Easy pistol win here on the side of LACC. That was definitely a very interesting pistol round here. A lot of chaos, a lot of crazy plays. Almost got a knife off.
Almost got the knife off. Yeah, unfortunately for them, while they did win the pistol round, they only had one remaining player on their side. So they don't get to take a lot of those pistol round guns into the next one. But then again, it doesn't really matter terribly much since they are going to soft buy anyway.
Well, remind me actually, because I might not have fully seen it during all of the games, but I do believe there was only one other pistol or one other knife kill this afternoon.
That is correct.
And that was the final move that UCLA pulled against USC in the exposition match. But yeah, it looks like that will not be repeated today. Not against USC, not again. But yeah, definitely watch out for the stabby stats. Looking right back into it, LACC seeing the B take going successful. They're going right back in. Joy Stark getting that plant down as soon as possible in the middle of that KJ molly. I wonder how much damage she took out of that. Spike is down. Everyone's still alive somehow, and other than a bit of scratches on the KJ, it looks like nothing else here. A lot of util for USC to navigate through. The smokes have faded. Yellow picks up the kill on Philippines. Tsubasa does one on Bogey. Yellow dashes in, tries to get the clove, gets shut down by Xavier. Kai gets Endo Crisis. Like Horus and Tsubasa answer back. J-Stark takes 2. 1 versus 1 scenario here. It's a Bulldog versus Scout, and it looks like J-Stark will be the one to take down Tsubasa. Not quite got that trigger finger for it, but there is one for Clutch here on J-Stark. 2-0 now on the side of LACC.
Yeah, LACC winning that again. Only one person making it out of that, making their third round much less of a bonus and more of a buy with what they can. They did manage to pull that one Vandal out, which is going to give them a little bit of an advantage. But USC is coming back with a full buy.
Yeah, LACC though, definitely reading the fact that USC is not as rich as they think. That's a Canadian joke, by the way, but because one of our banks is Scotiabank, but which has if you're Canadian, you'll understand the reference. But whatever the case, they noticed that the Clove did pick up the new sniper, the Outlaw, which will actually one-shot partial shields. So it will be interesting to see how much damage that does, considering that 3 members on the side of Cardinal have partial shields. Remember that the rechargeable shields only do not deliver a full shield's worth, but rather 2 half shields worth instead of 1 full shield. Looks like LACC now trying for a side take this time. Kai immediately making use of that Outlaw, getting Tsubasa while Philippines covers for him, getting Josh Shields in the process. Spike is down, and and USC's got to respond here. Looks like everyone's just converging here on this 1 point. 3 members on the side of USC versus 5 on the side of LACC. So odds are a little bit stacked, but with a little bit of finesse, maybe they can make this work. Looks like the Jet making her way, Yellow here making her way up. Kai does get Licorice as Endo Crush straight back for Kai. But it is now 2v4, 2 for each, right? Looks like Yellow getting the angle. Endo Crisis and Yellow are making this work. Spike is ticking down. They've got to defuse that quick. Yellow's got the cover. Bogey, though, scans him out and is able to take down Yellow. One last person to put down for a 3-0 situation on the side of LACC.
Yeah, LACC coming through there at the very end with just enough util to kind of give them that advantage, keeping USC off that spike despite having no man on site, especially with that very last dart from Bogey coming in, revealing that Viper, able to get that kill there, keeping them off spike, and then, in the end, winning that round for LACC.
Guns now exceptionally stacked in the favor of LACC with Vandals all around, while it's Sheriffs all across for the side of USC. Round immediately opens with a bit of recon here. Looks like Bogey trying to get some information as much as possible. So the util will be spent in the process as the walls go up. USC knows that it's going to be a B take once again, but they just don't know how hard they're heading and how fast they're hitting. Philippines opening kill onto Licorice as J-Star goes for the plant once again. Wasn't able to get that to stick because of some bullets here being thrown around. but they know the pressure is up. Clove smokes are down, as is the Viper orb, but so there is util all around. Tsubasa able to trade, grabbing off Philippines on the Reyna here, shutting him down. Empress will come out on the side of USC here. Tsubasa is now ready to hunt, so that is going to make that Reyna exceptionally hard to catch, especially since Empress does not run out like it used to. Clove, though, does have Not Dead Yet to answer, so maybe they can make that something work out of that. Josh Shizzle, meanwhile, looks like he has also joined the rest of his team, while Yellow takes up flanking position, hoping to
30
just
seconds
pinch
left.
them in and stall for enough time. Tsubasa does get the kill on Kai, but Kai is able to use Not Dead Yet to quickly revive. But remember, that revive is on a timer, and Josh Shizzle swiftly sets
Spike
that timer
planted.
back to 0. Spike is going to go down. KJ does get access to lockdown, but it is a 3v4 situation, and there is still a Reyna with active Empress on the way. Attack to Killjoy will go down, will put down the lockdown though, but not before. But USC Yellow
enemy
immediately
remaining.
shuts it down. USC collapsing from all sides, trying to get as much as possible. Yellow is able to destroy the lockdown, but trades for it with his life. With Xavier Fine here, we gotta stick to defuse, but Xavier Fine got himself a few lineups here. That is gonna start burning pretty soon, but the defuse goes through. Tsubasa trades his life for the spike, but USC is able to secure their first round in the bag.
Tsubasa holding on to that and not shying away from the danger of that Viper's Pit really paid off for him. Just holding it on, dies in the end, but the more importantly, gets that first round in for USC, leaving only Viper with that gun to bring back for this next round.
Well, you gotta remember the Viper's snake bites. They do apply vulnerability, but on their own they tickle. And Viper's only got one of those now. She used to have two, which makes denying plants a lot better when combined with her orb. But now with only one, her post-plant deniability, while still strong, is gonna be a lot less effective. Especially when there's been a Reyna who's been overhealing all day long with Empress. Let's take a look here at round 5. Immediately starting off with a bit more util setup here. Looks like LACC trying once again for the B site here, going for the same tactics here as they did last round here. Slowly sneaking up to the place, but notice the lurk and Reyna all the way on the other side. Is looks like Philippine will be all the way in the back just to make sure things go wrong, and that is exactly what he does. He grabs USC Yellow, takes a hold of his operator, and that is 4,700 credits going straight into the pockets of LACC. All right, looks like we are going. Looks like the USC though is onto their antics. Endo Crisis sneaks right below Philippinese's line of sight. Is able to get that operator back as Tsubasa trades for Xavier, grabs Xavier Fine as Licorice grabs
30 seconds
Bogey.
left.
It
One
is now
enemy
41
remaining.
on the side of USC.
Spike down,
Hard
B.
to stack against Clove, and that is exactly what happened. Josh Shizzle just finds Clove in the corner, and that is going to be a 5th round on the side of USC.
Wow, right off the bat, first op purchased for this game that we saw immediately taken away from Yellow, given to the hands of Philippinese, and then taken away from Philippinese by USC. They decided to keep that op off the board, letting it go wayside with that round.
Some weapons are really just better to be bought later in the round, I think. I think that one came a bit too early. Everyone was still shaking. Round 6 underway. Jet immediately starts out with this Blade Storm here, is getting access to those super laser accurate knives here. Endo Crisis trading a little bit of fire, not much exchange otherwise. Looks like it's gonna be a B take this time. Owl Drone going live, trying to scout out some enemies. He sees 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He knows where everyone is, but they don't know where he is. He's in the close poke. He peeks out at the 3, immediately gets shuts down. Yellow takes one use of those knives before Xavier Fine says no more. Tsubasa is able to grab J Stark. It is 3v3. Viper's Pit going down. Sova has access to Hunter's Fury. Looks like Plant is going to go down just outside. Kai is able to pick up Tsubasa. Endo Crisis grabs Bogey. Kai grabs Endo Crisis back. It is going to be a 1v2 like horse against everyone. That Viper's Pit is still up. He's got to be careful when going through that smoke cloud. But Kai, one step ahead, peeks his head out of the clouds just enough to pick out Lycoris's giant beanie going out.
Oh, indeed. And what a Viper Pit to pay off that, really sealing that win in for LACC. And, of course, as we saw there, Kai swinging out to seal that off. this is going to help LACC's buy here a little bit. If they had lost that round, it would have been a save for them next round. But now they've got a little bit of extra cash to work with, while in return USC is going to have to make sure that they don't lose this round.
I'm curious about Philippinese's buy though. Notice he's got nothing but a pistol. I think he's fully reliant on just scavenging this game and hoping that someone gets a lucky pick. But speaking of other util available, like 2 ultimates up on the side of USC, the Hunter's Fury and the Viper's Pit of their own, while LACC having held on to their Sova's Hunter Fury, they still have that at their disposal. Those are going to be a beacon once again. Kai immediately gets the opening kill on Endo Crisis. That's one vital ult shutdown right here as the pick-me-up gives him a bit of extra mobility and a bit of extra breathing space as he makes his way into the back, gets the kill onto like just Xavier find. The Hunter's Fury comes out, finds J-Star. Tsubasa immediately also answering, killing both Philippines and someone else, but Kai answers back with Tsubasa. It is going to be a 2v1 situation. Kai has not dead yet, but as the last person, I don't think it's going to be a fully well-used util. Never mind, he's going to use it. He's going to, Yellow gets the first pick. Kai's able to come back 4 kills. It is a 1v1 situation. Yellow's got a defuse. Now at half, Kai, the pros never fake. Oh, not quite. That is going to be ace on the side of Kai and LACC. Turns out that Clove util was useful after all.
It turns out that Clove util was useful after all. I did not think it was going to work out for Kai with the 1v2, but they made it work. And interestingly enough, a timeout coming in from Kai, which is going to bring us to the first timeout that LACC has used this game, and the 4th timeout that we have seen today. Interestingly enough, the only other 2 aces of the day belong to UCLA. So this is the first ace outside of that now going to LACC.
Well, I do believe a bit of strategy is certainly going to be needed after that one. So USC will certainly be glad to make use of that timeout. Looking at weapon choice so far, once again, USC, once again, going to be a little bit strapped for cash given that they are 3 rounds down. But definitely by no means weak. They have 3 ults up on their side, and looking at the side of LACC, they aren't going to get that anytime soon unless J-Start pulls off a 4K, in which case the lockdown wouldn't even be needed anymore. But 20 more seconds until the barriers drop. Let's see how USC makes use of their util in combination with their strap cash. Looks like LACC will be fully utilizing their money to their best value here, getting full buys across the board minus a little bit of shielding gaps. But USC, they don't get that luxury. It's only half shields and sheriffs and scouts. So let's see where that goes. Barrier immediately drops Enterprise and moving up to aggressive positions here. He is scouted out by Bogey. He is gonna get killed off by Kai. Kai gets the pick me up, but and they are trying to push the advantage. USC, they don't got the weaponries to answer to this, so they gotta go on the retreat now. Looks like LACC though, knowing that they suspect a B push, have pushed their way into A. All silent on the western front. El Yellow is able to make first contact against Philippines. Gets one shot off, but doesn't hit. That doesn't hit it. Spike is gonna get planted. 5v4 situation, and that Sova's looking dangerously low. Looks like it's dangerously low. Clove util blocking all sight visions. They don't got the weapons to really do this. It might just be a save round here, but Tsubasa doing a little bit of trade with his adversary here. But Philippines one step ahead, grabs Licorice in the process. Tsubasa trying his best to swing off of his Leer, but doesn't get it. Yellow is able to take 2 kills with the Scout in a row, getting himself a vital pick-me-up here. But Xavier fine, he's lined up, he's ready to use the poly. Looks like it's all just going to be defender side of post-plant util, just trying to deny the stick. Chase starts grenades are actually going to grab Josh Shizzle as the spike explodes in Yellow's face. That's going to be another round on favor for the attackers.
Don't stress if
Yeah,
you
unfortunate
die.
little turn of events there. So close to dying to the spike, but instead dies to those nano swarms, giving J Stark that additional kill. And of course, that kill money that comes along with that.
Yeah, LACC definitely has a very nice post-plant situation. Of course, USC has the same character, so they can match them too. But the combination of the snakebite and the nano swarms definitely make for a very difficult post-plant retake, especially when you guys are down on weapons and men. But speaking of weapons, we've got the judge on the Michael coming out. Josh Shizzle and Tsubasa are immediately going to get picked off, though. But I was going to mention the Judge and the Viper, signature combination of everyone's favorite player on the Ray. Though he might not be playing today, that is still his strategy. Philippines, though, making a quick shutdown at that. Grabs two, Enterprises Licorice. Yellow suddenly in a very difficult spot here, as it's going to be a 5-on-1. 3 ultimates up as well. They probably won't even have to use it, but spikes planted, 40 seconds till detonation. Actually, probably closer to 30 now, but Yellow in a bit of a tough bind. If he wants to save, he's going to have to find some darn near good corner to hide, because he's got sharks circling his feet all around. Speaking of sharks, Jay Stark coming around the corner. Makes first contact. Yellow is able to find Jay Stark. He knows he's not getting the spike, but he's going to at least take as many down as possible before going. Isn't able to do, though. Philippines just swings and stabs. It's going to be another round on the favor of it.
An unfortunate start to that round. We've seen this repeated over and over again so far in this half of Icebox. Those early picks from the LACC side on B long, just whittling down the USC forces. They lose too many men and then can't get in to either defend spike or get it down.
Yeah, LACC rolling in cash while USC struggling to find a stable footing with their weaponry. But they roll with what they've got. They've got to. Barrier drops. Immediate recon here used in B again. Noise made in B seems to be a regular theme here with LACC and USC. Careful not to take the bite this time. Lear immediately comes out. That Reyna comes out swinging. No Subasa's there, but shoots through their own smoke and finds them. It is going to be a full stack of chaos out here as the attacker Killjoy lays down her lockdown. That is going to be a no-go zone for USC. They got to make it work from the back. Josh Shizzle is spotted hiding in Snowman, trying to make those silver darts work. That is going to be a silver dart straight into his face. He's got very low health, but not before he picks off Philippines, trying to make something work. J Stark here, planting the spike. Endo Crisis wrapping around from behind. 4v4 on both sides with a very damaged agents on both sides. But play they will. Location revealed by Endo Crisis and his or by Josh Shizzle's Sova. Just enough for him to make a move onto Kai. Xavier will pick off Yellow though, and the Vipers and the defender side Vipers pick coming down on the side of Endo Crisis. Very interesting use as well as the KJ lockdown. Licorice will swing off that to get the kill onto Xavier fine, but J-Star once again finding a shoot with the Nano Swarm. Gets Josh Shizzle, gets Endo Crisis. Not before Licorice picks him off. Licorice has got to hold the defuse. Sova though swinging. Licorice swings around, grabs the kill, and immediately picks right back up with the defuse. What an exceptional clutch move.
Wow, what an exceptional clutch move. That was an almost lost round by USC, despite having so much util on the board. Like Licorice using that lockdown, and then Endo Crisis following with that Viper's Pit, almost losing that, only for Licorice there at the very end to clutch that up.
And I thought I was out of breath running around all day managing all this stuff. Just narrating all of these events in quick succession immediately drained all my breath again. But yeah, that is exactly how Valorant goes. Chaotic, fast, and diet milk. Interesting. Barrier's gonna drop immediately. Jet knives immediately come on out. And despite the fact that they won the previous round, USC is still very strapped for cash. So Yellow's got to make do with those knives. But very powerful knives they are. Looks like LACC though once again gonna be stacking up on B, but Yellow bit too smart this time. Gonna catch Philippines out maybe. 1, 2, 3, 4 knives, not quite. Philippines immediately swings them right back and grabs Josh Shizzle in the process. That is the definition of a solo queue monster Reyna if I've ever seen one. If you've ever played Valorant, you know it's Reyna. Endo Crisis swings for a big, does a big swing into 3 people. Does grab Xavier Fine before getting picked out by Bogey. Spike is gonna go down 4v2 here. Licorice and Licorice has got to make something work as Philippines picks out Tsubasa. Licorice will trade back for Philippines. 1v3 situation here. Maybe make something work. He destroys as much util as he can, but he's down on low on health. 31 health and dropping fast. Tries to swing as best he can. Ultimately gets picked out by Kai. Another round into the pockets
Last
of
round
LACC.
in the half.
Can't do much with that, unfortunately. A 1v3 situation is a rough situation to be in, especially when you've already got low health. Vulnerable by that KJ bot, and then, of course, the Nano Swarm on Spike. It's just a very tough position to try to re-win. 2 behind Yellow and 1 on long.
Yep, last round before the half here. Looks like it's going to be, once again, a bit strapped for cash on the side of USC. But don't bother switching between light and heavy shields, Yellow. You're going to lose all that money anyways. 2 more seconds before spike drops. It looks like LACC once again bundling their way into B, getting ready to push through those corridors. Can Endo Crisis intercept correctly? Shoots out the auto drone, alerts everyone to his presence, got a dash. Jay Stark once again setting up the flank watch turret that he does usually. Looks like LACC once again piling their way into the corridor here. Reyna will use Empress, so it is going to be one deadly Reyna to deal with. But keep in mind, USC also has their own Empress as well as the Hunter's Fury to answer here. Jay Stark immediately goes in for the plant. The util coming out to help his way in. Spike planted. Kai immediately gets a pick onto Endo Crisis. Yellow as Tsubasa gets one onto Kai. Not dead yet. Will bring Kai back from the dead as Bogey picks out Tsubasa, denying the use of that Empress. Looks like chaos ensues as Lycoris picks out 2, but Xavier Fine takes out Josh Chisholm in process. 2v3 here with one Empress. Reyna still going strong. The Yellow's got to make something work through all the Viper walls. Philippines takes out Lycoris. It's just him now. That Reyna is definitely going to be a monster to deal with. Yellow is able to shut him down though, but he is 7 health and dropping fast. He's got to make this work before the spike comes out. That the Longbot learns of the presses as the swarms grenades will almost hit him. So does the snake bite. Jeez, he is living on the edge. Almost gets the kill onto Xavier Fine, but he is ultimately taken down before the spike blows him up.
Switching sides.
Now we defenders switch.
Wow, and a 3-9 curse for USC and LACC, leading to hopefully USC's comeback here.
Well, it has been a very long day for both teams, so everyone is just a wee bit tired, I'd say. But yeah, pistol rounds gonna be something interesting to behold, given the LACC's very strong hold on the attack. They definitely had a very aggressive playstyle. Philippines and Kai just run in circles around the rest of the teams here. Tsubasa and Yellow, of course, able to counterfrag to some degree, but not able to match the pace here, given the rest of them are just moving in at breakneck speeds. Barrier immediately drops as USC goes for a bit of a default stance here. J-Stark immediately setting up a defensive util here as USC just trying to fish for picks here. Looks like they're playing off of any potentially aggressive movements here, but LACC giving them none. Everyone just staying far back and making sure that they don't make the same mistakes that USC does. Meanwhile, looks like it's going to be Josh Shizzle on the side, just doing a little bit of lurking as USC starts doing their creep up B alleys. Looks like Philippine is none the wiser as Josh Shizzle joins the rest of his team here. Viper Wall goes down though. They know something's up as USC Yellow makes first blood. Xavier Fine is down. Big plant just a quick test. There is in fact a KJ up there. Gotta be careful about that. J Stark does the drop on, gets the drop on the US Yellow, quite literally, and is able to catch him out. Spike will go down. 4v4 scenario. Looks like there will be a bit of defender util set up just to alert the presence of people, but otherwise it's just gonna be guns, and bullets. Rasa will get the kill into Bogey. Doesn't quite get it onto Philippines though. Going to equalize. Jay Stark. Endo Crisis fighting for his life as Lycoris picks out Philippines. That is going to be a team ace on the side of USC and a vital round into their pockets once again.
Yeah, very first round win for USC there on the attacking side. Like Superb said, it is very vital. This means they're going to be able to do that soft by second round, hoping for that third round bonus, which is going to give them a gun advantage against LACC. Hopefully it pays off for them. Again, losing the second round is really detrimental for that bonus, but we're going to hope for the best here.
LACC actually going for a complete, pretty much complete hunger save. They've bought pretty much nothing aside from a shorty and maybe some util, while USC, trying to levy their weapons as hard as possible, goes in with Vandals and full shields. Oh my. Immediate aggression here from both sides of the map here, actually. Looks like it's going to be the Viper Wall set up on B while most of the team creeps up on A. Let's see if that Owl Drone finds Kai hiding behind any util. No, it looks like they are going to just clear and seed. Their job here is not to fight. Their job here is to save, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Looks like they've noticed, though, at this point that USC has made their way into A site. They will be moving to make sure that that is countered But USC is going to be getting that spike down within moments, and it is going to be LACC's turn to play retake. Spike planted, 40 seconds remaining, immediate gunfire exchanged. LACC knows that they're at a gun disadvantage, so they try to make it work with util. Not going to happen. Tsubasa immediately shuts down Philippines here, gets a bit of util up. But J-Star goes in with the shorty, go boom boom, and gets out Endo Crisis. Josh Izzle does pick out J-Star, and Tsubasa and Yellow just clean up the rest of the pack here with no shields and no weapons. They are clean for the picking, and that is exactly what they do. Pick up what good weapons remain. They are now going to push their advantage as best as possible. But notice that full complete save has done LACC a lot of wonder.
Yeah, that is exactly how you would want that second round bye to go, almost perfectly leading into this third round. While choosing not to do somewhat of a bonus, giving up some of those guns for Vandals, with the exception of Lycaris taking a Bucky, keeping a nice little bit of cash in their back pocket.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if the boomstick gets the job done, then it gets the job done. I'm not going to question it. Barrier drops immediately. Going to be a bit of a default positioning around both sides. But Philippines, having crawled up the alleyway, is able to catch Yellow off guard, and they know that something's up. Kai, on the same time, catches Endo Crisis, who peeks just a little bit past the sight lines. And that is going to be 2 immediate members down on the side of USC here. USC, knowing that they got to seize the advantage, tries to make that work, but Xavier fine. One step ahead, grabs Lycaris. Tsubasa is able to trade back, but it is now a 2v4 situation. Lear comes out. That is going to blind anyone who sees it, but ultimately not going to be enough for him to swing off of. Philippines here, doing the duel with Tsubasa, ultimately loses 3v2. J-Star takes heavy damage trying to lay a mine. Ultimately gets the mine laid, but is going to take heavy damage in the process. Kai is able to shut down Tsubasa. One last dude just to put down Endo. Josh Izzle able to take down Kai, but he's got to deal with one more. That alarm button to notify him, and J-Star swings just as Josh Izzle goes on the retreat here. Perfect timing here, and they're able to secure a 10th round.
Yeah, J-Star getting just aggressive enough there to avoid having too much intel revealed. They did get pinged, but it was way too fast for Josh Shizzle to react, letting that kill happen. The back of Yellow catching Josh Shizzle off guard, giving LACC a very important round win.
USC, however, was able to keep save up enough cash in their back pockets for another pretty partial buy, but strong buy. LACC, meanwhile, still has to work with a bunch of scraps here, but work with a bunch of scraps, that's exactly what they're going to do. Xavier Fine immediately gets in a bit of a staring contest here with Lycaris here, as he picks up the orb just as Lycaris swings just 1 second too late. So that is going to be the orb on the side of the defenders. One more point in the pit, going towards that Viper's pit. Tsubasa, in the meantime, has crept his way into mid. He gets noticed by the turret, so he can't really go any further than that. The KJ has set up her util in a way just to make sure that they can't really creep into the kitchen. But USC, that's not their intention. They make their way up into B. Endo Crisis grabs Xavier fine as the KJ Mollies cover the way to make him to get them onto site, preferably. Yellow's in a bit of a tight bind here, but no one really knows he's down there as the rest of LACC now squares off against USC. That KJ turret's just going to go down immediately, so they know that there's a lot of people there, or at least one very platoon person. Philippines nearly grabs the head of
30 seconds left.
Nearly grabs the head of Tsubasa, but Tsubasa ducks just under. Kai will take down Enterprises as Yellow trades for Philippines here. Yellow is able to grab another onto J Stark as Kai trades Lycaris for Tsubasa. Yellow is able to grab Kai. Kai comes right back. 14 seconds. Gotta get that spike down. Kai's almost gonna get him all again, and that's exactly what he's gonna do. Another ace on the side of LACC, and that's another ace on the side of Kai. That is 2 aces with 2 halves, 1 person, and 25 kills. Oh boy.
Wow, that brings us again to the 4th ace. Funny enough, all 4 aces belong to 2 people, both having 2 aces apiece. And that was an incredibly daring and aggressive play by that Clove, seeing again for the 2nd time this game. Just that second chance at life really paying back, getting those picks that's needed.
If I'd had a nickel for every time a Clove got an ace with using her ult, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's kind of weird that it happened twice. My Doofenshmirtz impression is horrible. Please do not, please don't sue me. But whatever the case, we're going right back into the heat of things here. A lot of gunfire exchange initially here. Kai just making things work by taking as USC takes default stances, trying to play for picks here. Pick they did though. Bogey got a kill onto Tsubasa. That's not the intended effect. So USC though gotta reinforce their weak points. Immediately piles into ace. They gotta make a move while the rest of LACC is distracted. Recon dart going out. 1, 2, jump. Philippines will be able to get will be able to pick off Endo Crisis and Yellow in the meantime here. That Reyna doing serious work with the Empress here, just going around wreaking havoc. The rest of LACC is collapsing fast. Licorice able to pick off the Philippines, ends a rampage. Josh Shizzle grabs Jay Stark. Bogey though, all the way in their entrance. That is going to be a deadly shot onto Josh Shizzle. As Licorice got to make things work. He sees one. He's got to shoot. He gets the kill, and that's 2 more people though. Bogey and Kai. Sees Bogey, opens fire, doesn't get him. Kai's on the Kai's still deep in sight. Licorice though, he has the spike. Gotta run and at least make sure that spike is down. Get them the extra credits they need. Bogey and Kai though, meanwhile, still reinforcing that area. 12 seconds left on the clock. Gotta run in and plant. Hopefully he realizes no one there. Yeah, he does, and he immediately goes in for the plant. He's got plenty of time to set up for those KJ util just at least before the team gets there. But he's got to make things work fast because Bogey and Kai are closing in, and they are closing in fast. He sees Bogey, opens fire, trades a little bit, but remember, Kai now knows his presence is there too. Got to make things work. He's trying to spray through the fort, doesn't know where Licorice is. Licorice sees him, gets 4K and the clutch onto both Bogey and Kai. What a clutch it was.
What a clutch indeed coming in from Licorice, playing this, I believe this Games Expo, one of their major plays this season so far. A huge clutch, getting USC an incredibly important win.
Yeah, and LACC respects that. Seems to back off. Looks like their buys are going to be a little bit more emptier this time. Got to stock up that cash to make sure they fight on even footing. Meanwhile, USC, full loadouts for everyone. Everyone's going home happy tonight. Barriers dropping immediately. USC once again going to USC going to actually pile into A this time. Just trying to secure a bit of space and scout out for anything potential. Looks like LACC though knows that there's something up. There's 2 people out defending. Lear comes out. The eyeballs are scaring Philippines out, and he's got to back off for now and try to unleash one of his own. In the meantime, a little bit of gunfire has been exchanged on both sides. Somebody's gotten hurt. A lot of somebodies, but overall still a little bit of a quiet game. Josh Shizzle immediately spots up Philippines, but he's one step faster. Grabs him with this sheriff while also down in the spike. Philippines trying to fish for a second here. Isn't able to fully match the pressure of 2 people rushing. Tsubasa goes in, gets 1, gets 2. That is going to be the 2 top fraggers out on the side of LACC. Tsubasa now is going to be able to, USC now in a prime position to be able to try to take sight here. Tsubasa gets 3. The third one onto Bogey is Yellow takes out Jay Stark. One last man standing as Licorice goes in for the plant. Where is Xavier Fine? Well, guess where he is. He's coming in from the back, trying to find people to go for it. Grabs the kill onto Licorice. That's going to be shutting down the Vipers, but no, actually, the Vipers is shut down willingly as Tsubasa goes around the edge, grabs the 4K, and takes down Xavier Fine to end out their 7th round win.
Wow. An unfortunate interaction between Licorice there at the end, losing to that Ghost while Vandal in hand. But definitely a lot of people receiving damage throughout that round. It is the best that they could do with what they were given. And in the end, it did win them that round. Incredibly important. While LACC does have enough cash to full buy, with the exception of 1, Bogey has to purchase regen shields.
If USC is able to secure another round win, they will make sure that they send LACC back to the banks here as they make sure that they take every last cent away from them. Immediate opening move here by Kai, jumping out of the window, gets both Yellow and Endo Crisis. Another wild move by LACC's top fragger, just leaving much to be desired here. Xavier Fine also able to pick off another, grabbing Licorice here. with the heads. And
One
of
enemy
course,
remaining.
and as J-Star gets Josh Sizzle, Tsubasa is able to trade Bogey. It's just him though. Things are looking a little bit dicey on the side of the Reyna, who has made their way into the A base. As LACC play a bit of map-wide ring around the Rosie. They have access to the spike, and Tsubasa's got to fight a giant gauntlet on the way to it. He's got to make something work. Either that or just make things, or just try to penny pinch and save. Tsubasa though slowly creeping up, trying to make it work. He knows there's a lot of people there, but Philippines is able to take down Tsubasa. A very fast round win for LACC, putting them at match point.
LACC getting those full rifles in hand and using them with deadly intent, making quick work of USC that round, sending USC back to poverty here.
And what a bad time to be in poverty. It is match point. They've got to make work with this lineup, or just or go home 1-2. And so it'll be interesting to see what they can do here. 3 seconds until the barrier drops. USC taking a 3-2 layout here once again, trying to fish for a few initial picks. Looks like Xavier Fun once again is creeping up the alley here, trying to get picks, but looks like a little bit of gunfire was exchanged, but Endo Crisis ultimately going to grab Xavier Fine right there with his Vandal. That is going to be another gun in the pockets of USC here as they bundle up and try to consolidate their wins, their prize. LACC in the meantime, definitely taking a bit more of a defensive position as USC slowly creeps their way from B to spawn to A, as LACC remains none the wiser here. There is going to be a lot of movement here. That Sova is going to definitely be creeped out as the attacker KJ is going to be laid out, and the spike is going to go down to the best of their ability here. Licorice going for the plant, 40 seconds until detonation. The tactical kills are just about to go out. Hunter's Fury will come out and severely hurt several players on the side of USC here, particularly Endo Crisis hanging on by a thread. Defender Killjoy going to respond with a lockdown of their own, trying their best to make things work. And Josh Izzo will unleash his Hunter's Fury as Tsubasa covers for him with 2 kills. It is suddenly 4-2 on the side of USC. They can still make this work, but Philippines and Kai one step faster, grabs kills to equalize here. 3v2, Lycoris one step ahead of Philippines as Endo Crisis shuts down Kai. Just barely hanging on here, but they have broken out of the poverty cycle and they are finding their way back. Go USC Esports! Woohoo!
What a lovely graphic.
Beats fine art at any time.
It does.
But yeah, thank you to our pod team for shouting those words of encouragement. USC now has momentum on their side once again. Full buys coming out across the board, though they're a little bit lacking in shields on the side of Josh Izzle. Meanwhile, LACC definitely a bit strapped for cash, making work with what they've got. That Viper's Pit is up, though. If they need the boomstick, they've got the boomstick. Philippines once again taking aggressive positions. Endo Crisis just barely gets out as the bullet nicks them in the foot. But that is going to be the only gunfire exchange at the start of this round here. The USC once again taking up a bit of defensive positionings. They know LACC likes to play their cards hard and fast, so they are going to respond with slow and with a slow elastic defense. Josh Hizzle just looks like he was spraying down the KJ util, just taking things down, putting that thing on cooldown. Xavier Fine is definitely going to be scouting things out. Yellow immediately gets a kill onto Kai, who's just poking her head out a little bit too far. USC immediately presses the abyss. Pours their way into A here, but there are 2 defenders on the side of LACC to meet them. The question is whether or not they get the here. Gets killed through the legs as Tsubasa follows up with a kill, grabs a kill on both here. Last man's, one man sighted. That is going to be Xavier Fine here, getting picked up by Tsubasa. Jay trying to make the best work with that Sheriff. Not quite. Tsubasa swings, crouches, and sprays to another kill. Flawless round on the side of attackers, bringing them to 9-12. Still winnable, still in it, and they are still rearing to go. Funny, but beware, LACC is ready. Full buys on both sides.
Luckily enough, USC does have that extra little bankroll in their back pocket, which means they don't have the luxury of losing and then using that cash, because of course a round loss would mean a game loss. But in the event that several of their players die and they only get out with 1 or 2 guns, they are going to have that bankroll to provide them some additional weaponry with
Poison orb emitting.
LACC, meanwhile, does not have that luxury, and that is exactly what USC is banking on. And the Crisis pushes all the way under the bridge, grabs Chase Stark, trying her best to jump up onto that ledge. Not quite, though. Philippines immediately answers by grabbing a kill onto Yellow as USC pushes their advantage the best way they can, and that is going straight down the barrels of B. Xavier Fine will pick out Endo Crisis in the meantime as Josh Izzle trades back. Viper's Pit immediately going down because Xavier Fine went down. Kai gets Josh Izzle, also the Philippines. Licorice is Kai. Kai is coming back. Will he get another ace? We have no, actually ace is impossible at this point, but will he make use of it? No, Tsubasa is ready, and with the dismiss, he is out of there. Licorice going in for the plant here. One last man on the side of LACC to put down. Util going out just to make sure that that Bogey can't really try anything interesting. Licorice here taking up defensive positions, but they have no idea where Bogey is. Bogey, meanwhile, gunfire exchange. They know exactly where he is now. Recon Dart coming out, going to not quite scan Tsubasa, but Bogey is going to try to creep his way back as where is Licorice going? He's going to take the long way around just to be a little bit safer. Dead Clove still providing tons of util. Bogey though going in for the clutch defuse. Can he match it? No, there is a nano swarm in the way and a Tsubasa to answer. That is going to be another round on the side of USC and going to leave LACC starving for cash. Go USC, push the payload, rush C. This is the wrong game, Pro team. Marvel Rivals is all the way in SCA. Yeah, but Marvel Rivals is an SCA, boys. We are in Levy Library. And also, if you do want to see it, I think USC Games did stream Marvel Rivals on their Twitch. So, twitch.tv/USC Games. Yeah. Gotta love the cross promotion. Anywho, as we predicted, LACC hard on cash, going for partial buys just to make sure they can answer the full buy next time. Endo Crisis immediately taking advantage of that, grabs the noggin onto Philippines here and to immediately bring one man down at the start of the round. So it will leave him severely hurt in the process. That is still one man more than none, and that is precisely what USC is banking on as they make their way into A site with Licorice going in for a bit of a flank watch here. Util used out. Kai will grab the wall bang onto Tsubasa there, just showing us the side of his Offbreaker, but not before Yellow answers back with a kill onto Bogey here. USC making their way, pawing their way onto A side, planting on the side of A onto Endo Crisis. Plant is down. Kai trying to make things work to the scout, misses onto and Licorice immediately swings right back. 2v4 situation on the side of LACC. Spike is ticking down. They gotta make things work, and they know, and USC both knows where they are, but Xavier Fine one step quicker on the swing here, grabs a kill onto Josh Izzle. Making the way up, just barely missing Endo Crisis by not. Where are you looking there, Endo Crisis? Xavier Fine grabs the stinger shots onto the back, but it is still 2v1 and they gotta find that Xavier Fine go. Trying to make things work. Maybe he's gonna stick to defuse, but Licorice one step ahead with the nanostorms. That is gonna be a kill for KJ. Seriously, what is with high elo and getting util kills? I swear this kind of stuff would never happen in all the way down here in the little gold leagues. Another helpful infographic coming in on the side of LACC Esports has crushed them. I'm guessing they just passed around an iPad and pulled up MS Paint or something. I don't know, but definitely interesting little notes to see. Definitely very fun to see as well. I didn't know we had a whiteboard connected to our prod system.
Let's go.
Apparently so. And with that last round, Kai has just crested that 30 mark, although still behind Tsubasa with 33 kills.
Tsubasa one step ahead, but remember, guns are equalized now. We can see those guns. And they are ready to shoot. Empress is coming out on both sides. Both Reynas are rearing to go. Though USC does have that Viper's Pit available. Definitely very powerful piece of util here. Immediately able to shut down a site. Tsubasa, I'm not quite sure where you're looking, but it looks like you are making the use of your leers to the best of your ability here. USC taking a bit of a defensive spots here. Trying to make sure nothing too crazy gets left past with defenses. Well, LACC has done very much the same thing, except they've just balled the way up onto B site. Definitely not a good site to push there, but that's exactly what USC's gonna do. Licorice and Josh Izzle doing exactly that, pushing their way onto B side with 3 people watching that. Meanwhile, Bogey, Soul Man onto A, does not know what is about to happen. Looks like gunfire will be exchanged here. Kai will get first blood as Licorice will go down in the process thanks to a nice little one-way block in his vision. Tsubasa and USC sees the signs, immediately backs off and starts running. Looks like they are making their way onto A site as fast as possible. Jet dashes onto site, trying to clear it out. Bogey here scans out as much as possible before backing off. Josh Shizzle going in for the plant, but this gets denied. But J-Star 3 kills on the side of USC instantaneously. But 10 seconds left on that spike. Gotta get that thing down. 8 seconds left, 7 seconds left. Never mind, they are going to get it down in time. It is just gonna be Xavier Fine on a 3v1 situation, and he is still chilling in the kitchen. I don't know what he's cooking up, but whatever it is, it got stopped immediately. Endo Crisis was one step ahead.
And with that, we come to 12-12, going into our first round of overtime.
Definitely, what a crazy way to end this off. You know, we have 10 minutes before Levy Library finally decides to put their foot down, and we are going to make every last minute count. Overtime, round 1, baby. Remember, it is 2 consecutive wins to take the cake, and USC getting ready to pounce. Yellow having spent all of his moolah on that operator, making sure he's hopefully he is one smooth operator. Otherwise, that is gonna come bite him in the back, because the last time he tried that, he got pounced on. 8 seconds left of spike drop. We see Util being dropped on B side immediately. Our free cam is flying it around, trying to get everyone's reactions. All they're gonna find are pixelated stoic faces. All right, spike drops, immediate action. Not quite immediate action. Looks like it's gonna be a heavily stacked A site, but that is exactly where LACC's going in. Xavier and Bogey leading the charge here. Lombard triggering Tsubasa and Licorice getting initial kills. Another grenade kill going on the side of Licorice here. Both KJs making great use of the util. Josh Izzle gets 2, and Licorice immediately shuts down Kai. Flawless push. Looks like USC just completely read LACC here. That was absolutely brutal.
Absolutely. Very fast action. Tsubasa, the only one taking any damage there that round on the side of USC, with the given, little tickle here and there, but an incredibly quick round. Another KJ util kill, which you've seen, like you said, several times this game so far.
Seriously, I have no idea why the high Yelos keep pulling that off. Seriously, I've seen way too many Teho missile kills, way too many KJ molly kills, and I just never seem to be able to replicate that in lower tiers. I get that I'm not good at the game, but still. Anywho, speaking of games, looks like the barrier just dropped, and you'll notice a bit of a mirror matchup coming up on coming in this time, as LACC has opted to pull out their own operator. Let's see if they're as much of a smooth operator as there is. Spikes drops and not quite much action coming in, but USC, given that they're on the side of given that they're on the attacker side this time, they gotta be careful about that sniper going sniper barrel staring down the long alleys. Looks like a bit of smoke will be used just to deny some vision, and a little bit of gunfire will be exchanged just to make sure that no one's sneaking through that smoke. But otherwise, very defensive poses here. Philippines just watching that door open. Nanoswarm will alert him to the fact that there is presence there, but he is keeping his eye dead set on that door. And Licorice may be the one to test the blink, to test if he blinks, but nah, ultimately he just decides to back off. USC creeping their way up into A site while making use of that Viper Molly to distract the enemy here. Looks like the storm finally hits as Yellow gets the first kill onto Kai, immediately taking out their top frag here. A few recon darts will alert everyone to Josh Izzle's presence, but he's in and planting fast. Bogey tries his best to make the shock dart work, doesn't find anyone. Philippines will get Endo Crisis, alerting USC to the fact that they've got big guns this time. Spike is detonating. Xavier Fine will get the wallbang kill through onto Josh Izzle as J-Star gets one onto Tsubasa. 4v2 on the side of LACC. They get and they bring it down to a 4v1. Defuse starts. Nanoswarm coming out. Bogey will get the kill onto Licorice. And LACC seemingly has the answer to USC's offense.
Wow. LACC pulling in the very end there, managing to eliminate all of USC despite receiving some pretty heavy damage, not falling trapped to the KJ util there on site. And this is going to bring us into our second round of overtime.
I think that message might have come from our prod team lead here, Lawrence, who has been sitting in the same room as I have since 1 p.m. today. I think both of us has lost our minds by this point, but look at the guns again. Looks like it's going to be another operator on the side of defense. Big guns, what can I say? Big guns hurt, boom. But yeah, barrier drops. Let's try not to stare in the eyes of the eagle here. Yellow immediately notices there's a heavy presence here. He's going to try to realign himself. But no, this time Xavier Fine one step ahead. That is going to be the operator down on the side of USC. Not a good sign. Not a good start to the game. But yeah, that was the gauntlet that the Yellow had to take, because to buy that operator, he didn't buy any shields. So he was squishy, squishy, squishy. Meanwhile, LACC, having earned themselves an operator, just opt to back off since they have made their way all the way onto A site here, and that is going to be where they're going. The Philippines getting the spring onto Tsubasa, having made it all the way into their spawn, but Endocrisis answers back. 3v4 situation here. Spike goes down. Ultimate is up for the close, so Kai could be able to pull off some shenanigans. Remember how deadly he is with that free revive of his. But USC fishing for information. That recon bolt is going to get destroyed, so that's not going to get them any info. They got to make things work. Kai is able to make it work off of their Silva's ping. That is going to be a 2v4 situation. USC once getting a bit of a tight bind here. Looks like they're just going to have to opt to back off, but they have to fight. Endocrisis will take time, but Kai gets the revive. It revives into Endocrisis's face. He just picks him right back off again. Josh is able to equalize numbers. They actually clean up the numbers, but can they defuse in time? No, they cannot. Unfortunately, that bomb's just going to blow, and goodbye, Josh Dizzle. Despite the fact that they were able to clean up the Guru, that is going to be another round on the side of LACC, bringing them to overtime match point. Yeah, that's definitely Lawrence losing it. Say hi, Lawrence, if you are able to draw live right now. But yeah, the poor Broad team, we've been in here since noon. Hi, Lawrence. But but yeah, so definitely a few of our marbles have definitely been lost by this point. But trooper on we shall. 5 minutes before Levy kicks us out. Let's see what LACC does. Immediate LACC does. I was not able to get a good pick on the weapons here. Were you able to?
No, I wasn't able to catch it. But if it's anything we've seen, it's going to be the exact same in reverse. I don't know if I saw Nop on the board though. Well,
we know there's a ton of Vandals. That's going to be the classic though. Looks like Xavier Fine immediately notices his heavy presence. Tsubasa picks him off just as he's on the street here. Yellow immediately sprints onto site. Licorice following up with the plant. Kai is gonna get picked off by Yellow immediately. No idea where he came from. Jay Stark trying to make the best work, but Spike is going down. 5v3 situation here on the side of USC. They're trying to make things work, but USC, they've got post-on util set up. Jay Stark will get Yellow though. USC staring down the wrong end. They think there's someone coming in from behind, but no, they're all falling in through the front. Snakebite getting ready to be deployed. Tsubasa will get bogey. 4v2 situation here. Half the defuse. Philippines gets Tsubasa. J Starks gets Licorice. Endocrisis gets J Stark. 2v1. Viper's Pit going out. Philippines is sticking. He's going in, and Endocrisis takes the shorty and goes boom and goodbye, Philippines. That is going to be another round of overtime. So sorry, Broad team. We're going to be in here for a bit longer. No, this is definitely fine. I totally gave up studying for an exam I have tomorrow for this. Don't worry about it. But yeah, we're going in for another round. Don't worry, Lawrence. You'll get your sleep. You're gonna get your sleep soon. Almost. Just a little bit more.
Shotgun action coming in through that Viper's Pit is a very familiar scene to have. But yeah, moving into the third round of overtime.
Yellow once again with the operator while everyone else gets their main rifles and shields. Looks like it's going to be same thing over again, but this time it's Endocrisis who takes the jump onto Philippines first. That's got to be a very difficult swing, honestly. I think swinging up in the ground is never a good idea. Recon Bolt gets destroyed with Bogey, but they know Bogey's down there. They got a Bogey in the Bogey. Meanwhile, LACC piling their way into mid here. They are so evenly matched, man, even though it is USC to get first blood, but you know, this kind of things happens once every 2 rounds, so definitely evenly matched. But LACC on a bit of a bind for where to go here. Not sure, but they've piled their way onto B site. USC though still has to spread their defenses thin. They don't know if they could hit from B side or A side, but LACC knows. Yellow sees presence here. Puts down a smoke, backs his retreat. He's got to get that gun aimed onto them noggins. Josh Shizzle, meanwhile, notices the presence. Xavier Fine and Kai will be able to swing. Grabs a kill into Josh Shizzle. Equalizes the numbers. Going in for the plant now, Jay Stark. And that is going to be plant down. and Util's spent, but the question is whether or not they can hold it. Of course, both sides have a very defender-oriented side as Jay starts to put down that defensive turret. Tsubasa trying to fish for an angle here. That smoke will cover him. That spear and the tap will alert them to his presences. Kai able to just shimmy their way out, but not before getting picked up by the turret. There's a dude up there, and that's exactly who Tsubasa killed. But Xavier finds kills too. J-Star kills another. That is going to be another. That is going to be an attacker win on the side of LACC. Let's see if they're able to hold it. In our experience, maybe just knife fight it. You know, that might be a fun suggestion. You know, you might want to try popping your head out of broad team to see if they want to do that. 9:59. Technically speaking, we are about to go over our time, but hopefully they're fine. You know, it's we've only played like.
I do wonder if this was a prod suggested timeout or if LACC really just wants to figure out how to end this.
I think that's going to be LACC wanting to figure out how to end this. They're the one who's 1 point ahead, and everyone is riding on thin strings here. It is 10 p.m. Western time, Pacific Standard Time. Everyone wants to go home. Some of us have exams to deal with tomorrow, and most of prod teams lost it already because if you guys don't know, a bit of USC lore, the computers that we are using right now are notoriously finicky with Valorant and Riot Vanguard. So poor Lawrence had to stay up all the way until midnight last night to just set those things up, and he is not having it, man. This dude puts in way too much effort, and he is and of course, I think honestly, it's a valid crash out type of situation.
It is.
You know, yeah, but yeah, 10 more seconds till the barriers drop. LACC on the defender side, no op this time. USC gotta find a way to equalize it, or just go home in OT. Let's see if they make this work. Immediate action here being sprung up as USC does the same strategy, creeping their way up a B. Xavier Fine goes up to answer. He's usually pretty good with his quick draws, but this time he hears way too many footsteps. He don't feel too comfortable about this one. Gonna creep up here, yellow, and Xavier Fine getting ready. Here he's immediately gonna get destroyed on his way out. Xavier Fine immediately backs off as USC tries their way to push up as best as possible. It is just gonna be Xavier and Jay, but they are matched up against all of USC as Kai comes in to join the fray. They know Kai's there now. That's Overdrone definitely spotted him. So they gotta make things work. USC's just all piled into that corner. Imagine a Brimstone ult around right now. You know, that would go crazy. But Brimstone they do not have. Instead, Endo Crisis picks out those knees. Josh Chisel gets Kai. Xavier Fine gets Josh Chisel. 3v4. USC yellow. Backing off respectfully as Tsubasa stays in for a bit of a lurky lurk. Rest of USC is hightailing it to A as soon as possible. LACC seems to be following them. They are able to get some cross shots off as Xavier Fine kicks off Endo Crisis, but Tsubasa trades right back because they didn't know that there was a Reyna back there. USC sees this, plays the Uno reverse card, doubles right back, just breaking them ankles here. That KJ turret is gonna alert them to their presence. 12 seconds left, though. They're not going to have enough time. They got to dash. Remember, it takes 5 seconds to get that plant down, and that is exactly how much time they have left as they get that spike down seconds before the end of the round. Spike down, 40 seconds still left to go. 3v2 situation. Bogey making the way. J-Star gets Licorice. US Yellow swings out of kitchen, gets a kill on a Bogey. He knows that there's the KJ right there. I think we were too loud. Sorry. But yeah, he's got to tap that. He's got to tap that spike. There's 2 defenders on there though. Boomsticks coming out, and Tsubasa gets 2 kills. 30 rounds in total. 15-15. No one is budging. They don't want to go home today. Looks like we're gonna have to set up some beds here in Levy Library because we're gonna have a sleepover.
Tsubasa hitting an ungodly 40 kills, top fragging as Reyna. Observers are losing it. Quadruple overtime in the game USC against LACC.
The quadruple, I've lost count. I just know Tsubasa's hitting a 40 frag. Josh Chisel has disconnected, so we have to do a tech pause here. I think Bro gave up and go home. No? Nah, I think, nah. If anything, it's definitely a Levy Library computer, which Lawrence is definitely not going to be happy to deal with at this time and at this hour.
No, sir.
Regardless, Trooper on forward, we shall. Weapons hot and even. Everyone's ult points have been reset to their previous states. Actually, I'm not sure about that. You're gonna have to. Don't quote me on that one. I think. But yeah, looks like no one's getting that hold of their ults anytime soon. They gotta just make sure that computer works. I think I'm out of breath. Mind taking over for a bit?
Oh, not at all. Yeah, of course. Unfortunately, like Superb was saying, that some of those computers are finicky when it comes to Valorant. And in the case of Joe Shizzle, the computer that he is on has already had some technical issues earlier today. We experienced a technical pause in the last game against Pomona, where they did have a technical pause, and Joe Shizzle had to restart his system and rejoin that lobby. So didn't take too long. Looks like the prod team is back at it again with the doodles here.
MS Paint.
They have anything valuable to share with us, unfortunately.
Let's see what they've got. What? Whiteboard of the production team. What is thy wisdom? PC crashed.
Yeah.
Yikes.
We did gather that. I believe this is the second time that this has happened to that same system there.
Oh no.
Luckily for us, the last time that this did occur, it was relatively quick to come back up.
I'm so done.
I'm sad.
Oh, I'm
sad.
Yeah, I think anyone would be. You know, maybe we petition the US Esports to maybe remove that firewall so we can allow for clean installation of Valorant. Either that or we need to severely renegotiate our technical capabilities.
Well, as you know, we have a delicious new property that we can start using. Firehouse has been really built out. It's just a case of having to utilize it.
Windows started up. Windows started updating. God dang it, dude. Why?
This delay brought to you by Microsoft Windows Automatic Updates. Thank you very much, Microsoft, for auto updating.
Like, okay, I'm gonna be the last person to ever defend an Apple product, but at least when they update, they ask you if you want to update.
They do,
and like they'll at least update like at the tonight, like
yeah, middle of the night,
and like only while it's like plugged in above 50% HP. We've been on this too long. Like 50% like battery, but like. Come on, man.
You can tell Windows not to. You can tell it to delay, but eventually it will get its update, and it does not care what you have open.
Yeah. Tis the hardware. Tis the season for hardware updates, I guess. We're just gonna have to pray that they get this solved in an amount of time because we've played a total of like 30 rounds in this game alone. Yeah, everyone is just fed up looking at the footage in the room, but yeah, everyone is just over it. Yeah.
Live view of the Windows update. Let's see it.
Brought to you by Alienware.
What have we done?
Apparently.
27% there.
Oh my god.
28 and counting.
29? 30. But yeah, really, I think even Windows gave up, man. But yeah, if we could have any word of advice to the poor souls trapped in this game, do a few stretches. Maybe talk with Dr. Ryan.
Now, this is something you guys have a brief moment here to see. We obviously see the players here on the live cam, but one other thing that you guys don't get to see at home that too often is the big LCD in the back of the room there, the one that says Icebox. Our Valorant president worked very hard on some of the UI that has been put into that. You guys don't get to see it at home, but the players and the production staff in lobby do get to see it. Some beautiful transitions showing the map at hand, of course, the agent selection, and a few other nice things.
And by some UI, I think you mean like pretty much all of it. This is pretty much all just Lawrence, who is crossing the camera right now, just sitting in the Levy basement, just doing all this all day. And my God, what beautiful work it is. And yeah, but unfortunately, the caster desk, we don't really use it that often. So can't really cast in the same room, but that's why we have these podcast rooms available here, looking into the wonderful Levy Library, home of many struggling students with finals to deal with. If you are a USC student, you know that around this time it gets real busy.
Yep.
And Levy, of course, takes on 24-hour open patronage So, mine got. I gotta get back to studying soon. But yeah.
As Superb was saying that again, there was a caster's desk built for streaming here. It is the 2 monitors and the chairs that you see in kind of that back right area corner of the room. 100% done on the Windows update.
100%. Don't we still have to apply the update? So in my experience, it doesn't really take very long to download the update, but it takes like a million years to actually apply it.
We'll see, hopefully.
Yeah, wave high, LACC, wave high. We can see you. Yeah.
Unfortunately, as you can imagine, the players, while they do have noise canceling headphones, the standard setup generally for player integration is going to have IEMs followed by some noise canceling, just headsets. But then the real problem is having the caster desk in the same room with live mics. You're going to pick up a lot of that game audio, especially since Valorant players can get a little bit
shouty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Energetic.
Honestly, I have no idea how they do it for like things like League Pro matches and the Valorant Pro matches. You know, like they do the they're able to do all this like pretty much on one giant stage, all while like casting.
Yeah.
But I guess casting facilities have their own like mechanisms. Behold, the production team kind of dying.
Peek into the production team room.
Kind of dying.
Lawrence in the back there, followed up by one of our observers.
It's been a long day, but everyone's here, my friends. And I'll tell you all about it when we see you again. But yeah, while we wait for these updates to go live, shout outs to the brilliant production team that makes all of this work. Yeah, I know you guys can hear me right now, so I hope y'all accept this unabashed glazing y'all are receiving. I don't know, wave high if you guys can receive. Oh no, y'all cut the cameras. Okay, they're shy. Don't worry about it. But yeah, they're the ones who make all the magic work. Of course, we've seen all the wonderful people who've come into cast over the years. Darnell, who's been doing a lot more of this recently. Shintaku, Blink. Like even our former president Ryan, former Val president Ryan, coming in from time to time. Of course, myself, whenever I seem to have a gap in my weekends. What a luxury that is. But looks like that computer is finally woken back up. We just gotta get back onto Valorant and close out the match. 10, 11, 12, 13.
Yeah.
Time is ticking. Everyone is fed up. Maybe it might just be worth a suggestion to just knife fight mid, but I'm not sure what's happening here. I think they just agree to tie. Not sure. Looks like Cardinals just got up from their seats and left.
Perhaps while the game boots, they're taking this opportunity to get a photo here in front of the banner there. You can see all the players of Cardinal as well as the active members of today's game.
Well, yeah, many members of Cardinal are graduating. Hello there.
Oh, one of our players needs. So we're gonna be swapping out a player and then play.
Oh dear. Okay, so news update from our wonderful President Lawrence here. One of our players tragically has to go. It is past curfew for everyone, and we gotta find an emergency swap on. So making things work as they go.
I do wonder who that swap in is going to be. I know we do have one active person from the Cardinal team on hand.
I wonder who that might be.
I wonder too. And if it is that person that we think about, it might be just enough to end this quadruple overtime.
Yeah, because if there's one person we know for unconventional plays, it is the Judge Rat God, Mondo Ray. Hey, that rhymed. Maybe we can make a rhyme out of that. I don't know. Someone talk it up with Prod Team. I don't know. A poetry game, I think. But finally, going back into the game. Looks like everyone's coming back.
Yeah, everyone is back. We're just waiting for that match timer to start back up. We got to get the okay from both teams. Confirmed tech is all good.
I think I should go get some food after this. I have not eaten all day, and I think it's finally showing its effects.
I believe it is time for dinner. Yeah, after this, I have not had that opportunity yet, but
yeah, You know what? Yeah. You know what? That's a nice thing to promise us. You know, a nice little warm meal after all this. Of course, the rest of USC Games Expo has long concluded, so I'm afraid my meal will have to be paid for. But that's fine. Anything works at this point. Anything that's open, that is. So, the food is food. Food is food. Food is food. But yeah, hopefully we'll be able to get that pause finished out quick, and everyone can finally go home. But yeah, overtime. I wonder how we're gonna break that overtime.
Yeah, we do see a little bit going on in the chat down there. Not big enough that I can make any of it out, especially since we've got that small banner there.
Yeah, our glorious LinkedIn profile is blocking our chat, but
Exactly.
usually they toss quite a lot of profanity in there. So
yeah, I think the general behavior is to actually on most Val streams I see chat usually blocked by just a static box there.
Well, our box moves.
Our box moves. However, it is opaque. You can still make it out. So hopefully, nothing too offensive going down on there in chat because, like we mentioned, Val players can get a little bit passionate.
Passionate's definitely putting. And is that who I think it is?
It is.
The one, the only.
The one, the only. However, it looks like the computer has crashed again.
Yikes.
But
yikes, man.
It is the one and the only. Now, the interesting thing, though, is they have not had the opportunity to warm up at all, which means, on the one hand, they are going to be playing with a fresh mind, right?
Yeah, but on the other hand, apparently, as the Rat God Andre would ever claim, he hasn't been on this game since eval. Whether or not I would like to take that claim at face value, we're going to leave that to you, viewers. But, it is going to be interesting. Looks like we just need to make sure that that computer's set up and ready to go. You know, all this would be so easy if all these computers just didn't beef with Valorant and Vanguard, but I can't imagine I would have... I really don't want to do this next year when Lawrence graduates, man. Like, oh, man. But yeah, hopefully we're just able to make that work here. Everyone else is just running around.
Where would the fun be if they just worked? You know,
sometimes, look, as a computer science major, let me tell you something. Let me give you wise words, to say the least. It's always better when things work the first time. Because as every computer scientist can attest, code just works better when it works the first time.
That's true.
Because otherwise, you get locked in a dungeon for 6 hours trying to find that issue. And eventually, you trace it down to a single line of code. It always is like this. 6 hours of pain, 6 hours of testing, 6 hours of rewriting useless lines of code.
Oh, no.
And then you find it. A single word, a single letter, not capitalized, not formatted right, or maybe just not put in the right brackets, causing it all. And you had no idea because you couldn't see it the whole time because it was just one line. That is why we will always say things work better when they work the first time.
But the joy of success after all those hours.
I wouldn't say it's joy. I am crying, yes. It's tears of joy, yes. But those tears, those are not sweet tears. Those are bitter tears, tears of pain, tears of realization that 6 hours, nearly 360 minutes of our lives gone to a single line of code.
Yep.
Can you imagine the anguish that we feel? The realization that all of this was caused by a single line. Oh, hey, that's my jacket. And hey, that's our resident successor and Asian cat god, Andrew. We've both got an exam tomorrow. We are not liking this right now, but hey, make it work we shall. I wonder if he's on Brawl Stars right now.
Now loading back up. Now the other question is I don't believe he intended to play today. So are these going to be the setup from the person he's replacing, or?
Okay, take it from a guy who really is not good at the game, so don't take it from me at all. But I always seem to do better when I don't warm up.
You know, for me, it's definitely needed a warm up, at least a few. But I do have a buddy that I duo queue a lot with that does not need a warm up. Plays his best just right in the game.
Well, speaking of going right in the game, looks like Andere has finally managed to log on. We've got that emergency sub we're looking for. Hopefully that timer will finally start taking down from 6 seconds. And we'll be able to close out this game. No matter who wins at this point, because I just want to go home and have some food.
Now, while a comfort pick for Endo Crisis, Sova is not really that much played by Andere. So we'll see how he adapts a pick that he wouldn't have necessarily made himself into the quadruple overtime of this game.
Yeah, we have to remember it is not Endo Crisis who has left, but rather Josh Shizzle who is on
yeah,
this.
Josh Shizzle. I'm sorry, you're right.
No, Endo Crisis is the one I know is the one on Viper this time. I wonder if that means you just switch PCs. I don't know. Is that even legal? It's fine. Time, like, whatever the case, Andere is now on the is now riding in for Josh Shizzle. He's got himself an operator. He's gonna make things work. Did they remember to put down that timer, or are they just thinking that, or are they just making sure everything's in order?
I think they're making sure everything in order. We don't have a gamer ready quite yet from both teams, it looks like.
I heard something about beans in the chat. I could go for some beans.
Currently, right now, it's very much USC stacking that A side, but it looks like it is gonna be a B side hit.
Well, no,
Time
take a
for
look here. It
field
looks
test.
like, oh yeah, you are definitely right. We have 3 members on A half, 2 members on the side of B half. They are about to face the full might of LACC's entire 5 stack here. Endo Crisis making the opening shots just to destroy that Owl Jonas. Tsubasa starts creeping up here, going on the lurk. LACC immediately pressing the advantage here, trying to push their way up onto B site. USC definitely knows this is a site to hold. But Tsubasa ain't gonna let this opportunity slide pretty easily. He's gonna go and find Xavier's fine right on the face here. Planting, not quite, but Tsubasa and Xavier, I think they both know they're right there. You know, they're one swing away from a good shot. Oh no, never mind. They're separated by a wall. They have no idea, but they're technically back to back already, man. Bit of a Mexican standoff here happening on all sides. Just a lot of staring and a lot of pinging. Oh my, contact is about to get established. Josh will get, never mind. Andre gets opening shots onto both Philippines and Jay Stark. Tsubasa immediately grabs the that well-deserved stalking kill against Xavier Fine. Bogey will get yellow in the process, but Endo Crisis trades right back. Kai gets Lycoris and Endo Crisis in the process. Josh Shizzle, never mind. Andre gotta make that shot work. Not quite. Kai gets 3. 1v1 situation here. Tsubasa makes it work. Defenders won. 16-15. Can they carry the lead? Can they finally let me go home tonight?
Match point.
Oh my god, are we gonna go into a penta overtime?
Penta, them's league terminology there, buddy. We are talking about an ace overtime here in the
ace
Valorant.
overtime? Is that what it's
I
called?
have no idea, man. It's probably just gonna be quintuple. Penta just doesn't sound right for this situation. 10 seconds left until the barrier drops. We've got even loadouts across the board, just all rifles, all skill. All bets are off. 2 seconds. Let's maybe go home today. Today. All right. Immediate action here. USC has crept their way up into A site here. Looks like Yellow will be the one to take the lead, with Tsubasa close behind. Lycoris and Endo have opted for a bit of a defensive hold as Philippine has crept his way up into the entryway of Kitchen here onto the ramp. Some smokes will deny USC the little bit of pushing power that they need, but they've got the manpower stacked. They could probably go in for an explosive entry if they wanted to. LACC once again taking a bit of a default hold here. Philippines here. Once again, just staring at the doors. They got to be careful on their way across, man. That crosshair is aimed right at their heads. Philippines, though, not quite. They're just going to barely dodge each other, but Josh Shizzle ready to take the shot. Philippines will get the kill onto Josh Shizzle. His dismiss will bring him to safety, taking the first kill of this How many rounds are we at again? 15, 30, 31, 32nd round. Quick maths. But
30 seconds left.
USC in the meantime have begun sneaking their way up into B site here. Tsubasa making their way into that kitchen. Licorice will get the kill onto Xavier. Fine. That is one less defender, giving them the sign that they need to go in. Philippines has no idea Tsubasa's there, but the boombot does. Just as it explodes, Tsubasa goes right in, stares down Jay Stark in the face, gets 2v4 situation here, gets Ty, gets Bogey, and we are going home, Darnell. We're going home. 17-15, USC takes 2, and we are finally done.
Wow.
That is 32 rounds for the final game. I think I need a drink of water.
USC winning 17-15 there. What an amazing final game that we got treated to.
Yeah, I've got to go and send all these players on their farewells because we are keeping them way too long. So without further ado, this has been Superb and Darnell. Thank you so much for tuning in for USC Games Expo's Valorant matches. We are so glad to have you here today. And once again, so long, folks.